world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826 Curse of Death. The energy of the Black Seal became stronger and stronger, and soon enveloped the nearby space. The second demon envoy was very clear about the power of the holy weapon level sword. It was not easy to leave his spiritual mark, especially now that he was in a life and death duel with Lin Ming. If he used his spiritual mark to control the sword, Lin Ming might seize the opportunity to kill him. The safest way was to seal the sword first, put it in the Zumi ring, and deal with it slowly in the future. It must be said that in front of such a treasure, there are too few people who can restrain their greed. With the point of the gun, the Black Seal whistled towards the white sword, pressing down heavily like a seal. At the moment, when the seal touched the sword body, the high-pitched sword whistling sound rushed straight into the sky, as if a sleeping blue dragon was awakened. The vast purple energy rushed out, and the Black Seal was instantly shattered. The second demon envoy, whose spiritual power was connected to the Black Seal, felt as if someone had hit his head heavily with a sledgehammer weighing 10,000 pounds. His spiritual sea suddenly shook and almost collapsed. Blood flowed from the corners of the eyes, ears, and nostrils of the second demon. On the white sword, the martial arts will of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor was imprinted. The 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor was the best in the world tens of thousands of years ago. He was particularly outstanding in martial arts will. He comprehended the war spirit in the middle stage of Zuanden. When he was in the Sea of Gods, his war spirit had already reached the Silver Realm, and because of his thunder and lightning electric field, it had thunder attributes. How powerful is such a martial arts will? After tens of thousands of years of tempering in the thunder domain, especially a warrior of the level of the second demon can violate it? This is the wrath of the sword, and also the wrath of the martial arts will of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. At the moment, when the soul of the second demon was backfired, Lin Ming, who had been waiting for an opportunity, held a red spear and shot out. The space shrank to an inch under his feet, and Lin Ming arrived in front of the second demon in just a blink of an eye. The mental power was connected to the young sprout of the evil god, and a ray of red gold lightning was forcibly called out, poured into the red spear, and aimed at the head of the second demon, and whipped it hard. The second demon's eyes were bloodshot. He used the space realm to distort the space and retreat violently to avoid the fatal shot. However, when the second demon appeared a few dozen feet away, his face turned pale because Lin Ming also appeared at this location, and the cold tip of the spear in his hand was 3 feet above his forehead. In terms of understanding the space realm, Lin Ming had several adventures and practiced Golden Peng breaking the void carefully, so he was naturally far superior to the second demon. How could he give him a chance to dodge? In a hurry, the second demon raised his spear to meet the enemy. This time, Lin Ming did not choose to fight the second demon to the death and exchange his serious injury for his death. After all, Lin Ming is in a very bad state now. Even if he can withstand another heavy blow, it is still very dangerous in the 8,000-mile black swamp. Slightly changing the trajectory of the spear, Lin Ming's spear hit the intersection of the second demon's spear shaft and the spearhead, which is the weakest point on a spear. Crack. The two guns collided. Although Lin Ming had the upper hand and suppressed the second demon's gun, he was unable to injure the other party. This was the difference brought by absolute strength. However, at this moment, the red gold lightning contained in the spear burst out, like a sun rising in the night sky. A scream came, and the second demon's hands holding the gun were directly burned to charcoal. At this point, his legs and hands were all disabled. Lin Ming would not give him any chance at all. His mental power connected to the evil god's young sprout, and the second red gold lightning shot out. Although the lightning was not fast, the distance was too close, and the second demon was paralyzed all over. This lightning directly pierced the second demon's dantian. The second demon's lower abdomen was directly burned to ashes, and a charred hole ran through his body. Lin Lanjian. A trace of resentment flashed across the second demon's eyes, and a mouthful of reverse blood sprayed on Lin Ming. He grabbed Lin Ming's spear, but a trace of resentful pleasure flashed in his eyes. The curse of the god of death, curse you, within 100 days, you will die. As the second demon envoy finished his last words, his body suddenly burned into a ball of black flames, and Lin Ming felt a pain in his chest, a huge burning sensation, as if there was a branding iron against his chest. Looking down, he saw that on his chest, where the second demon envoy's blood had splashed, there was actually a black curse mark left. The curse mark was like a branding iron, and the skin around it was shattered and appeared black and red. This is the death god's curse. It is a kind of curse of the magic way. It is a very vicious curse method. Before death, one burns all of his vitality, including his soul and blood essence, and offers it as a tribute to the death god, so that the death god will destroy the person who killed him. If the cursed person cannot break the curse by his own strength, he will die within 100 days. This Lin Ming's heart trembled. Humans have souls, there is no doubt about it, but whether the soul will be reincarnated after death is a mystery. Generally, when a warrior dies, his soul returns to the world, always holding a hope of reincarnation. If even the soul is destroyed after death, it is the most painful way to die. Only some magic warriors, such as Ryu, will specialize in practicing the vicious skills of extracting souls and refining marrow, so that warriors die in great pain. And now, in order to curse himself, the second magic envoy even burned his soul, and completely turned into nothingness. What a great obsession. The warrior's will is strong, and the obsession will be stronger. The second magic envoy's greatest obsession before his death was to kill Lin Ming. Can you break this curse? Lin Ming asked Mo Guang. Mo Guang helplessly spread his paws and said, I'm just a remnant soul. I don't have a physical body or true essence. The only energy I can call upon is soul power. When you were in the innate stage, I could still help you a little. Now, I can't do it. Mo Guang said with some emotion. Lin Ming's growth rate was too fast. Now it could only help Lin Ming with some insights and knowledge. Lin Ming also felt a little sympathetic to Mo Guang. Only one head of the three-headed demon dog was left, and its soul was seriously damaged. He could only wait until he was strong enough to help Mo Guang reshape his soul and body. Then how can I break the curse? Lin Ming said calmly, not thinking that he would really die under the curse of the god of death. It's simple. As long as you are strong enough, much stronger than the person who cast the curse, you can break it. I understand. Although the curse of the god of death seems mysterious, it is still a killer move composed of energy. Breaking it only requires stronger energy. 100 days should be enough for me to break through the life-destroying stage. As long as I break through the life-destroying stage, breaking this curse should not be a problem. Lin Ming gained a lot from this 8,000-mile journey to the Black Swamp. With the help of the Scarlet Gold Lightning, he was confident that he could break through the life-destroying stage within 100 days. Chapter 827, Shura God Emperor takes action. Shura Palace. Red torches burned in the grey corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a hideous demon statue. A boy in red and a middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of the statue. Beside the boy was a butler in black. The butler in black held a tray with 4 soul jade slips on it, 3 of which were cracked and 1 was completely shattered. The high-ranking officials of Shura Kingdom would leave soul jade slips inside the palace. Shura Kingdom had its own secret method of making soul jade slips, which could minimize the damage of soul jade slips to warriors. They are all dead. A vain and majestic voice suddenly sounded in the secret room. The boy in red and the middle-aged man lowered their heads even more, and even felt a little terrified. I'm incompetent. As a master ranked high on the destiny list, he could still feel great pressure in front of the real sea of gods. The tray in the butler's hand flew up automatically, and the 4 jade slips stood up under the energy. A beam of black light emanated from the demon statue, shooting towards the most thoroughly shattered of the 4 soul jade slips, completely covering the debris. A trace of energy escaped from the soul jade slip. The soul is completely burned, the essence and blood are exhausted, and the body is burned. Is it the curse of the god of death? The voice muttered to itself. The second demon envoy cast the death curse before his death, which surprised him very much. Who killed him and made him use the death curse even at the cost of his hope of reincarnation? The death curse is ineffective against opponents who are much stronger than oneself, and can only be used against opponents who are about the same strength as oneself, or only slightly stronger. Who could it be cursed against? Lin Lanjian? Logically speaking, Lin Lanjian did not have the strength to kill the second demon envoy, but in the complex environment of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, common sense could not be used to speculate. The fragments of the jade slip disappeared out of thin air, and the black statue trembled slightly. The Sea of Gods had left, and the next moment he appeared in front of a dark mountain. In this mountain, there is a deep valley, where the heaven and earth vitality is extremely rich, and spiritual flowers and herbs are blooming everywhere. Princess. The owner of the voice showed up, and he was an unusually tall middle-aged man with double pupils in his eyes, eyebrows like swords, and a natural aura of an emperor all over his body. He was the god emperor Situ Haoshan of the Shura kingdom. The princess was his sister Situ Yeoxi. Situ Yeoxi was promoted to the Sea of Gods at the level of the 6th level of life and death 1,000 years ago, and now she is still in the early stage of the Sea of Gods. Although her strength is not outstanding, Situ Yeoxi has a very high talent in soul power. Situ Haoshan came this time to let Situ Yeoxi restore the power of the soul on the broken jade slip, and deduce what happened at that time. A flame burned in the air, and the slag of the soul jade slip was completely melted. A few weak residual souls were burned out, condensing into various phantoms in the air. I can't reconstruct the scene at that time. Situ Yeoxi shook her head. The second demon envoy destroyed his soul, and did not send back any information. Even if Situ Yeoxi had a deep understanding of soul power, she was powerless. I can only guess the approximate cultivation level of the object of the second demon's curse and his current vague location. Situ Yeoxi said, grabbing the few wisps of residual souls like light smoke in her hands, and sealing them all in a red crystal. Okay. Situ Haoshan nodded. It is enough to guess the approximate cultivation level of the cursed person. Situ Yeoxi took out a black skull from the Sumeru ring, and injected a wisp of true essence into the black skull. The skull suddenly burned with pale flames, like a ghost fire. The right hand crushed the crystal. The fist-sized crystal turned into fine powder, and flew into the pale flame like a puff of light smoke. These powders, together with the residual souls, contained in the powder, were refined by the flames. A distorted face appeared above the flames, which was the face of the second demon envoy. The face is blurred and transformed into countless complex and abstract scenes. No one could understand them, except Situ Yeoxi herself. This strange ritual lasted for a full hour, and the flames gradually went out. What was the result? Situ Haoshan asked. Situ Yeoxi pondered for a while, and slowly said, the cursed person should be in the late stage of Zuundan to the first level of Mingyuan. His current location is probably determined to be 100,000 miles southwest of the 7-star Divine Kingdom, and he is continuing to move southwest at a high speed. Late stage of Zuundan to the first level of Mingyuan. It's that little beast. Situ Haoshan's face showed no expression. His eyes were so calm that it was terrifying. The only one who could kill the second demon envoy with the late stage of Zuundan to the first level of Mingyuan, and make him use the curse of death was Lin Lanjian. And logically speaking, Lin Lanjian could not have this strength, so there is no doubt that he borrowed the momentum of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp to kill the second demon envoy. As for how he borrowed the momentum, and why he did not fall into it, Situ Haoshan could not imagine it. This little beast has too many secrets. He is a treasure. He has more than just the armor of the demon emperor and the inheritance of the demon emperor. He must have more treasures. Some of them may be of great use to the strong men of the Sea of Gods. Once those things are known to others, not only us, but other strong men of the Sea of Gods will also be tempted. So what you mean is, leak the news appropriately, so that Lin Lanjian has nowhere to hide? Of course not. After all, he is just a fledgling that has not grown up. We suffered a little loss, but it is not that we can't really deal with him. This time, I will personally take action, and must capture him alive. Situ Haoshan's voice was cold and indifferent, with a domineering aura of ruling the world. It sounded incredible that a great emperor of a great kingdom of gods would take action against a junior in the late stage of Zuundan. You really don't care about your status. The princess smiled lightly. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Before, my Shura Divine Kingdom's 2 great state masters and 4 great demon envoys came out together. I thought the Linup was strong enough, but they were still defeated by Lin Lanjian. Such geniuses will have great luck. They are dragons among men, and have the orders of emperors. To deal with them, you must bring out the strongest power and destroy them with lightning speed. Otherwise, you will always bring out some strength that is not much stronger than him, and the result is just a whetstone for his growth. You will be defeated by him again and again, and finally, he will grow to have enough power to destroy my sure divine kingdom. So, you have to go with me this time, and be ready to divine the location of Lin Ming at any time. As Sitaheoshan spoke, the double pupils in his eyes burst into star-like light, which made people's heart palpitate. Destroy my sure divine kingdom? That's an exaggeration. No one on this continent can destroy any of the 4 divine kingdoms by themselves. Just because there wasn't one in the past doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. I have a feeling that Lin Ming will become such a person. His existence will sooner or later cause panic among the major forces. He doesn't seem like a genius who should exist in this plane. Sitaheoshan licked his lips when he said this. If one could destroy such a genius and dig out all the secrets from him, there would be a chance that he could inherit his luck and the fate of the emperor and achieve the supreme feat. Just a quarter of an hour later, a huge divine boat with a length of dozens of feet took off from the Shura divine palace. Under the personal control of Sitaheoshan, it flew towards the direction where Lin Ming was at an incredible speed. On this godly boat, there were not only 2 powerful sea gods, Sitaheoshan and Princess Situyeogsi, but also the great demon envoy, 2 state teachers, Sitaheoshan's eldest disciple, 2 Shura princes, several princes, and among them were Situchuan and Situfeng, whom Lin Ming defeated at the Jiuhua banquet. Situchuan was so happy to be able to follow the emperor to hunt down Lin Ming this time. He would never forget the humiliation of the Jiuhua banquet. Lin Ming, wait, this time the emperor will personally take action. I want to see where you can escape. Situchuan stood at the bow of the godly boat, feeling the strong wind blowing in his face. His long hair was wantonly lifted up, and he was in high spirits. At this time, in the southwest of the 7 Stars Kingdom, Lin Ming was riding on the godly boat, flying at full speed. This godly boat is indeed a top-level flying treasure. After placing the Yuanling stone and infusing a part of the true essence, its speed is not much less than Lin Ming's peak speed. It won't take long for Lin Ming to run out of energy if he keeps running at his peak speed, but the godly boat can keep flying as long as there are enough Yuanling stones. Ahead is a small world where the god-forsaken clan lives. Lin Ming was filled with emotion to be able to come here. Before, in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, even though he was not afraid of the thunder in the Thunder Realm, and he had the 3 trump cards of the red gold lightning, the white sword, and the Qianxue melting sun furnace to protect him, it was still extremely dangerous. There are many ancient beasts in the 8,000-mile black swamp. These beasts are very dangerous. 8 of the 10 beasts are stronger than Lin Ming, so he has to rely on those trump cards to defend himself. The most dangerous time was when Lin Ming hid in the Qianxue melting sun furnace and was slapped away by a giant ape-like beast. Lin Ming was shocked in the Qianxue melting sun furnace and bled from all 7 orifices, and he almost died. However, he finally had a chance to catch his breath while being slapped away. He escaped from the Qianxue furnace, collected the Qianxue furnace, forced a breath of true essence, opened the Jingmen, stepped on the Jinpen Parksu body technique, and escaped into the Thunder Realm at full speed. However, the Thunder Realm was not safe either. There were also some ancient fierce beasts living here. The Thunder Realm could be said to be the place with the richest thunder energy in the entire Xianan continent. Many of those ancient thunder beasts gathered here. Although the density of fierce beasts in the Thunder Realm was far less than that near the Black Swamp, each one was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Lin Ming had the white sword to protect his body. He relied on the Thunder War spirit attached to the sword to barely protect himself. In this way, Lin Ming sometimes escaped into the Thunder Realm and sometimes came to the sky above the Black Swamp. He was cautious all the way and went through several dangerous situations before he walked out of the range of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When he reached the edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, it took Lin Ming a lot of effort to break the distorted force field. With so many dangers added to everything, it was no wonder that the strong men under the Sea of Gods would have a narrow escape when they entered the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Chapter 828, The Forsaken Clan, The Middle Thousand Worlds. According to the handwritten notes left by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, this mountain is the entrance to the God-forsaken clan. Lin Ming looked at the mountain in front of him, that looked like a huge bull's head, and said to himself, compared with the small thousand worlds, the middle thousand worlds are often tens of miles, hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles in size. The space force in them is stable. Once they are born, they can exist for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years without collapse. The broken world where the demon god emperor's palace was originally located can be regarded as a small middle thousand world. The warriors of Xi'an continent have no ability to open up the middle thousand worlds. These worlds are naturally formed for various reasons. Because the middle thousand worlds are hidden and easy to defend, but difficult to attack, each middle thousand world will cause fierce competition among major forces. The 4 major divine kingdoms each have their own middle thousand worlds. Being able to build a sect in a middle thousand world is itself a manifestation of the sect's strength. Mu Qianxue mountain is shrouded in a thin layer of grey fog. This mountain is about 7,000 feet high. The 4 walls of the mountain are like they were cut by knives and axes. The stone walls are smooth and steep like cliffs. Lin Ming raised his true energy and soared into the sky. At an altitude of 7,000 feet, he had already entered the Taiji heaven. The heaven and earth energy here was in disorder, and the mountains were covered with 10,000 years of ice and white snow. Looking down, it was extremely spectacular. Who are you? Stop. When Lin Ming approached the entrance of the middle thousand world, he was stopped by a team of guards. These people had mysterious and simple curses engraved on their faces, which looked like the totems of a certain tribe. Although the cultivation of this group of guards was not high, only in the Xiantian period, they faintly revealed a sharp edge, and did not show any weakness, because of Lin Ming's late Zuandan cultivation. Lin Ming knew that the curses on the faces of these guards were the signs of the bloodline curse of the God-forsaken clan. This is a magical family. Since the truth has been buried in the long river of history, this race does not know why they were born to bear such a vicious curse. But they did not become depressed, self-abandoned, or hate the injustice of heaven. They silently endured the pain of the curse, and continued for 100,000 years under the power of the curse. Moreover, many proud figures such as the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor were born. An excellent and cohesive family will have the family's imprint and spirit in their bones, and the members of the God-forsaken clan have such an unwilling obsession in their hearts, to continue, to fight against the sky, and to fight against fate. For this powerful race with a long heritage, but which has endured great pain from generation to generation, Lin Ming always has a respect in his heart, especially when he thinks of the goddess who has been dead for 100,000 years, and is still vivid, and the heart of the emperor who has been beating for 100,000 years. Lin Ming is even more shocked from the bottom of his heart. The God-forsaken clan is likely to be the descendants of these 2 powerful men, inheriting the blood of the peerless strong. Even if the family's history has been lost, even if the former glory is no longer there, but the unyielding and proud bones engraved in the bones of the God-forsaken clan stubbornly continue and follow the blood of the family, endless. Lin Ming would take the risk to hand over the relics of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, firstly out of respect for the character and achievements of the Thunder Emperor, and secondly out of respect for the spirit of the God-forsaken clan and their ancestors. He clasped his fists and said, I found the relics of a noble elder in a ruin. These relics are very important to the nobles, so I wanted to hand them over to the noble elders. This should also be the last wish of that elder. Senior? Which senior? A warrior who looked like a leader asked. 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, Senior Dihao, Ancestor Dihao? The guard leader was shocked when he heard Lin Ming's words. Dihao was one of the most outstanding seniors of the God-forsaken clan. He broke through the Xiantian at the age of 21, and broke through the Zuandan at the age of 28. Originally, this speed was considered slow among the top young talents. It would be difficult for him to become an emperor-level strongman if he continued to develop. However, Dihao relied on his strong will and perseverance to slowly find a martial arts path of his own. He successively comprehended the war spirit in the 3 major martial intentions, and comprehended the thunder and electric field. Once he broke the life fall, he was invincible at the same level. After the 8-fold life fall, he achieved the Sea of Gods, and stood out from the crowd. 1,000 years later, He was named the #1 person in the world. It's a pity that such a brilliant figure had a life as short as a meteor. He eventually died in the Sea of Miracles, and his body was nowhere to be found. Even his death was determined by the soul jade slip. No one knew what his cause of death was. The death of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor also added a heavy touch to the mystery and horror of the Sea of Miracles. Young man, do you have any evidence? The guard leader suppressed his excitement. The relics of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor meant too much to the God-forsaken clan. If what the young man said was true, it was a great opportunity for the God-forsaken clan. Although he was excited, the guard leader would not blindly trust Lin Ming and let him enter the important place of the clan easily, especially since the other party was wearing a wooden spirit jade mask and might be a person with questionable identity. This is the token used by Senior Diheo back then, Lin Ming said, taking out Diheo's token from the Zumi ring. It was an ancient bronze token with the same bird totem on the back as the jade pendant and a seal character Heo on the front. Although the tokens of the elders in the clan have changed several times due to the long time, the guard leader still confirmed at a glance that this was the token used by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor back then. The vicissitudes of the years and the thunder will contained in the token could not be faked. Young man, please come this way. I will take you to see the elders. The guard leader's tone became more respectful. The relics of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor were of great value. After obtaining them, this young man did not take them all for himself, but was able to return them to their God-forsaken clan. This alone was enough to deserve his respect. The guard leader led the way, and Lin Ming followed closely. After passing through a layer of mercury-like space entrance, they entered the Middle Thousand World where the God-forsaken clan lived. The two flew high, and all they passed along were exotic flowers and trees. Although they were not top-level natural treasures, they could still make the 3rd and 4th grade sects jealous. The heaven and earth vitality is very rich. Although the spiritual veins are not of the 6th grade, they are not far off. Lin Ming was more and more surprised. To be able to occupy such a Feng Shui treasure land, the foundation of the God-forsaken clan was much stronger than he had imagined. So, how could you end up like that? Not only is the spiritual energy rich, but there are also many formations with unimaginable power arranged in this Middle Thousand World. Even if someone can successfully break through the entrance and invade in, it will cost a lot to crack these formations. While flying, Lin Ming secretly evaluated that the God-forsaken clan was really low-key. If he hadn't met Zhu by chance, he would not have known that there was such a hidden family on the edge of the 4 great divine kingdoms. The Elder Palace is ahead. I'll take you to see the clan leader. The guard leader let a sound transmission note and reported the whole story. He was soon summoned. Young man, please follow me. The guard leader flew into the Elder Palace, crossed the long corridor without touching the ground, and came to a hall. The hall was square, more than 30 meters long and wide. There were more than a dozen statues at the entrance of the hall. Each statue was life-size, with men and women, lifelike. Judging from the curse marks on the faces of these statues, they were undoubtedly the ancestors of the God-forsaken clan. In the middle of the hall, there were already 3 people waiting, 2 men and 1 woman, and they looked young. The middle-aged man in the lead, like Lin Ming, also wore a mask on his face. The man and woman behind him were both wearing red robes, with the unique curse marks of the God-forsaken clan engraved on their faces. The cultivation of both of them was surprisingly the 6th level of life. 6th level of life, a master of the destiny list. Lin Ming could feel that the two had a very solid foundation, and their comprehensive strength should be stronger than the 2nd demon envoy of the Shura kingdom. Such a person could be ranked between 50th and 80th on the destiny list. However, Lin Ming recalled the list of masters on the destiny list, and there was no record of any masters of the God-forsaken clan. Obviously, such a mysterious hidden family was not included in the destiny list. Even if the knowing destiny had a powerful intelligence collection network, it could not detect the situation of the God-forsaken clan in the Middle Thousand Worlds. Lin Ming's eyes turned to the middle-aged man in the lead, but he saw that the other party's aura was as deep as the sea, and his cultivation level could not be seen at all. When he looked into the eyes of this person, Lin Ming felt a kind of fear, as if he was facing an unreachable mountain. Could it be a master of the Sea of Gods? Lin Ming was not sure, but it was reasonable for the God-forsaken clan, who could occupy such a precious land, to have master of the Sea of Gods. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was his first time facing a strong man from the Sea of Gods. Although he felt pressured, he remained calm. After all, in the ancient Phoenix City, Lin Ming had seen the Phoenix Fairy whose realm was difficult to estimate. That was beyond the realm of the Sea of Gods. You are the one who found the relics of Emperor Heo's ancestors? The middle-aged man's eyes were like thunder. Before Lin Ming could speak, he walked in front of Lin Ming and glanced at Lin Ming's dantian. He could feel that Lin Ming's foundation was already solid to the extreme, which surprised him. To be able to cultivate to this level, the man in front of him was definitely not an unknown person. Yes. Having decided to hand over Emperor Heo's relics, Lin Ming did not say anything more. He directly took out the Sumeru ring that he had prepared in advance and handed it to the middle-aged man. He left behind the jade slips of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor that recorded the thunder state of mind and the companion thunder crystal that tempered the will. He put these things into the Qianxue melting sun furnace and then stored them in the dantian. Even if others searched him, they could not find them. Lin Ming returned all the records of the other 8 meteorite Thunder Emperors about the inherited skills of the God-forsaken clan, the records of fighting against the curse, and even the white sword to the God-forsaken clan. Although the white sword is of high grade, it is not suitable for Lin Ming, who is used to using a gun, and he cannot recognize the white sword as his master. The power of using it is inevitably greatly reduced. It can only be used as an unexpected trump card. Lin Ming is confident that he will break the fate in the near future, and he is not very dependent on this trump card. So it is better to return it to the God-forsaken clan. When Lin Ming entered the Elder Palace, outside the middle thousand world of the God-forsaken clan, another god-traveling boat came, which was several times larger than Lin Ming's previous god-traveling boat. Is this it? The Shura God Emperor looked at the Neotao mountain in front of him and frowned slightly. Are you sure he is in the God-forsaken clan? Yes. Situ Yeoxi nodded affirmatively. He has just entered the God-forsaken clan for only half an hour. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829, Explanation. He actually joined the God-forsaken clan. The Azura God Emperor pondered for a moment. If Situ Chuan had not seen Lin Ming's face at the Jiuhua banquet and confirmed that he did not have the blood curse mark of the God-forsaken clan on his face, the Azura God Emperor would have thought that Lin Ming was a member of the God-forsaken clan. After all, with the mysterious style of the God-forsaken clan, it is really possible that they could cultivate a young talent like Lin Ming who does not conform to common sense. The God-forsaken clan has existed for so many years and has produced many top talents. At this time, the guards of the God-forsaken clan came forward and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from the Azura Divine Kingdom, visiting the Patriarch of the God-forsaken clan. Ask him to greet you quickly." The Azura God Emperor did not need to speak at all. Situ Chuan had already answered first. With his status as the Azura Prince, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these guards in the innate stage. While speaking, he deliberately exuded the aura of a life-destroying strongman. The guards of the God-forsaken clan only had innate cultivation, and they immediately felt pressured by this aura. The Azura Divine Kingdom? Azura Divine Kingdom is one of the 4 major forces. Even the Holy Land level forces dare not act rashly in front of them. Facing the pressure of Azura Divine Kingdom, it is impossible for several innate level guards to say that there is no pressure, but they did not weaken their momentum. The deputy captain who temporarily led the team said, "The clan leader is meeting guests. Please wait for a moment." The God-forsaken clan has been in seclusion for many years and knows very little about the outside world. They don't know that Azura Divine Kingdom is chasing Lin Ming. Even if they know, they will not know to connect this matter with the visit of the Azura Divine Kingdom's high-level officials. Guest? Azura Divine Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Situ Yeoxi. This guest is very likely to be Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming enters this middle thousand world, he will be like a turtle in a jar. Don't think about escaping from his palm. The masked middle-aged man took the Zumi ring given to him by Lin Ming. The moment he sensed it, he suddenly felt a huge and vast will. This was The middle-aged man was shocked. The blazing purple lightning and the cold sword body were exactly the sword of Emperor Heo recorded in the family history. The white sword. The white sword, the heirloom sword of the God-forsaken clan, was a sacred weapon left to the family by the ancestors. This sword has a history of 100,000 years and is the only witness of the long history of the God-forsaken clan. It symbolizes the glory of the family. The sword contains the immortal sword intent that has not dissipated for thousands of years, which is the ultimate pursuit of the swordsman. 40,000 years ago, the most powerful ancestor of the God-forsaken clan became the #1 person in the world and was given this magic sword. He also changed his name to Heo because of this sword, and because he had been crowned as an emperor, he was named Emperor Heo. The white sword, after being infused with the will of the ancestor Emperor Heo and tempered with the 9 heavens divine thunder, can be called the #1 sword in the world. When it was left in the Sea of Miracles, it aroused the jealousy of countless sword masters. They risked great danger to enter the Sea of Miracles to find the whereabouts of the sword. Because the sword is not only powerful, but also the sword meaning contained in it can inspire swordsmen and make their swordsmanship further. But, the white sword seemed to have evaporated from the world. No matter how these sword masters searched, they could not find the whereabouts of it. Instead, they fell into it one after another, and 90% of them never returned. The masked middle-aged man never thought that one day, this sword would return to the God-forsaken clan. He was so excited that he trembled all over. He held the Zumi ring with both hands and felt that the ring was 10,000 pounds heavy, almost making him unable to hold it steadily. Patriarch. The woman behind the masked middle-aged man saw the middle-aged man's excitement and couldn't help but speak. It's okay. The masked middle-aged man was the patriarch of the God-forsaken clan. He took off his mask and revealed his original face. This was a face that surprised Lin Ming. How could this be? Originally, the masked middle-aged man had a tall and strong figure and a majestic face. However, his face seemed to be covered by a translucent cloth. His facial features were completely blurred and seemed to be gradually disappearing. Only a pair of eyes were still as bright as the stars in the sky. The curse marks on his face were 3 times more than those of the ordinary members of the God-forsaken clan. They covered his entire face. The patriarch of the God-forsaken clan walked to the row of statues at the main entrance of the hall, knelt on his knees, held up the Sumeru ring in his hand, and trembled as he took out the white sword from it. The purple 4-foot sword looked straight as a ruler and square. The sword still exuded an unyielding martial arts will. That was the fighting spirit left in the sword by the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor. The white sword has finally returned to our clan, and finally lived up to our ancestors. Kneeling on the ground in front of the patriarch of the Forsaken clan, the man and woman behind him also knelt down. This sword is not only a weapon for the Forsaken clan, but also a symbol of glory in clan history, which is of great significance. You know, the family history of the Forsaken clan has long been lost. If they lose the white sword passed down by their ancestors, then there will really be no inheritance. Little brother, I'm the 39th generation patriarch of the Forsaken clan. My name is Shibei. This favor will be remembered by the Forsaken clan. Although Shibei's face is weird, even ferocious, his eyes reveal sincere gratitude. In the past, the Forsaken clan once promised a large reward for the white sword and sent members of the clan into the Sea of Miracles, but none of them returned. For the white sword, the God-forsaken clan paid a huge price and searched for several generations, but to no avail. They finally gave up. Lin Ming brought back this sword, which was a great favor to the God-forsaken clan. Patriarch, you are too kind. I accidentally entered the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and received great help from the martial arts will left by Senior Heo. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would not have come here. Lin Ming encountered dangers many times in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The white sword helped him a lot. Not to mention other things, just the purple lion lightning source in the 90-mile Thunder Domain. If there was no white sword to protect him, I'm afraid that Lin Ming would have been swallowed by the lightning source. Little brother, there is no need to say more. The God-forsaken clan will remember this favor. If you have any request, just ask. Shibei said without question. A favor from a saint land level force that is suspected to be a strong man of the Sea of Gods is undoubtedly very precious. Lin Ming did not refuse it. For him now, It is better to have one more force to protect him. Shibei carefully put away the white sword, and then he looked at the other things in the Zumi ring. There were some jade slips left by Emperor Heo. Holding these jade slips in his hands, Shibei's emotions became more and more difficult to calm down. In these jade slips were various notes and records about the inheritance of the God-forsaken clan, and the most important one was a record of the efforts made by Emperor Heo's ancestors to break through the restrictions of the curse, and the records of the process. This is undoubtedly very valuable information for the God-forsaken clan. The Zumi ring brought by Lin Ming is simply a priceless treasure of the God-forsaken clan. Shibei took a few deep breaths and quietly put away all the jade slips. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Ming, a voice came from outside the door. Patriarch, there are guests visiting. Who? Let them wait, Shibei said casually. At this time, no matter what the guests were, they were not as important as Lin Ming. They are from the Shura Kingdom. The guards had told them to wait for a while, but they were unwilling to wait, and the guards could not stop them. Shura Kingdom? Shibei frowned slightly. There was no intersection between the God-forsaken clan and the 4 divine kingdoms. As they lived a completely closed and secluded life, there were very few visitors to their clan. Only a few nearby hidden families would occasionally visit. While Shibei was confused, Lin Ming was shocked. Shura Divine Kingdom? Damn, how did they know he was here? He would never think that it was a coincidence that Shura Divine Kingdom was visiting the God-forsaken clan now. They must have tracked them down in some way that he didn't know about. As a top master, Shibei was very sensitive to all changes around him. He noticed Lin Ming's abnormality. My little brother, do you have a grudge with Shura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he couldn't hide it at all. After the last defeat, Shura Divine Kingdom must have sent out a strong dupe. Coupled with the tracking method that he didn't know about yet, he definitely couldn't escape this time. After thinking it over, Lin Ming had only one choice, that is to choose to trust the God-forsaken clan and believe that they would protect him. Now it seems that the foundation of the God-forsaken clan is far stronger than he imagined. At this point, he can only hope that they will honor their promise and repay their kindness. Facing Shibei's question, Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, to be honest with you, senior, I risked my life to enter the 8,000-mile Black Swamp because I was forced in by the pursuers of the Shura Kingdom. Shibei originally felt strange. With Lin Ming's cultivation in the late stage of Zuonden, how could he enter the Miracle Sea and find the relics of Emperor Heo's ancestors? It turned out that he was forced in. However, the fact that he could come out was also a kind of luck and ability that he could not understand. He said, you have a grudge with the Shura Kingdom and were forced into the Sea of Miracles, but you were able to find the relics of the ancestor Heo that many masters could not find before and returned safely with the cultivation of the late Zuonden stage. This is an incomprehensible great fortune in itself, proving that you are destined to be with my clan. Come with me, and I will help you resolve the hatred with the Shura Kingdom. Shibei did not think that Lin Ming, a Zuonden stage warrior, would have any irreconcilable hatred with the Shura Kingdom. His Shenki clan also had considerable foundation. It was not a big deal to resolve the hatred for a late Zuonden warrior. Even if Lin Ming killed the prince of the Shura Kingdom, as long as he paid enough price on the basis of absolute strength, he would resolve the matter. After all, with Lin Ming's cultivation, it would not be too important to kill the Shura prince. What's more, there were hundreds of princes in the Shura Kingdom, and with the prince's son, there would be even more. As for the stronger demon envoys, national teachers, and sea of gods, Shibei did not think that Lin Ming was qualified to offend. Hearing what Shibei said, Lin Ming smiled helplessly. This hatred, I'm afraid it can't be resolved. I directly or indirectly killed 3 demon envoys of the Shura Kingdom and a national teacher. In addition, I also massacred a branch of the Shura Kingdom, so, Lin Ming said helplessly. In front of him, Shibei was already dumbfounded. He said in disbelief, what did you say? Chapter 830. This is not the point. 3 demon envoys, a national master, massacred a branch. You did all this? Shibei felt it was hard to imagine. The young man in front of him only had the cultivation of the late Zuonden. How could he kill the demon envoys who ranked high on the destiny list? If he didn't know that Lin Ming's lie at this time would only make things worse, Shibei would not believe it at all. They didn't die directly at my hands, but they were already seriously injured in the 8,000-mile black swamp. Then I used some special powers, including the white sword, to kill them. So, after listening to Lin Ming's explanation, Shibei felt that he could accept it a little bit, but it was still shocking. The danger of the 8,000-mile black swamp should be the same for everyone. Lin Ming only had the cultivation of the late Zuandan, but he avoided the danger there and used its power to kill the 4 masters of the destiny list. It was unimaginable. But, in addition to killing these people, there is one more thing. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and decided to tell everything. When the Shura Kingdom came to him, he could only rely on the God-forsaken clan for support. Naturally, he had to tell all the contradictions so that Shibei could be mentally prepared. Otherwise, it would be bad if the Shura Kingdom denounced him and Shibei was completely unaware of it. What? There is another thing. Shibei opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Well, it's like this. When I massacred the Shura Kingdom branch, there were 3 5th grade middle and upper class sects present. Later, because of a conflict, I killed the person in charge of the Shura Kingdom branch and the masters and supreme elders of the 3 5th grade sects, a total of 4 famous masters, but this is not the point. When Lin Ming said this, Shibei was completely speechless. This is not the point? Question mark? The 3 5th grade middle and upper class sects, their famous masters are at least 5 or 6 times the life, and they are even likely to be masters of the destiny list. Lin Ming is only in the late stage of Zuandan cultivation, and he killed 4 of them alone. Question mark? How did he do this? The Shura Kingdom branch is not the 8,000-mile black swamp. There won't be anything there for Lin Ming to use. Even if there is, it is a formation that is beneficial to the Shura Kingdom branch. With the assistance of the formation, there are also many disciples. Such a powerful force was slaughtered by Lin Ming alone. Shibei doesn't think that the 4 great masters will be killed by Lin Ming one by one. They must have attacked together, 4 against 1, and all were killed. How is this possible? If they can't beat them, can't they run away? Even if they are not as fast as Lin Ming, are they fools? Can't they run separately? You said you killed the 4 great masters in the Shura Kingdom branch, and you were alone. Shibei took a breath of cold air. Even though he knew that Lin Ming should not brag about such things at this time, as long as he was mentally normal, he still couldn't believe it. It was one person. Lin Ming had to admit it. Shibei smiled bitterly and said, well, you just said that this is not the point. Then what is the point? Don't tell me that you also killed the top 10 masters of the Shura Kingdom's destiny ranking. Shibei didn't know what expression to use. Of course, he didn't think that Lin Ming could really kill the top 10 masters of the destiny ranking. He said this just because he felt that the matter was too ridiculous and made a helpless ridicule. The subtext was that there couldn't be anything more ridiculous than what I said. No, in fact, it was a powerful man from the Sea of Gods who claimed to be the uncle of the Emperor of the Shura Kingdom. When Lin Ming said this, Shibei almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Lin Ming stopped in time and said he was just a wisp of wool attached to a spear. Later, he used the war spirit to project over and possessed a dying celebrity. He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. Lin Ming's description of the whole process was very simple, but Shibei's Adam's apple twitched violently when he heard it. Then Lin Ming took out a green hairpin-like treasure from the Zumi ring. It was actually a spear. As long as it was infused with true energy, it would return to its original form. This was the weapon that Sitabonen had used. The blood-scarred spear. Shibei's eyes widened. Is it Sitabonen? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Shibei was completely speechless. Situbonen's life was coming to an end. He had been tempering his will for the past 1 or 2,000 years. It was said that his achievements in the battle spirit had reached an extremely high level. Even if it was just a projection of the battle spirit, it was very terrifying. But he was destroyed by Lin Ming. He wanted to kill me, but I destroyed him instead. This simple sentence made Shibei laugh and cry. Who on earth was he? At this time, Shibei looked at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Ming was helpless. If it weren't for the Shura kingdom forcing him to come, he would certainly not say these things. Every time he showed his difference, he would be in more danger. After a long while, Shibei finally digested all these things. Now was not the time to ask Lin Ming how he did it. The people of Shura Divine Kingdom were coming soon. He had to find out the reason for the conflict between Lin Ming and them. Why did they send out such a powerful Linoop to deal with you? Shibei couldn't help asking. The 3 great demon envoys and a national master were also very prestigious in Shura Divine Kingdom. The 8,000 miles of Black Swamp was a forbidden area for life. The strong men below the Sea of Gods would die if they entered it. In this case, they still took great risks to enter. Shura Divine Kingdom could be said to have spared no expense. It was unreasonable to chase and kill a late Zuandan strongman so desperately. The reason for chasing me was, I once entered a ruin of an ancient emperor. The ruins were on the edge of the continent, and Shura Divine Kingdom didn't know about it before. Lin Ming told Shibei the cause of his conflict with Shura Divine Kingdom. The dispute over the inheritance of the Demon Emperor began in the South Sea Demon Realm. At the beginning, the South Sea Demon Realm inherited the inheritance of the Nether Emperor. Compared with the Demon Emperor who created the 6th Great Holy Land, the Demon God Emperor Palace, 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, and was unrivaled in the world, the Nether Emperor, who only created a 5th Great Holy Land, and died at the hands of a strong man in the central domain of the Xianan continent. 3,000 years ago, was actually nothing. At most, he could only be regarded as a slightly more powerful God Emperor level figure. The inheritance he created, the Nether Demon Art, was not worthy of the jealousy of the Shura Divine Kingdom. The 4 great divine kingdoms had many such skills. What's more, when the Nether Demon Emperor city was destroyed, the truly priceless treasures had long been snatched away by the 4 great divine kingdoms in the central domain, leaving only a small part of the resources, which were taken to the South Sea by the subordinates of the Nether Emperor who fled like a stray dog and established the South Sea Demon Realm. In the eyes of the 4 great divine kingdoms, the South Sea Demon Realm was just a small fish, and there was no need to pay attention to it. Later, Zuan Wuji accidentally got the Demon Emperor's handbook and discovered the ruins of the Demon God Emperor's palace. He then took great pains to launch the South China Sea War, sacrifice blood on the ancient battlefield, open the seal of the broken world and enter it. And until the Demon God Emperor's palace was truly opened, only Zuan Wuji and a few other high-level officials in the South China Sea Demon Realm knew about this secret, and it was not spread out. In the end, Zuan Wuji's efforts were in vain, and all the benefits fell on Lin Ming. The Middle Thousand World where the Demon God Emperor's palace was located was sealed again, because it lost the support of power, and was isolated from the world. Only a few broken small worlds around it could be entered, and there was no value in continuing to explore. So, I understand. I will negotiate with the people of Shura God Kingdom. You just follow us. Shibei finally calmed down and regained his confidence. Follow you? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, but in fact, it didn't make much difference whether he followed or not. Shura God Kingdom was able to track him here as soon as he left the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, so there must be a way to confirm his location. In this case, there is no point in hiding. Shibei put on his mask again, lit 2 sound transmission nodes in succession, and walked straight to the back hall of the Elder's Palace. Lin Ming followed closely behind him and quickly calmed down. At this point, there was no point in worrying. Shibei felt Lin Ming's calm breath and couldn't help but look back at him. This young man was too extraordinary. Who was he? It was unimaginable that a late Zuandan strongman could shock him like this. Shibei led Lin Ming into a black hall. The hall was only 3 meters high, with a simple appearance, and looked inconspicuous. However, when Lin Ming walked into it, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. This palace. Feel it? Shibei looked at Lin Ming with appreciation. This palace is built on the heart of the world in this Middle Thousand World. Every Middle Thousand World has a heart of the world that carries the entire world. They are the cornerstone of the world and are incredibly solid. Even if the strongest person in Xianan continent takes action, he can't destroy it. Shibei said very confidently. This black temple is where the strongest power of the entire God-forsaken clan is gathered. The temple is not only built on the heart of the world, but also contains a large number of powerful formations. Once opened, with him in charge, the power is unimaginable. Lin Ming followed Shibei into the hall and found that there was an old man with a silver white mask on his face and grey hair waiting in the hall. The old man was just standing there casually, and he couldn't feel anything unusual on his body. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that he could see the other person with his eyes, but if he used his perception to detect, the other person's position was empty. This mysterious masked old man is just as unfathomable as Shibei. I can't see through his cultivation at all. It's not that the other party deliberately hides his cultivation, but Lin Ming can't understand the other party's realm. If nothing unexpected happens, this is also a powerful divine sea. The Forsaken Gods actually have two powerful divine seas. Such a force, except for the four great divine kingdoms, can be regarded as a first-class force in the Holy Land. Seeing Lin Ming coming in, the masked old man nodded slightly at Lin Ming. You can see the smile and gratitude in his eyes. Obviously, he has known Lin Ming's situation in the sound transmission talisman. The Forsaken Gods gathered two powerful divine seas at once and chose a meeting place in the center of the Middle Thousand Worlds. There is no doubt that it is a demonstration to the Shura Divine Kingdom. Chapter 831 Confrontation. The Great Hall of the Heart of the Realm. The Ashura Emperor Sita Haoshan frowned slightly when he saw the meeting place. The heart of the realm of the Middle Thousand Worlds is the cornerstone of the entire world and is indestructible. The formation is engraved in the Great Hall of the Heart of the Realm, and the heart of the formation is integrated with the heart of the realm. If you want to break the formation by force, you have to destroy the heart of the realm, which is impossible. If such a formation is presided over by a great master of the Sea of Gods, then the power can be imagined. In other words, once they enter the hall in front of them, they will be completely at a disadvantage. It will be extremely dangerous to start a fight. Please. The guard who led the way made a gesture of invitation with a smile on his face. If you enter the Great Hall of the Heart of the Realm, you will lose the initiative. If you don't enter, you will be weak in momentum, not to mention forcing Lin Ming out. Sita Haoshan sneered and walked inside. Your Majesty, no. The great demon envoy saw Sita Haoshan was about to enter the Great Hall of the Heart of the Realm and immediately stopped him. Sita Haoshan snorted coldly, I'm the great god emperor of Shura Divine Kingdom. Can't I enter a mere palace? My Shura Divine Kingdom is close to the 6th Great Holy Land, so why should I be afraid of the mere 5th Great Holy Land of the God-forsaken clan? The gap between the 6th Great Sect and the 5th Great Sect is like a chasm. The 6th Great Sect has the mighty of the Sea of Gods as ordinary elders and the number one person in the world as the sect leader. Except for a few giant forces such as the Demon God Emperor Palace in history, there are no 6th Great Sects. Even the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom can only be called quasi 6th grade. There are too many 5th grade sects that have life-falling warriors as elders, and the strength of each sect is very different. For example, the South Sea Demon Realm, which has the 1st level life-falling warriors as elders and ordinary 3rd level and 4th level life-falling warriors as leaders, is a relatively low level 5th grade sect. Going up, there are 1 or 2 Masters of the Destiny list as leaders, which is considered an upper middle 5th grade sect. If a sect can have a powerful emperor as its leader, it is a top level 5th grade sect, and is called a Holy Land. The God-forsaken clan can only be regarded as a slightly stronger Holy Land, and there is still a big gap compared to the Shura Kingdom, which has more than a dozen powerful sea gods sitting in the hall. Sita Haoshan strode into the Jixen Hall. At this time, in the hall, Shibei was sitting on the first seat with a smile, and there were 7 or 8 people around him. Shibei saw Sita Haoshan, and stood up to greet him. Haoshan Emperor, long time no see. Although he smiled on his face, he was very speechless in his heart. Even though he knew that Lin Ming had caused a huge disaster before, he did not expect that the Shura Kingdom would actually dispatch 2 powerful sea gods, including the Shura Emperor himself. It is unprecedented to dispatch 2 sea gods for a junior in the Zuandan period. Sita Haoshan laughed. Chief Shibei, we haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Although the God-forsaken clan is mysterious, they occasionally communicate with the outside world. As he spoke, Sita Haoshan's sharp eyes swept through the crowd like thunder, and instantly locked onto a black-clothed young man wearing a wood spirit jade mask. That young man is Lin Lanjian? Question mark? He actually sat here openly. Not only Sitahaoshin, but other Shura Kingdom strongmen also discovered Lin Ming. You little beast, you actually dare to show up here. Situ Yeox's eyes widened. She originally wanted to negotiate with the patriarch of the Forsaken clan, and on the basis of sufficient military threats, she promised a huge profit to force Shibei to hand over Lin Ming, but she didn't expect that Lin Ming would just sit here, and his expression was as calm as usual, as if he didn't know them. If she hadn't recognized the curse aura on Lin Ming at a glance, Situ Yeoxi couldn't believe that he was Lin Ming. It was simply too presumptuous. Did they treat the Shura Kingdom as heir? Not even avoiding it? After Situ Yeox's words, the warriors of Shura Kingdom all set their sights on Lin Ming. Situ Chuan and Situ Feng, two playboys who had lost to Lin Ming at the Jiuhua banquet, were even more jealous of each other. Aunt, quickly capture this little beast. Situ Chuan looked at Lin Ming with hatred and greed. He wished he could capture Lin Ming immediately, search his soul to find out all his secrets, take them all for himself, inherit his luck, and become the number one in the Sea of Gods in the future. HMPH. Shibei snorted coldly. This voice exploded in Situ Chuan's ears like thunder. Situ Chuan's body shook, his blood surged, and he almost vomited blood. You. Situ Chuan glared at Shibei. How dare you? Another cold shout. Situ Chuan's face became even uglier. It was Sitahaoshin who spoke. His voice was full of energy and exploded in the entire conference room. On the surface, he was talking about Situ Chuan, but secretly he might have been referring to Shibei and Lin Ming. His Shura Divine Kingdom was much stronger than the God-forsaken clan. How could it allow itself to be bullied? Father. Situ Chuan felt very aggrieved when he was scolded by Sitahaoshin. Sit down. It's not your turn to speak here. Sitahaoshin's voice was extremely cold. Yes. Situ Chuan felt itchy with hatred in his heart, so he had to sit on his seat and look at Lin Ming angrily. Sitahaoshin looked at Lin Ming with a scorching gaze and suddenly smiled. Good. Heroes have always emerged from youth. I never thought you actually dared to appear here and face me directly. You are so brave. As he spoke, his invisible aura was released. Although he did not deliberately activate it, for a powerful man in the Divine Sea who had been in a high position for a long time, even the aura released unintentionally was enough to make ordinary life-destroying strongmen sweat. Lin Ming looked calm. He smiled and asked, if I don't show up here, wouldn't His Majesty the Divine Emperor know that I'm hiding in the Forsaken clan? If that's the case, I certainly won't bother to hang around in front of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Lin Ming's tone was respectful, but it implied a wanton edge and fearless courage, which made Sitahaoshin raise his eyebrows. The Zuandan strongman who could stay calm in the 3-point momentum he unintentionally released was enough to surprise people, even if he was forcing it. He is worthy of being the number one genius in the Cheyenne continent. It would be great if he was his own son. It's a pity that at this point, the stronger Lin Ming is, the more he wants to destroy him, because the contradictions and conflicts of interest have long been irreconcilable. Sitahaoshin glanced at Shibei, and then at a masked old man in an inconspicuous corner of the hall. The old man was clearly sitting under the lights, but he gave people an extremely hazy feeling, and was easily overlooked. Shibei, Zeduoshan, the two great masters of the Divine Sea of the Forsaken God clan, especially the old man named Zeduoshan. Although he looks inconspicuous, his strength is stronger than Shibei. As a member of the cursed and short-lived Forsaken God clan, he can live to be 2000 years old and not die, which is extremely terrifying in itself. In addition to these two people, the Forsaken God clan should have a third Divine Sea powerhouse, but he did not show up, so he might be presiding over the realm heart array in secret. Sitahaoshin silently calculated in his heart that, if they took action here, they would undoubtedly lose. However, if he and the eldest princess took out all their cards from the beginning, and were determined to escape, it would be unlikely to kill them. The 3 Divine Seas of the Forsaken God clan were only a fraction of the number of Divine Sea powerhouses of the Shura Divine Kingdom. If the Shura Divine Kingdom went to war with the Forsaken God clan regardless of the cost, then even if the Forsaken God clan had the easy to defend and difficult to attack Middle Thousand Worlds, they would inevitably be massacred. As long as the Forsaken God clan did not go crazy, they would not commit suicidal acts by attacking them. Thinking of this, Sitahaoshin sneered. His eyes gradually became cold and resolute. Patriarch Shibei, I think you are aware of the grudge between my Shura Divine Kingdom and Lin Lanjian, right? He stole the inheritance of my Shura Divine Kingdom and the main armor of the Demon Emperor's armor. In addition, he massacred a branch of my Shura Divine Kingdom, killed the branch director and the 3 famous elders of the 5 great sects, and conspired to kill the 3 great demon envoys and a great state master of my Shura Divine Kingdom. Now Patriarch Shibei has come forward for Lin Lanjian. Could it be that he wants to protect him? Shibei looked at Sitahaoshin and said with a smile, Patriarch Haoshin, Lin Lanjian is only in the late Zuandan stage of cultivation. You said he stole the inheritance of your Shura Divine Kingdom and the main armor of the Demon Emperor's armor? How did he do it? HMPH, Chief Shibei, stop beating around the bush with me. My Shura Kingdom is the successor to the Demon Emperor's inheritance. It is well known to the world that the main body of the Demon Emperor's armor was lost 10,000 years ago. It is also known in the martial arts world. My Shura Kingdom still has the Demon God's heart mirror left by the Demon Emperor. These things were certainly not stolen by Lin Lanjian, but they were stolen by his ancestors. These were originally my clan's things. Considering his ignorance, as long as he returns them, we can let it go. But not only did he refuse to return them, he also repeatedly killed the strong men of my Shura Kingdom, and conspired to kill my country's ministers. When Sitahaoshin said this, Lin Ming sneered. The Demon Emperor was originally a troll, but you are all human beings without any troll blood. You said that the Shura Kingdom is the successor to the Demon Emperor's inheritance? Don't make me laugh. The inheritance left by the Demon Emperor is originally ownerless, and those who are destined to get it will get it. I also said that your Demon God's heart mirror was lost by me. How dare you? Sitahaoshin's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a momentum burst out. Different from the momentum that he had unintentionally released before, this time Sitahaoshin used all his strength to push, and the aura of the Sea of God strongman came over Lin Ming in an overwhelming manner. Generally, a life-destroying strongman would explode and die in such an aura. Lin Ming's eyes focused. He had been prepared, and he activated the power of the evil god to the extreme, and at the same time, used the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Shura force field and the killing god force field. The 2 great force fields were opened at the same time. The reincarnation martial will protected the sea of spirit, and the fighting spirit was infused into the true essence, flowing through the whole body. Bang! The chair that Lin Ming was sitting on exploded directly, and his body shook, and one hand supported the table. At the moment, when Lin Ming pressed his palm down, the obsidian tablet top blessed by the special formation was completely shattered, and the floor tiles also cracked like spider webs. A layer of smoke and dust burst out from all sides of the table, but Lin Ming stood firm, but his face was slightly pale. Hoo la la. The moment Lin Ming let go, the entire table turned into powder and scattered. Sitahaoshin. Shibei stood up, and his right hand had already touched the Zumi ring. He looked at Lin Ming in surprise. The aura of a warrior was originally an energy form similar to the force field. Once it erupted, it arrived instantly. He had no time to stop it. He thought Lin Ming would be injured, but he didn't expect that he could withstand it. He was worthy of being a demon who could offend the Shura Kingdom to such an extent. Chapter 832. No matter how many come, we will accept them. The tables were gone, and the warriors present stood up one after another. The young warriors of the Shura Kingdom looked at Lin Ming with their Adam's apples twitching. Even the great demon envoy and Sitahaoshin's eldest disciple changed their faces. This Lin Ming was too abnormal. He could resist the power of the Divine Emperor with his Zuandan stage cultivation. In fact, they didn't know that Sitabonen had his war spirit projection destroyed by Lin Ming. Sitabonen would certainly not publicize such a shameful thing to the younger generation. If they knew about this, they would not be surprised by what happened just now. Is Patriarch Shibei going to take action? Sitahaoshin also stood up, followed by Situ Yeogsi. At this time, the masked old man who had been sitting in the corner also stood up silently. As he stood up, countless faint array symbols flowed throughout the hall, and a vast and powerful energy emanated from the array symbols. The whole hall seemed to come alive. This is a sign that the boundary heart array is about to be opened. Sitahaoshin has always been strong, but he also knows that it is absolutely unwise to fight now. He and Situ Yeoxi will be fine. At most they will lose some blood and energy, but these juniors behind him, the prince, his eldest disciple, the great demon envoy of Shura Kingdom, and the 2 national masters will all be killed here. This is a loss that Shura Kingdom cannot afford. Sita Heyoshi never thought that he would encounter such a situation before, otherwise he would not bring these juniors here. Shibei, do you really want to go to war with my Shura Kingdom for a Linlangian? Sita Heyoshi used the true essence to transmit this sentence. From what I know, he doesn't seem to be a member of your godforsaken clan. Do you know the price of going to war? Of course. Shibei answered calmly, as if the godforsaken clan stayed out of it. If you hand over the Linland sword, my Shura Kingdom promises 1,000,000 yuan of spirit stones, and 2 copies of the 10,000-year peach heart essence. The 10,000-year peach heart essence is a more precious longevity treasure than the God-given longevity pill. The God-given longevity pill is only effective for the strong ones with destiny, while the 10,000-year peach heart essence can be used for the strong ones in the Sea of Gods. This is the most tempting treasure in the Shura Kingdom. However, he didn't expect that Shibei just smiled and said, sorry, because of the blood curse problem, my godforsaken clan would be very lucky if they can live to the end of their natural lifespan, so the 10,000-year peach heart essence is obviously useless to us. Then what do you want? Sita Heiyoshin's face didn't look good. Shibei thought for a while and said, if you are willing to give me the throne of the Shura Kingdom, and give me tens of millions of spirit stones, I can consider it. You are looking for death. Do you want to fight? Shibei was not afraid at all. You. Sita Heiyoshin was furious. The abandoned clan had calculated that the Shura Kingdom would not go to war. If a bloody fight really broke out, the Shura Kingdom could indeed destroy the abandoned clan, but the price they paid was too high. The abandoned clan was full of geniuses, but because of the blood curse, they could never develop. If a war really broke out, the warriors of the abandoned clan were generally much stronger than the warriors of the Shura Kingdom at the same level, including the 3 great sea gods. In addition, there were many formations in this middle thousand world, which were easy to defend, but difficult to attack. If they wanted to attack, they would probably have to pay twice as much. It was not worth it to destroy the abandoned clan and lose 4 or 5 sea gods. The Shura Kingdom's national strength was already far behind the Day Kingdom and the Geoding Kingdom. If they lost half of their strength, the Shura Kingdom's position would probably be unstable. After all, they had a lot of resources in their country. A very good middle thousand world, although the wood spirit jade and mineral treasures are not as rich as those of Day Divine Kingdom and Geoding Divine Kingdom, there are also many natural treasures such as the essence of the 10,000-year peach heart. Guarding such rich resources on such a vast territory, it is absolutely impossible to sit firmly in the position without matching strength. Shibei, I don't understand why you are so protective of an outsider, and you don't hesitate to make enemies with my Shura Divine Kingdom. Sita Heiyoshin's tone softened slightly, but it was impossible to let Lin Ming go. I admire Brother Lin's talent, and want to cultivate him. I don't know if this reason is enough. Shibei did not mention the matter of Emperor Heio's remains, otherwise the benefits of Lin Ming plus the 2 treasures of the White Sword might really cause several major forces to join forces to attack the God-forsaken clan. In that case, with the foundation of their God-forsaken clan, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, the reason for appreciating Lin Ming alone is not a lie. Shibei did see the potential in Lin Ming. Cultivating such a strong man would also be of great benefit to the God-forsaken clan. The atmosphere in the field was deadlocked. Neither side wanted to fight, but Sita Heiyoshin couldn't just give up. Heiyoshin, we can't just let this little beast grow up here. This little beast is full of tricks. With the late Zuandan cultivation, he can plot to kill the State Master and the 3 great demon envoys of the Shura Kingdom. What will happen if he loses his life? Situ Yeoxi saw that Sita Heiyoshin was about to retreat and warned him. Indeed, not to mention the secrets and treasures that Lin Ming carried. Even Lin Ming's potential also meant that the Shura Kingdom must kill him before he grows up, otherwise there will be endless troubles. You keep saying that I plotted to kill that old woman named Biruayu. If they hadn't been chasing me, why would I have killed them? Moreover, the 3rd and 4th demon envoys died in the eternal demon pit on their own. It had nothing to do with me. As for Betrayal and the second demon envoy, I killed them head on. How can there be a conspiracy? Ha 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 ha. With your strength, you want to kill my Qianxue and the second demon envoy without a conspiracy. Don't make me laugh. The speaker was the boy Qianxue who had previously chased Lin Ming with betrayal. This person had red lips and white teeth, wore a red shirt, and had a small braid on his head. He really looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Because of the special skills they learned, these magic warriors, such as betrayal, the red-clothed boy, and the corpse ghost, were affected in their bodies. There were many who looked too old, too young, or neither human nor ghost. Little beast, if you dare, fight me fairly. My ranking on the destiny list is similar to that of Master B. If you can block my 10 moves head on without running away, I will believe you. The red-clothed boy's words were full of provocation. Seeing that the strong attack was not working, he wanted to provoke Lin Ming and fight him fairly so that Bei could not intervene. He knew Lin Ming's strength ranking very well. At most, he was between 250 and 280 on the destiny list. Not to mention blocking his 10 moves, he couldn't even block 3 moves. Lin Ming looked at the red-clothed boy and didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "What should I call this little friend? You." The red-clothed boy glared at Lin Ming. He practiced the reincarnation magic and became obsessed. The more he practiced, the younger he looked. Now he looks like this. He once used up his cultivation to change back once, but he changed back again after a few decades. He can only be like this. What he hates most is others making fun of his appearance. Bei laughed loudly. "Little brother Lin, you're joking. This little fat boy in a red belliband is more than 1,500 years old." When Bei mentioned the little fat boy in a red belliband, the red-clothed boy's face turned green. Of course, he didn't dare to do anything to Bei. He could only look at Lin Ming viciously and said with gritted teeth, "Lin Lanjian, do you dare to fight with me? You win if you can take 10 of my moves." "Fight with you? You are so shameless. You are more than 1,500 years old, with a cultivation level of the 6th level. You are even older than me, and you dare to challenge me? You are really going backwards as you get older. If you have the guts, suppress your realm to the Zuandan stage and fight with me. I will accompany you with one hand. If you can take one of my moves, you win." Lin Ming looked like he didn't want to pay attention to you. Although Lin Ming won the battle with Betrayal, it was Betrayal who was exhausted and seriously injured. Moreover, Lin Ming had to use a red gold lightning to catch her off guard and barely won. Even so, Lin Ming was seriously injured and vomited blood, and his 5 internal organs were ruptured. He was able to survive by relying on the armor of the Demon Emperor and his body as hard as a top-grade treasure of the Earth rank. Fighting against the red-clothed boy, he couldn't hold out for 10 moves without running away. The top 50 masters on the destiny list were not joking. Cultivation is part of strength. Why should I suppress my realm? Suppressing the realm to fight Lin Ming? It's a joke. Lin Ming is a demon who can enter the top 300 of the destiny list with the cultivation of the late Zuandan. Let alone suppressing to the Zuandan realm. Even if he suppresses to the 2nd or 3rd level, it is courting death. Of course, the red-clothed boy would not do such a stupid thing. "It's okay if you don't suppress your realm. Then we can fight after I break the life fall. When the time comes, I will accept as many life fall warriors from your Shura kingdom as you can, regardless of realm or ranking." What? Lin Ming said this, and the whole audience was shocked. "Regardless of realm or ranking, I will accept as many as you can. Especially the 2 great masters, the great demon envoy, and Ocean's eldest disciple of Shura kingdom all glared at Lin Ming. They were all at the 6th level of life full cultivation. In other words, they all belonged to the ranks that Lin Ming despised. Too contemptuous. You mean, as long as you are a life full warrior from my Shura kingdom, no matter what your cultivation is, you can challenge you, regardless of your ranking on the destiny list, regardless of the number of challengers, even if it's a round robin battle. Ocean's eldest disciple suddenly stepped forward and stared at Lin Ming. "That's right," Lin Ming said frankly, without any fear. He seemed to be impulsive in making this promise, but there was nothing he could do. He could see that, although Bei was tough, he actually took on a lot of pressure for him. The Shura kingdom would never let him go. He was too dangerous. If he was let go, there would be endless troubles. If the fight really went to the end, the Shura Kingdom might use various methods, such as promising huge benefits, or spreading rumors that he was carrying some earth-shattering secrets, to find a few allies to jointly attack the Forsaken Clan. The Forsaken Clan had been in seclusion for many years, and could only fight alone. Lin Ming did not expect that a dandy prince like Li Yifeng, who had no real power, could be won over to the 7-star kingdom, to fight side by side with him. In this way, he did not want to see the Forsaken Clan destroyed. He could only transfer the pressure, firstly to give the Shura Kingdom a direction to work towards, so that it would not jump off the wall in desperation, and secondly to give himself some buffer time. Chapter 833 War. You really don't know how to live or die. You really think you are invincible once you break the fate. How ridiculous. The speaker was Sita Haoshan's eldest disciple, Sita Bei. Sita Bei was not originally a warrior of the Sita family, but a top genius who was adopted since childhood. He was given the surname Situ, and was accepted as the chief disciple by Sita Haoshan. His ranking on the destiny list was even higher than that of the great demon envoy. You don't need anyone else. After you break the fate, I, Sita Bei, will be enough for you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Ming couldn't ask for more. Brother Bei, don't be impulsive. The great demon envoy hurriedly transmitted his true energy. Situ Bei didn't know Lin Ming, but the great demon envoy had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Ming. He knew very well the consequences of despising Lin Ming. Situ Bei wanted to say something else, but at this time, Sita Haoshan shouted coldly, "Back off. Master, I told you to back off." Yes. Even though Sita Bei looked unconvinced, he could only back off. Sita Haoshan took a step forward, staring at Lin Ming with a pair of burning eyes. You want to challenge all the deadly masters of Shura Divine Kingdom alone? Yes. Facing the pressure from Sita Haoshan, Lin Ming resolutely answered. Little brother Lin, you. Shi Bei was shocked when he heard this. Lin Ming was really too bold. With only one level of deadly, he challenged all the masters of the destiny list of Shura Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming took a light breath, and said with his true essence, "Thank you, Patriarch Shi Bei, for everything you have done for me, but I can't really let the God-forsaken clan bear all the hatred for me. The consequences are too serious." Shi Bei heard the resolute taste in Lin Ming's tone, and he said, "Are you really sure? Do you know the top masters of Shura Divine Kingdom? I only know some of them." Lin Ming said truthfully. Lin Ming had naturally seen the destiny list before, and he knew all the deadly masters belonging to Shura Divine Kingdom on the list, but his destiny list was not omniscient and omnipotent. As for whether there were some hidden masters in Shura Divine Kingdom that were not recorded in the destiny list, Lin Ming did not dare to confirm it. By making this crazy promise, Lin Ming also took a huge risk, but he had to do it. In this tense atmosphere, Sita Haoshan was under pressure, so was Lin Ming. This was a game of life and death. The sword had been unsheathed, so there was no possibility of giving in. The result of the stalemate would most likely be a full-scale war. These were two superpowers. Once the war started, there would inevitably be heavy losses and rivers of blood. Sita Haoshan, Shi Bei, and Lin Ming could not afford this result. Taking a step back, avoiding a full-scale war with the participation of the Sea of Gods, and limiting the battle to the life-falling level warrior stage. This was a compromise solution. Sita Haoshan put his hands behind his back, and narrowed his eyes slightly, but his gaze became sharper, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ming. He would not easily agree to this challenge, nor would he immediately refuse. He quickly analyzed Lin Ming's strength in his mind. 100 days ago, Lin Ming was rated as the 280th on the destiny list. At that time, Lin Ming was at the peak of the late Zuandan stage. Now his cultivation has not improved, and it is impossible for his strength to have a substantial breakthrough. Even if he is a genius, and has many trump cards that have evolved within these 100 days, he will definitely not be ranked above 250 or 260 now, which is already a very high evaluation for him. 250 or 260 is nothing on the destiny list. You should know that there are several major watersheds on the destiny list. 200, 100, 50, 30, and the top 10 are all major watersheds. Even if he breaks through a major realm of life and death, His strength will advance by leaps and bounds, but he will not advance too much. However, Lin Ming is a monster among monsters, so he cannot be judged by common sense. Sitaheyoshun has no idea how far his strength will advance. In fact, not only Sitaheyoshun cannot estimate, Lin Ming himself cannot estimate, and Mo Guan cannot give any valuable suggestions. After all, it is rare for someone like Lin Ming to cultivate both his body and his magic, and he breaks the life and death with the power of thunder. In addition, his war spirit, evil god seed, etc. are unique in the god realm. With all these messy factors added up, it is impossible to estimate how high Lin Ming will rank on the destiny list after breaking the life and death. Moreover, Lin Ming still didn't know whether there were any hidden masters in the Shura kingdom. This battle was indeed a gamble. You want to resolve the possible outbreak of the Holy Land War with this battle? Sitaheyoshun's voice was cold and emotionless. That's right. How come you, a great country, can't afford a declaration of war from a young man like me? Lin Ming remained calm in the face of the imposing Sitaheyoshun, but it was this calmness that made Sitaheyoshun feel Lin Ming's strong mockery, which was a contempt for him and the Shura kingdom. At the age of Shura Emperor, he naturally wouldn't be provoked, but at the moment, he had to admit that Lin Ming's suggestion was indeed the only compromise solution. Otherwise, even if he could encourage other great powers to join him in attacking the god-forsaken clan, he would have to pay these allies extremely high appearance fees. Coupled with the heavy losses in the battle, the benefits were completely disproportionate to the efforts. Thinking of this, the Shura god emperor dropped his hands from behind his back, and a fierce murderous intent emanated from his body. Is it a life and death battle? This sentence already meant that Sitaheyoshun agreed to this battle. Yes. The warriors who appear are limited to the warriors of your Shura god kingdom who have died. Okay, as you say. The Shura god emperor agreed without hesitation. Although the round-robin battle was not glorious, at this time, he would never be a hero and only send one warrior to challenge Lin Ming. This battle is related to the fate of the Shura god kingdom. If he wins, he will win back the complete inheritance of the demon emperor. If he loses, he will establish a great enemy for the Shura god kingdom. The result is a world of difference. Lin Ming took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and looked at the Shura god emperor with burning eyes. The other party really agreed. Although the outcome of the battle is unknown, although his true strength, after breaking through the life and death is unknown, and the gambling fight is full of dangers, Lin Ming feels that the blood in his body is burning. This is the blood boiling with fighting spirit. He is eager for this battle, eager for this bloody battle. The main reason for agreeing to this gambling fight was to relieve the pressure on the god-forsaken clan, but at the same time, it was also because Lin Ming wanted to push himself to the limit. He looked at the Ashura god emperor and said, since it is a life and death battle, my chips are my inheritance and the demon emperor's armor. What about you? Do you want to make a little bet? It was originally an unfair battle. Lin Ming was fighting one against many. Once he lost, he could be said to be at the mercy of the Ashura god kingdom, but if he won, he would not have any benefits. Naturally, Lin Ming would not agree to such a thing. What do you want? The Ashura god emperor was not surprised. His tone became calmer and people could not guess what he was thinking at this time. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. The first thing he thought of was the demon god heart mirror. As long as he got it, he could get the complete demon emperor's armor, which was a treasure that was no less valuable than the Qianxue melting sun furnace. However, Lin Ming quickly denied it. The complete demon emperor's armor did not improve Lin Ming's strength as much as he imagined. After all, it was just an external object. Over-reliance on it would not do him much good. It would be better to get some natural treasures to improve his cultivation. Moreover, the most important point is that the demon god heart mirror is the face of the Shura kingdom. It is the symbol of their inheritance of the demon emperor. If the Shura kingdom really loses this thing, it will become the laughing stock of the martial arts world. Imagine that the Shura kingdom keeps saying that Lin Lanjian's ancestor stole their inheritance and the demon emperor's armor and hunted Lin Ming with great fanfare. In the end, the inheritance was not returned, and even the demon god heart mirror was given to Lin Ming. Isn't this a joke? At that time, once the Shura god emperor gets angry and tears his face, he would rather break his promise in public and go to war with the god-forsaken clan at the cost of Shura kingdom's heavy losses. Thinking of this, Lin Ming made a decision. He engraved all the things he wanted on a jade slip. Tenjin of million-year-old wood spirit jade, 10,000-year-old peach heart essence, morning mist flower, flying frost stone, alder spirit spring. Lin Ming engraved 15 materials in a row. Over the years, Lin Ming has studied alchemy and has done a lot of research on the local materials of Xianan continent. The materials he listed can be found in Xianan continent and are extremely precious. With these materials, 2 elixirs can be refined. One is the blue sky refining heart pill, which can greatly shorten the time from the first level of life to the second level of life. The second is the purple lightning heavenly ice pill, which is a spiritual medicine that helps to open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia. As for the complete opening, it is still a little short. Physical training is too resource consuming. Even in the god realm, it takes a lot of money to gather the spiritual medicine materials to open a gate. Swish. A white light flashed, and the jade slip flew into the hands of the Shura God Emperor. Glancing at what Lin Ming wanted, the Shura God Emperor almost crushed the jade slip. He thought Lin Ming would ask for the Devil God Heart Mirror, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to choose natural treasures. These things are more precious than one another. All added up, it would cost at least 700 to 800 million spirit stones. Moreover, most of them are in short supply, and searching for them will consume more resources. The total value is probably no less than 10 million spirit stones. Lin Ming is asking for too much. But to be fair, compared to losing the Devil God Heart Mirror, the Shura God Emperor would rather choose the latter. He looked at Lin Ming and gritted his teeth and said, "You are very smart. You know how to avoid this Emperor's reverse scale and strive for the greatest benefit for you. Okay, I agree." After Sita Haoshan finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and left. The other warriors of the Shura God Kingdom hurriedly followed him and followed closely behind. They didn't dare to make a sound. They all saw that Sita Haoshan was on the verge of going berserk. With his strength, he was forced by the God-forsaken clan and a boy in the late stage of Zuundan to agree to a bet that he didn't want to agree to. You can imagine how bad his mood was. Just as he was walking out of the Forsaken clan's main hall, Sita Haoshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and glanced coldly at everyone present. "All of you must participate in this battle. If you win, you will be rewarded handsomely. If you lose, you will die." Chapter 834. The storm is coming. Little brother Lin, you are too impulsive. After all the warriors of the Shura kingdom retreated, Shibei said helplessly. He also knew that the God-forsaken clan alone could not completely protect Lin Ming. Unless the God-forsaken clan had most of the national strength of the 7-star kingdom, they would have the capital to completely tear their faces with the Shura kingdom. Lin Ming couldn't say how sure he was. He looked at Shibei and said, "As far as I know, there are not many masters in the top 20 of the destiny list who belong to the 4 major kingdoms?" "Yes." Shibei nodded, "but this is just on the surface. No one knows what is going on, because the warriors in the top 20 of the destiny list are very likely to be promoted to the Sea of Gods. A master in the top 20 of the destiny list is a future Sea of Gods, who can bring a great increase in the combat power of a kingdom. If the identity of such a person is exposed, he may be intercepted and killed by hostile opponents when he goes out to train and seek opportunities. Therefore, I'm afraid that only the top leaders of the Kingdom of God know how many top masters there are in the Shura kingdom. Sita Haoshan is an old fox. What he believes in is, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Even though he may seem reluctant to agree to you, as far as I know, if he is not 90% sure, he will seldom gamble on something. What's more, this battle is so important to the Shura Divine Kingdom. The Shura Divine Kingdom may have a background that you cannot imagine, and Sita Haoshan will never show it. When he is 90% sure, he will hide all his cards, show weakness to the enemy, and finally defeat his opponent with lightning speed. I understand. Lin Ming clenched his fists. He had foreseen the hardships of this battle. Part of the reason why Sita Haoshan acted reluctantly was that no matter whether the battle was won or lost, some hidden strong men of the Shura Divine Kingdom would be exposed. Each of these strong men was a huge fortune for the Shura Divine Kingdom. If they died in the battle, it would be an unbearable loss. Don't worry about your life this time. My God-forsaken clan will also lend you a hand. In addition, I noticed that your spiritual sea seems to be injured and has not yet healed. My God-forsaken clan also has masters who are proficient in healing soul injuries. The God-forsaken clan is full of geniuses. Some of their clansmen have the blood seal, the support field, which can form a force field in a certain area around them to enhance the combat power of the warriors in the force field, including speeding up the recovery of the warrior's physical strength, healing injuries, improving the warrior's speed, defense, and attack power, and even amplifying and healing the opponent's will, soul power and perception, etc. Thinking of the support force field, Lin Ming thought of Ju, Chief Shibei. I have something else to tell you. HMM. Shibei turned his head. Lin Ming told Shibei about what he had seen Ju. After listening to it, Shibei was startled. Obviously, he knew a clan member named Ju, but he didn't know that she had been kidnapped. Seeing Shibei's reaction, Lin Ming was puzzled and couldn't help asking, Patriarch Shibei, I don't understand why the Forsaken clan hides itself from the world. Moreover, the foundation of the Forsaken clan is stronger than most of the holy places in Xianan continent. Why did the Northwest Desert still dare to hijack Ju? Aren't they afraid of being discovered and retaliated by you? Hearing Lin Ming's question, Shibei sighed bitterly and said, it's not that we want to hide from the world, but it's difficult for us to go out. We, the Forsaken clan, are burdened with a blood curse. In this middle thousand world, there are formations arranged by our people from generation to generation to weaken the power of the curse, but there is no such formation in the outside world. The higher the cultivation level of our people, the stronger the curse power they receive. Only those below the Xianshan stage can go out for training. Above the Zuandan stage, it is very dangerous to go out. They must return after a few days at most. Unless one is a super strong person like the ancestor Dihao, who has a strong will and a body tempered by thunder, he can rely on his powerful strength to resist the curse in the outside world. This is also the reason why the information he left behind is very valuable to our clan. So that's how it is. Lin Ming suddenly realized. No wonder the God-forsaken clan wanted to hide from the world, and no wonder other forces were not afraid of the God-forsaken clan. It turned out that they had no way to get out of this middle thousand world. 3 days later, in the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, in a square attic in the West Imperial City, this was the headquarters of Ming. 3 pieces of news about the movements of the 4 great divine kingdoms. A warrior wearing a bamboo hat came to the counter of Ming and took out a bag of yuan ling stones. The middle-aged man behind the counter handed 3 pieces of paper to the man in the bamboo hat without a word. The man unfolded them and was stunned when he saw the second piece of paper. Lin Lanjian, who ranks 280th on the destiny list, is going to retreat to attack the destiny, and he is going to challenge all the destiny masters of the Shura Divine Kingdom by himself. This news is shocking. The God-forsaken clan, Lin Lanjian, breaks through the destiny. Lin Lanjian is known as the world's #1 genius. He can be ranked on the destiny list with a cultivation level of the late Zuandan. Once he breaks through the destiny, what level of combat power will he reach? The man in the bamboo hat took a deep breath. I can't miss such a grand event. The news was quickly spread through various channels, from secret news at the beginning to ordinary news, and finally almost everyone knew it. The time given for this battle is 3 months. That is, after 3 months, no matter whether Lin Lanjian can break the fate, the battle will start, and it will be a life and death battle without mercy. Lin Lanjian finally declared war on the Shura Kingdom. He has been hunted down, but now he has launched a counterattack. I find it a little strange. Why would the Shura Kingdom agree to Lin Lanjian's request? With their background, wouldn't it be enough to kill Lin Lanjian directly? In the intelligence of Ming, there was not much mention of the protection of Lin Ming by the God-forsaken clan, which puzzled many warriors. There must be some reasons we don't know, but don't you think there is no chance that Lin Lanjian will win this battle? Such an unfair bet was proposed by the Shura Divine Kingdom, right? Lin Lanjian was probably forced to agree to it, and he tried his best. Think about it, even if he is known as the #1 genius in the Xianan continent, the Shura Divine Kingdom has too deep a foundation, and the strength of the masters who have fallen is unimaginable. What's most incredible is that there is no upper limit on the number of people in the bet. Even if Lin Lanjian is strong, It is absolutely impossible for him to withstand the round-robin battle. Indeed, how can he win, no matter how many people there are? The storm was getting bigger and bigger. Not only the 4 divine kingdoms, but also the holy places, sects, and small countries around the 4 divine kingdoms had heard the news. The number 1 genius in the Xianan continent challenged all the masters of the Shura divine kingdom. Such a grand event attracted the attention of the entire continent. Many warriors traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to the Middle Thousand World where the Forsaken Gods lived. The Forsaken Gods, who had always kept their sect closed, actually opened their gates this time and allowed many warriors to enter. In Shibei's opinion, such a battle naturally needed some witnesses and needed to be made public to the entire continent. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming won, the powerful Shura kingdom might break its promise. Chapter 835 Situ Yaoiu. From the signing of the battle agreement to the start of the decisive battle, a total of 3 months, Lin Ming was not in a hurry. Generally, it only takes half a month for a warrior to pass through the first level of life. Lin Ming gave himself 40 days, which was enough, and this month and a half, he mainly used to recuperate the injuries of his soul, relax himself, and adjust his mental state. In his spare time, he would also comprehend the Thunder Elm Jade slip left by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. After all, breaking through the first level of life is a very dangerous thing for Lin Ming, and he must adjust his state to the best. As time goes by, more and more warriors in the Middle Thousand Worlds, and the God-forsaken clan almost accepts everyone. At the beginning, as long as they are warriors above the postnatal stage, and provide valid identity certificates, they can enter. But later, even though the Middle Thousand World where the God-forsaken clan is located is vast, it seems a bit crowded, and some restrictions have to be made. Over there is a station of the warriors of the Shura kingdom. In a place in the Middle Thousand Worlds, several warriors pointed to a black tower suspended in the air and said, the tower, which was over 20 feet high, was suspended in the air. It was surrounded by a dazzling black light, and emitted a powerful energy field. Generally, warriors with weak cultivation could feel great pressure just by approaching it, which caused the circulation of the true essence in their bodies to be blocked, so they had to keep their distance. The envoy of the Shura kingdom was determined to eat Lin Lanjian. He actually lived 10 miles away from the elder palace of the Forsaken clan. The Black Tower is a cave treasure that can be stored in the Zumi ring. Once taken out, it can be enlarged to a size of several dozen feet, which is very convenient. While everyone was talking, suddenly a team of black-clothed warriors flew in the air, silently, like a black ghost. The man in the lead was wearing a loose black robe and walking barefoot in the wind. He had a handsome and elegant appearance, and his long black hair was flying freely, which actually had a sense of elegance and etherealness. His aura was unfathomable, like the vast ocean, and the warriors present could not see through his cultivation at all. Who is that person? Too scary. I just looked at him, and it felt like I saw an unreachable mountain. A Zuandan mid-stage warrior said with lingering fear. Generally, Zuandan mid-stage warriors can already see through the cultivation of high-level life-destroying warriors, as long as the other party does not deliberately practice the skills to conceal their cultivation. But the handsome man who just flew over clearly did not cover his danshan, but he could not see what realm the other party was at all. Could it be a strong man from the Sea of Gods? Another powerful man from the Sea of Gods has come to the Shura kingdom? Not the Sea of Gods, definitely not. A Zuandan late-stage warrior shook his head. I can feel the other party's vague realm, and he is still in the life-destroying state. If I'm not mistaken, he is a hard-working monk from the Shura kingdom, and it is very likely that he is Situluosha, who ranks 12th on the destiny list. Situluosha. The warrior who heard the guest took a deep breath. In the Shura kingdom, in addition to masters such as magic envoys and national masters, there are also some hard-working monks. These people are the top masters of the Shura kingdom. For example, the magic envoys and the national teachers usually have to carry out various tasks assigned by the Shura kingdom and be responsible for managing the country. It is inevitable that some of their energy will be distracted and they cannot practice wholeheartedly. Therefore, the strength of the national teachers and magic envoys has never been in the top 30 of the destiny list. Even many of them, such as Biruidu and the red clothed boy, are already 1 or 2,000 years old and have basically no hope of breaking through the Sea of God. Even if these people die, the Shura kingdom will not feel sorry. But the ascetics are different. They are the elite among the elites. Their only task is to practice well and break through the Sea of God. The Shura kingdom has invested huge resources in each of them. The loss of one will cause the Shura kingdom to suffer a lot. The loss of 6 or 7 is equivalent to the loss of a great power in the Sea of God. The strength of the ascetics is unfathomable. For example, Situluosha in front of him is ranked 12th on the destiny list. In fact, this is also the ranking estimated by Lin Ming. After all, Situluosha's first attack in public was 10 years ago. His opponent was also a master on the destiny list, and his ranking was not low, but he was slapped to death by Situluosha, which was as easy as slapping an ant. After such a long time, some people rumored that Situluosha was very close to the Sea of Gods, and there was even a 30% to 40% chance that he would truly break through in the next 20 years. By then, Situluosha would only be over 100 years old. Most of the strong people who can truly break through the Sea of Gods do so at around 100 years old. The strong people who enter the Sea of Gods after hundreds or even 1,000 years old all rely on chance to break through. Even if these people break through, their strength is often not as good as those Sea of Gods strong people who break through by their own cultivation. So you can imagine how terrifying Situluosha is. Situluosha is here, and he has no intention of hiding his whereabouts. Maybe Shura Kingdom has more than just Situluosha this time, and may even send out some unknown ascetic cultivator. That is the real trump card of Shura Kingdom. Even the ascetic cultivator has been called out. Shura Kingdom is determined to win this battle. I feel that Lin Lanjian seems to be in a bit of a suspense in this battle. It's not a bit of a suspense, I feel that the warrior said here, and looked at the direction of the god-forsaken clan with lingering fear. Forget it, let's not discuss it rashly. It's meaningless. They have already exceeded the scope of our understanding. It's like a mantis discussing whether a tiger or a lion is stronger. It's completely meaningless. Yeah, the gap is too big. The warriors who spoke were all sighing in their hearts. They were all warriors, so why was the gap so big? At this time, on the highest floor of the Black Tower, a handsome man in black robes knelt on one knee, respectfully saluted Situluosha, and said in a somewhat magnetic voice, "Your Majesty, Luosha is here to report." Well, it's good that you're here. You already know what happened. This time, the opponent is only a first level life fallen, named Lin Lanjian. Don't underestimate him, just because he has a low cultivation level. He has a tough life and strong strength. Your battle with him may be very difficult, but it is also the best tempering for you. Situluosha sat on the first seat and said condescendingly. What he meant by Lin Ming's tough life here was not that Lin Ming had a strong defense, but that he saw that Lin Ming had the fate of becoming an emperor. Such people are very difficult to kill, and often put themselves in a desperate situation before they can survive, which is very troublesome. I will follow your majesty's wishes. Luosha will not underestimate any enemy. The black-robed man looked calm, his eyes as bright as black gems. From his eyes, Situluosha saw a solemnity and incomparable seriousness, which made him very satisfied. This battle is an accumulation of your luck and momentum. If you can win, you will become a Sea of Gods within 10 years. If you lose, you will encounter another major setback on the road to the Sea of Gods. Whether you can overcome it depends on you. Rakshasa understands. Okay, you can leave now. Situluosha waved his hand and took a deep breath. His calm expression was filled with fierceness, like the calm sea before a storm. Hey Ocean, you even called Rakshasa here. Aren't you too cautious? He was in an important stage of retreat before. After Rakshasa left, a slightly old woman walked out of the side room and said with a little dissatisfaction. Situluosha glanced at his sister and snorted. Rakshasa must come. Otherwise who are you going to let fight Lin Lanjian? Not only will I be called Rakshasa, I'll also be called Yaoiu. And call her Yaoiu? Are you kidding? Not to mention that she is still in seclusion, and her identity itself is a huge secret. You want everyone on the continent to know her? Do you think she will have to stay in the Shura Divine Kingdom in the future and can't go out for training before breaking through the Sea of God? Is it necessary to deal with a kid who will only die after a breakthrough? Even if he is powerful, don't forget that we are fighting in a round robin battle, and we will wear him out to death. Yaozi. My Shura divine kingdom has suffered 2 great losses at the hands of Lin Lanjian. Why haven't you made any progress yet? I said that Lin Lanjian has the destiny of being crowned emperor. Even if you think you have set up a kill, he may still escape. To deal with such a person, you must use several times his strength and kill him with lightning speed. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. This battle is very important to our Shura divine kingdom. We can't afford to lose, and we must not lose. Lin Lanjian dared to promise a round robin battle, so he must have a special method to deal with it. We must ensure that the strong men we send out have both quantity and quality to be foolproof. If it weren't for the deep foundation of the Forsaken God clan, I would rather launch a national war. Sita Haoshan's tone revealed a sense of determination. Would you rather start a national war? Are you crazy? Situ Yaoxi had an unreasonable expression and did not agree with Sita Haoshan's statement at all. What is the fate of the emperor? You have become a frightened bird after suffering 2 losses. Anyway, you are the god emperor. You have the final say, but I warn you, Yaoyu is the most outstanding genius in our lineage in the past 1000 years. Her future is limitless. Not only will she become a god, but she will also be the best among the strong men in the god, and may even inherit your position. You interrupted her retreat, and you must make up for it with enough resources. Humph, if Yaoyu can win this battle, it will be a good fortune for her. Defeating a strong man with the fate of the emperor can accumulate her own momentum, luck and the confidence of winning ingrained in her bones. This is not comparable to the value of a retreat. Sita Haoshan stood up when he said this, unwilling to talk nonsense with his sister. He walked to the window and looked at the starry sky. In this middle thousand world, there are laws that are almost the same as those in the big thousand world. Starlight can also be projected in, and the light is not diminished. Looking at the brilliant stars above his head, Sita Haoshan said to himself, Lin Lanjian, maybe you are the most dazzling star in Cheyenne continent. If I had known that you could get the protection of the God-forsaken clan, I would rather not have the inheritance of the demon emperor than to make enemies with you. Unfortunately, the sword has been unsheathed now, and there is no room for redemption. I must destroy you. 10 days later, the Zanqian world, where the God-forsaken clan is located, is full of heroes, including the princes of the kingdom of God, the princes, the disciples of the major 5th grade sects, and the Holy Lands. You know, this is a battle that has never appeared in the records of the classics in history. With a mere first level life falling cultivation, challenging all the life falling strongmen of a kingdom of God. It can be called peerless. Brother Lin, are you under pressure? In a restaurant, a handsome man with pointed ears said with a smile. Lin Ming looked at the 3 young heroes who appeared in front of him in astonishment. They were Lankin, Fengshan and Duan Mukwon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836. The attack begins. It's you guys. I didn't expect it. We haven't seen each other for a year. Lin Ming sighed. He took a look at the cultivation of Duan Mukwon and others. Duan Mukwon had already reached the peak of the 3-star Demon King. 1 step further was the 4-star Demon King. Because of the difference in the cultivation system between the goblins and humans, the 4-star Demon King was equivalent to the human 2nd level of life. As for Lankin and Fengshan, they were also firmly in the 3-star Demon King realm. This cultivation was stronger than the late stage of the human Zuandan, and slightly lower than the life. These 3 were also emperor level geniuses. They were older than Lin Ming. From the beginning to the end, they were not inferior to Lin Ming in terms of cultivation, but their combat power was much worse. Yes, this year we explored a dangerous place in the 4 great divine kingdoms. Although we didn't get anything, we also experienced many life and death crises and gained a lot. In addition, we also competed with many young talents from the Cheyenne continent. We won and lost, and also gained some insights. Brother Lin, have you planned to return to the Holy Demon continent in recent years? Duan Mukwon used the true essence to transmit this sentence. He had guessed that Lin Lanjian was most likely Lin Ming before. Now that it was confirmed, he naturally knew the sensitivity of Lin Ming's identity, and the Holy Demon Continent was a secret that should not be easily leaked. Otherwise, if some people knew that Lin Ming had a way to go to another continent, it might cause trouble. The Holy Demon Continent. Indeed, it's time to go there and take a look. Lin Ming always remembered the Emperor's Road. That was where he had to go, but his strength was not enough now. I will probably go back in the next few years. You can stay near the God-forsaken clan. If I want to go back, I will leave a message in the God-forsaken clan. The central area of Xianan continent is very vast. Even a special sound transmission talisman cannot cross a distance of 1 million miles. Moreover, the central area covers more than 10 million miles. It is not easy to find a person by sound transmission talisman. It is meaningless to leave a sound transmission mark. Okay, we can also take this opportunity to go back. We have gained a lot from this trip to Xianan continent. Lankin said with a smile. Broadening one's horizons is very important for the growth of a warrior, even if he has not experienced any adventures in the process. Brother Lin, I want to know how confident you are in this battle. I heard that the Shura Kingdom has already called in hard monks, and may have called in some hidden geniuses. Fengshen, who had been silent before, suddenly spoke. In the past year, he has also learned a lot about the warriors in the central area of Xianan continent. He deeply knows the terrible background of the Shura Kingdom. Even though he knows that Lin Ming is powerful, he is still a little worried. Lin Ming took a breath and shook his head, saying, "It's impossible to estimate. I don't know how strong I will be after I break through the life-death barrier, nor do I know how powerful the masters of the Shura Kingdom are. It's impossible to say that there is no pressure. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to the restaurant to relax myself. This is a gamble that I don't know the cards." Of course, the same is true for the Shura Kingdom. It's impossible to tell who will win until the last moment. When the few people were talking about this, suddenly there was a sound of fairy music in the air. Looking out the window, they saw a golden divine chariot slowly flying under the traction of two majestic beasts. On one side of the divine chariot was branded with a medicine cauldron logo, and on the other side, there was a dragon-like cloud character. The appearance of the divine chariot immediately attracted the attention of many people. It's the divine chariot of the 9 tripods divine kingdom. The word Yun should be the 9 tripods crown prince Yang Yun. Yang Yun is here too. It makes sense. It is said that Yang Yun has always admired Lin Lanjian. Of course, he wants to come and watch this battle that has never appeared in historical books. Yang Yun's position in the 9 tripods divine kingdom is unshakable. He has not made a move for 10 years, and he has been hiding his cultivation. No one knows what realm he has reached. There are rumors that Yang Yun has actually encountered a bottleneck and his cultivation has not improved for a long time. However, more rumors say that Yang Yun's strength is already unfathomable, but he deliberately hides it. No one knows what it is. Yang Yun. Duan Mukwan raised his eyebrows and said in a voice transmission, "I have seen this man. He is quite scary. I don't want to see him again for the time being. Brother Lin, goodbye." After Duan Mukwan and others agreed with Lin Ming on how to meet, they all said goodbye. The divine chariot was shining with golden light. A young man with a restrained body and a gentle temperament stood in the air. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would come in person. I feel honored. Lin Ming stood up to greet him. He secretly observed Yang Yun's situation. He hadn't seen him for more than half a year, and Yang Yun had not changed at all. His danshan was always covered by a layer of fog, and he couldn't see his cultivation at all. Even though Lin Ming's spiritual sense was strong, he couldn't feel his depth. It was said that Yang Yun was born out of wedlock, born to the beauty in the palace when the 9 cauldrons divine emperor visited him. The talent of the beauty in the palace was average. Yang Yun's martial arts aptitude in his childhood was only so-so, and was not well received. However, when he was 12 years old, he suddenly showed amazing potential in martial arts, and he couldn't stop from then on. In the martial arts world, such cases are relatively rare, but not uncommon. For example, the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor is also the same. Such people, who have experienced the ups and downs of life, can often achieve higher achievements in the future. Haha, Brother Lin, you don't have to be polite. I really didn't expect that Brother Lin would have such courage to face all the powerful people of a great kingdom with the first level of life-death cultivation. Lin Ming said, we were forced into a desperate situation and could only fight to the death. Well, Shura Kingdom is indeed determined. If Brother Lin can win this unprecedented battle, I can guarantee that Shura Kingdom will not dare to trouble Brother Lin again. Yang Yun promised solemnly. Lin Ming smiled and said, thank you, Brother Yang, for your kindness. If Lin Ming can win this battle and survive 2 or 3 more life deaths under the protection of the godforsaken clan, then even if he reveals some secrets, such as the Qianxue melting sun furnace, the burning star flame, the 9 heavens thunder spirit, etc., it will probably not attract the covetousness of the old monster of the Sea of Gods. This is the improvement of status brought by strength. Now many forces have begun to think about winning over Lin Ming. Yang Yun looked deeply at Lin Ming's dantian, then changed the subject and said, but before that, Brother Lin has to break the life fall first, which may not be easy. I have prepared a small gift for Brother Lin to cross the life fall. Yang Yun took out a wooden spirit jade medicine box, and after opening it, Lin Ming was shocked to see the contents. There were 2 transformation pills in the jade box. Transformation pills are extremely precious and can increase the probability of a life fall warrior breaking the Sea of God. At the beginning, the Shura Kingdom used transformation pills as a reward to capture Lin Ming. This kind of pill is not for Zuandan warriors to break the life fall at all. It's too wasteful. Lin Ming didn't expect Yang Yun to give him transformation pills, and 2 at a time. Did he know that he was different from ordinary warriors and that it was difficult to break the life fall? Otherwise, why would he give him transformation pills that only higher level life fall warriors could use? Lin Ming couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Yang Yun showed no abnormality on his face and smiled. It's just a small gift. I hope it can help Brother Lin break through the realm of life and death. You must accept it. 2 transformation pills can indeed increase Lin Ming's confidence in crossing the realm of life and death. But seeing Yang Yun's expression, Lin Ming felt a little strange. Brother Yang's gift is too heavy. I can't accept it. Even in the holy land of medicine refining, Jiuding Divine Kingdom, the cost of refining a transformation pill will reach 100,000 spirit stones. If it is circulated on the market, it can be sold for at least 300,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, how could it be used as a reward by the Shura Divine Kingdom? Even so, the Jiuding Divine Kingdom strictly restricts the sale of transformation pills to the outside world. After all, no one is willing to train masters for the enemy. 2 transformation pills are enough to make the high-level life and death warriors on the destiny list crazy, and Lin Ming doesn't want to owe such a favor. Yang Yun seemed to see through Lin Ming's thoughts. He smiled and said, Brother Lin, there is no need to refuse. I know you need this. A warrior transcends the fate just like a ferocious beast transcends the tribulation. The more powerful the ferocious beast, the more difficult it is to transcend the tribulation, because the way of heaven will not tolerate it. Brother Lin transcends the fate, just like a divine dragon turning into a dragon. Once a latent dragon emerges from the abyss, it will surely soar across the universe. After Yang Yun's words, Lin Ming became even more suspicious. He said calmly, humans are different from ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts transcend the tribulation because they practice against the will of heaven, which is not tolerated by the way of heaven. Naturally, the more powerful the ferocious beast, the more difficult it is to transcend the tribulation. As for a warrior, breaking the fate means getting rid of their mortal body. On the contrary, the more solid the foundation of a warrior, the easier it is to break the fate. Haha, I know, but sometimes it's the same for humans and ferocious beasts. Yang Yun laughed as he spoke, as if he was talking about something extremely casual. At least Lin Ming frowned slightly after listening, as he always felt that Yang Yun was hinting at something. Brother Lin, these are just 2 transformation pills. They are not a favor at all. If you feel bad about it, then I will lend them to you. After this battle, if you can fight to the end, you will definitely gain a lot. Just return me 400,000 spiritual stones. Yang Yun said it very casually. Lin Ming could only put away the strange feeling in his heart and chose to accept the transformation pills. He really needed this thing. This time, crossing the life meteorite was also a big challenge for him. If he failed, it would be equivalent to a death sentence. So even if the 2 transformation pills could only improve his confidence a little, Lin Ming was also happy to buy them on credit for 400,000 spiritual stones. But he felt that Yang Yun in his eyes became more mysterious. After Yang Yun, more young heroes arrived, including Li Yifeng from the 7-star Divine Kingdom. Haha, it's so lively. I really came here for the right reason. I was so suffocated after being locked up for so long. Li Yifeng rubbed his hands and was very excited to participate in such an eternal grand event. He was previously reported by his fiancé for his various dissolute and troublemaking behavior during his out-of-town training, and was punished to be confined again as expected. This time, he finally managed to get out under the pretext of observing and learning, so of course he was happy. I don't know who this Lin Lanjian is, he's even more arrogant than me, Li Yifeng said shamelessly, ignoring the fact that he was still at the peak of the late Zuandan stage and could only barely fight against the inferior life-falling strongman. He's a master on the destiny list. Of course he's more arrogant than you. The little maid beside him attacked mercilessly. Although she defended Li Yifeng in her heart, she also knew the gap between the masters on the destiny list and the ordinary life-falling strongman. Neither of them realized that Lin Lanjian was Lin Ming. The main reason was that they had been confined and had no news. After hearing that such an unprecedented and magical battle had broken out, they couldn't wait to come and watch it. They didn't know the details of Lin Lanjian at all, such as the skills he practiced, the weapons he used, etc. Otherwise, if they found that they were the same as Lin Ming's, they would naturally make associations. Sorry, Master Lin Lanjian has already started his retreat to attack his fate, and won't see anyone. In front of the Elder Palace of the Forsaken Clan, 2 guards said coldly to Li Yifeng and the little maid. Li Yifeng liked to make friends with heroes all over the world, so he naturally wouldn't miss Lin Lanjian, but it was a pity that he was a step too late. Has he already started his retreat? Li Yifeng's eyes lit up. If so, after about 2 or 3 days of energy accumulation, Lin Lanjian would detonate the energy in his body and officially attack his fate. That would be a big event. Chapter 837, All Treasures Gathered. Shibei opened the gate of the God-forsaken clan and allowed the heroes of the world to enter and watch the battle so that they could be witnesses, lest the Shura Kingdom lose the battle and become desperate. But now, more and more heroes from all sides gathered, including many famous masters from major sects and young talents from major kingdoms. These were all outstanding figures. Such people gathered together, which might not be good for Lin Ming to fight against the fate, because it was extremely difficult for a warrior to cross the fate, and he needed to adjust his mental strength to the best state. If there were too many external interferences, it might cause pressure. These days, Shibei had already felt that it was not as easy for Lin Ming to break the fate as he had originally imagined. Otherwise, how could he accept Yang Yun's 2 god transformation pills and spend more than 10 days to recuperate his soul injuries and adjust his state? In any case, everything would be clear in these 3 days. Shibei looked at the sky and turned to Lin Ming's retreat. This is the best retreat place for the God-forsaken clan. It is built in a well-defended secret tower. The secret tower is located at the center of the spiritual vein of the middle thousand worlds, and the vitality of heaven and earth is extremely rich. In addition, there are many formations guarding the retreat place. This formation has a great origin. It was left by the ancestors of the God-forsaken clan 100,000 years ago. It is called the Locking Heaven Array. Once it is activated, it has unpredictable functions. If there is a peerless strongman presiding over it, it can trap gods and seal immortals. Although it is no longer as powerful as before, under the presidency of several god-sea strongmen of the God-forsaken clan, it can also prevent the joint attack of 6 or 7 god-sea strongmen. People's hearts are difficult to guard against. Shibei activated the Locking Heaven Array to ensure that Lin Mingdu's life will be safe. It's a pity that the arrangement of such an array requires a specific array flag, and the method of making this array flag has long been lost. The entire God-forsaken clan only has 4 array flags. Otherwise, if the Locking Heaven Array can be arranged throughout the middle thousand worlds, then even if there is a war with the Shura Kingdom, Shibei will not be afraid at all. Patriarch. The guards immediately saluted when they saw Shibei. Shibei walked straight into the retreat area and drew a large number of array patterns on the ground. These array patterns were all secret methods to increase the vitality of heaven and earth and the probability of successfully crossing the life-defying fall. Lin Ming sat in the center of the array pattern, and 2 old men guarded Lin Ming on the left and right. Both of them were responsible for the support field. One could increase physical strength, and the other could increase the strength of the soul and will. The 2 of them were carefully selected by Shibei to escort Lin Ming when he crossed the life-defying fall. Thousands of Yuan Ling stones were placed around Lin Ming. In addition, there were a total of 5 jade boxes of various sizes, among which the 2 Huashan pills sent by Yang Yun were surprisingly in them. Lin Ming was accumulating the last bit of strength. Patriarch Shibei. Lin Ming felt the arrival of Shibei and wanted to stand up and salute. No need to get up. Shibei saw the solemn look on Lin Ming's face and confirmed his guess. It might not be easy for Lin Ming to cross the life fall. He did not ask Lin Ming why it was so difficult to impact the life fall. He just made a gesture to not be nervous and then took out an ancient wooden box from the Zumi ring. After pushing it open, he took out a crystal clear gem. It was only half the size of the tip of a little finger, but it was shining with dazzling brilliance. When it appeared, it seemed that the laws of heaven and earth had changed. Top grade Yuan Ling stone. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and he could only vaguely confirm it. Yuan Ling stone only has 3 grades: ordinary, superior and top grade. Superior Yuan Ling stone is already very rare. 1 superior Yuan Ling stone is equal to 300 ordinary Yuan Ling stones, and the top grade Yuan Ling stone is even less. It is the source of the Yuan Ling stone or vein, which is basically extinct. It is very good to be able to mine a piece of it from an entire Yuan Ling stone or vein. It is something that the mighty in the Sea of Gods will be jealous of and fight for. It is of great help to warriors in breaking through realms. Shibei said, it's just a small piece, equivalent to 1/6 of the weight of a standard top grade Yuan Ling stone. Patriarch Shibei, this, little brother Lin, don't feel pressured. I feel that your breath is not stable. This is not like you. Shibei patted Lin Ming's shoulder. As he was about to break through, it would be a lie for Lin Ming to say that he had no pressure. The thunder power stored in the evil god's young sprout was the red gold lightning in the 90 Li thunder domain. The remains of Emperor Heo had been placed in the 90 Li thunder domain for tens of thousands of years without anyone discovering them. It was not that the mighty gods could not find them, but that they had no way to detect the 90 Li thunder domain. This shows how powerful the red gold lightning was. If this kind of lightning gathered more, it could completely kill the mighty gods. Lin Ming detonated this energy in his body to reborn and recast his spirit body. The danger can be imagined. Moreover, his situation had never happened before in the god domain. There was no way for his predecessors to follow. The martial artists who practiced both the Dharma and the body in the god domain all relied on sufficient spiritual medicine to survive. After all, they were not like Lin Ming, who could fully control a destructive force. In this case, how could Lin Ming not be serious? I'll give this to you, to ensure it's foolproof. Shibei said as he handed the wooden box to Lin Ming. Lin Ming held the wooden box with both hands and looked at the top grade Yuan Ling stone inside. Its surface was covered with mysterious patterns, and it looked like it had some of the charm of the chaos stone carvings in the ancient Phoenix city. Although it was far less exquisite than the chaos stone carvings, it also greatly demonstrated the extraordinary nature of this top grade Yuan Ling stone. 1/6 of the top grade Yuan Ling stone had such an effect. No wonder it attracted the snatch of the mighty in the Sea of Gods. Before Lin Ming could speak, Shibei interrupted him and said, don't refuse. The white sword you sent is worth much more than this piece of stone. I also have a selfish reason for helping you. Your current status is very popular. Once you pass this level, you will definitely break through the Sea of Gods. By then, I'm afraid you will soon become the best in the world. My lifespan is destined to be short, and you may live for tens of thousands of years. I just hope you can take care of my god-forsaken clan in the future. When Shibei said this, there was no bleakness on his face. He had always been able to face the blood curse of the god-forsaken clan calmly. Warriors other than the god-forsaken clan desperately searched for various life-extending elixirs when they reached old age, and they were willing to pay a heavy and high price. However, warriors of the God-forsaken clan did not need to do so at all. Very few of their clansmen lived to the end of their natural lifespan. Lin Ming lamented the unfair fate of the God-forsaken clan. He had already made up his mind that when he had strength in the future, he would really enter the eternal demon pit in the Sea of Miracles. Not the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, not the 8,000-mile black swamp, but the real eternal demon pit in the Sea of Miracles, to explore what secrets are in the life forbidden zone of the Cheyenne continent and the Holy Demon continent. The sleeping goddess, the heart of the emperor, that has been beating for 100,000 years, and the 1,000-mile giant beast that is almost a divine beast, all these made Lin Ming want to explore. If possible, he would also try to solve the blood curse of the God-forsaken clan. Thank you. Lin Ming said only 2 words and resolutely took the top-grade Yuan stone that was only the size of half a little finger. If you owe a favor, you can pay it back. If you lose your life, then you really have nothing. At this time, there is no need to be hypocritical. Lin Ming took a deep breath and opened 4 of the 5 jade boxes in front of him. They were 2 transformation pills, a dozen mirage crystals refined from the 8,000-mile black swamp, and the heavenly grade demon god bone that Lin Ming obtained from the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit. These, plus the red gold lightning and the evil god's young sprout, were all he had to fight for his life. Looking at the several natural treasures in front of Lin Ming, Shibei was startled. These things. He looked at Lin Ming deeply. He originally thought that the 2 transformation pills that Yang Yun gave Lin Ming were precious enough, but now it seems that the value of the things Lin Ming took out is probably higher than the transformation pills, especially the green colored glass bead the size of a pigeon egg. The energy contained in it is actually several times better than the top grade Yuan Ling stone he gave, which is basically equivalent to a complete top grade Yuan Ling stone, or even better. What is this thing? Question mark? Shibei searched his memory and couldn't remember such a treasure at all. As a warrior of Cheyenne continent, Shibei only knew about wood spirit jade and had never seen the demon god bone. Shibei looked at Lin Ming and then at the things in front of him. These were just 4 jade boxes, and the last one was not opened. It was very likely that the things in this jade box were the most valuable of all the items. My god, was he really attacking the life full, not the Sea of Gods? No, even if he was attacking the Sea of Gods, he didn't need such a big battle! Exclamation mark. He looked at Lin Ming with shock and felt that there were many secrets in this young man. Thinking about it, he was at the peak of the late Zuandan stage and could be ranked before the 280th place on the destiny list. It was unprecedented in the Cheyenne continent. If he had no extraordinary qualities, how could he have achieved such an achievement? Question mark. Thinking of this, and looking at the natural treasures in front of Lin Ming that were emitting terrifying energy, Shibei felt relieved. He sat down cross-legged, opposite Lin Ming, and said, "Little brother Lin, I will personally protect you." Who? The energy was running, and Shibei opened the support field. This was the blood seal of the God-forsaken clan, and it was an exclusive skill. With Shibei's cultivation, he was of course much stronger than the 2 old men around him. After being blessed by Shibei's energy, Lin Ming felt a warm power all over his body. Every tiny unit of his body came alive and began to breathe in and out the energy of heaven and earth. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. All the ordinary Yuan Ling stones in the entire secret room were suspended and began to dissipate energy crazily. Soon, thousands of ordinary Yuan Ling stones turned into ashes. A large amount of heaven and earth energy filled the retreat place, which completely became an ocean of energy. However, Lin Ming would not absorb any of these energies. Their purity was low. Even if he absorbed them, he could not add any energy to Lin Ming's Danshan, which had already been saturated. Letting them radiate was just to provide Lin Ming with protection like nutrient solution. Lin Ming silently picked up the 2 Huishan pills sent by Yang Yun, and his ethereal martial spirit was running, entering a state of no form. Ask for monthly tickets again 170 votes. Any more? I want to break 300 votes. Thanks to Lingling 2000 for the 50,000 reds. The total fan value has reached 300,000. Thank you very much. Silkworm Cocoon is working hard to write. Chapter 838 Purple air coming from the east. Time passed little by little, from day to night, and then from night to day. The entire palace of the Forsaken God clan was bathed in light, magnificent and golden. In the forbidden area, all kinds of jade flowers and exotic trees were in full bloom, and it looked peaceful. However, this was only in appearance. In fact, within the Forsaken God clan, all personnel were on high alert, ready to prevent any possible accidents at any time. Especially the two elders and the clan leader Shibei beside Lin Ming. They were even more focused. Their mental state at this time was no more relaxed than Lin Ming. These three support fields had lasted for a day and a half. Even though the three of them had profound cultivation, they still needed to stop occasionally to replenish energy. Bang, bang. The two transformation pills in the palms of Lin Ming's hands lost their luster and broke into powder. Lin Ming did not swallow the transformation pill directly, but absorbed it directly with the acupoints of his hands. Although this would greatly waste the medicinal power of the transformation pill, the advantage was that he would not ingest the poison of the pill. Now Lin Ming was in a critical period of breaking his life, and any impure energy would bring unknown factors. Lin Ming would naturally not be greedy for such little medicinal power and make risky moves. After 20 hours of adjustment, all the energy of the two Huashan pills was compressed in Lin Ming's danshan. Now Lin Ming's danshan has been swollen to a degree that ordinary people can't imagine. Even the second Zuundan has condensed to the size of a walnut. Such dense energy will bring strong pressure. If a general Zuundan warrior contained so much true essence, his danshan would have been broken long ago. But Lin Ming, after opening the 3 gates and 8 gates of Dungia, the toughness of his body has almost caught up with the lower grade treasure of the heavenly rank. This energy level is not enough! Exclamation mark. With a thought, the small piece of top grade Yuanling stone flew up and stuck to Lin Ming's eyebrows. The pure and broad energy of heaven and earth continued to flow into Lin Ming's body. The various curses on the surface of the top grade Yuanling stone kept flowing, and it seemed to be alive. This is the energy source that contains a trace of the power of the laws of heaven and earth, the essence of the Yuanling stone or vein. It represents the strongest energy naturally nurtured by the land of Xianan continent. Shibei and the two elders stood by, and they were all terrified when they saw this scene. This young man was simply a monster. His danshan went deep into the sea, as if he had endless energy. Shibei glanced at the 2 jade boxes in front of Lin Ming. One of the open jade boxes contained a green glass bead the size of a pigeon egg, and the energy contained in it was even higher than the top grade Yuanling stone. As for the last jade box, because it was sealed, Shibei had no idea what was inside, but he had a feeling that it was definitely something more precious than the green glass bead. Shibei took a breath. Is this kid really a human? The breaking life meteor is more powerful than my breaking the sea of gods. Shibei couldn't imagine what would happen if these two things were stuffed into Lin Ming's danshan that had grown so rapidly. The whole night passed peacefully, and on the eve of dawn, with a slight click, the top grade Yuanling stone on Lin Ming's forehead cracked. The sun rose in the east, and there was a faint purple glow condensing above the mountain. The sun shone through the thin mist in the middle 1,000 worlds. The laws of the middle 1,000 worlds are similar to those of the great 1,000 worlds, and both starlight and sunlight are not lacking. Yang Yun looked at the purple sun in the east and murmured to himself, purple air is coming from the east and auspicious signs are descending from the sky. Lin Lanjian is already making his final sprint. Maybe tonight, he will break his body apart, officially impact his fate, and forge his spiritual body. I'm really looking forward to the result. He stretched out his hand slightly, and 2 dragons pulled a golden chariot and flew over like a stream of light. Yang Yun's body slowly floated up, his clothes fluttering, and he walked on the wind, landing on the divine chariot silently like an immortal king. This kind of prosperous sage cannot be missed. At the same time, on the top floor of the suspended pagoda of the Shura kingdom, the Shura god emperor in a black robe stood at the window, facing the rising sun, quietly watching the misty purple air above the elder palace of the god-forsaken clan, presenting a myriad of scenes in the sunlight. Not far from him stood a purple-dressed woman. She was extremely tall, only a few centimeters shorter than the tall Shura god emperor. Her legs were especially straight and slender, almost twice as long as her body. Her white ankles were exposed under the hem of her purple dress, which was beautiful and full of power. Shura god emperor stood there for half an hour. The purple-dressed woman was very quiet. Her skin was like pearly fat. Her nose was straight and delicate, and her appearance was perfect, but her red lips revealed a demonic meaning, making it difficult for people to approach her. At this time, Shura God Emperor suddenly spoke, "Yaoyu, Lin Langjian will start to forge his spirit body tonight. He will be your first battle after you are born, and it is also a very important battle. It may be a little early to be born now, but it also means a great opportunity and challenge for you. Yes, your majesty Haoshan." The purple-dressed woman's voice was ethereal, as if it came from the sound of stringed instruments and orchestras in the distant sky, without any emotion. She was Situ Yaoyu, the hidden genius of Shura God Kingdom. Situ Yaoyu was born with a purple danshan, which has a capacity of several times that of ordinary warriors, and the quality of the true essence is even better. This kind of danshan is also called the Purple Sea, because of its existence, coupled with the fact that Situ Yaoyu was born in the royal family, which is particularly rare. The Shura Divine Emperor lineage attaches great importance to Situ Yaoyu. She was strictly protected since birth, and it was announced to the outside world that Situ Yaoyu had died. She was secretly transferred to the Shura secret realm and accepted as a closed-door disciple by a hidden prince. After the innate period, Situ Yaoyu began to go out for training. Although there were strong people secretly protecting her, Situ Yaoyu did not know. After many dangerous situations, her strength and will far exceeded those of the same level warriors. Now, Situ Yaoyu has passed the 7th level of life and death, and her cultivation has been further improved. She has been secretly determined to be the next candidate for the Divine Emperor, but it has not been announced to the outside world. As a result, many princes, such as Situ Chuan, are still in the dark, fighting for the position of the crown prince meaninglessly, and have no idea that the position of the Divine Emperor has already been in Situ Yaoyu's pocket. You are the first genius of my Shura kingdom in 1,000 years, and the only warrior of the younger generation who has reached the 7th level of life. Unfortunately, you just broke through the 7th level of life, and your cultivation has not been stable. I ended your retreat. I'm afraid that it will delay your breaking through the Sea of Gods for a year or two. But, it doesn't matter. Lin Langjian is a peerless genius with great luck. Defeating him and inheriting his luck will be more beneficial than harmful to you. Yes, your majesty, Situ Yaoyu said very concisely. She looked in the direction of the elder's palace, and said firmly and calmly, I can win. Okay! Exclamation mark. When I agreed to this battle with Lin Langjian, I had already decided to let you come out. Only your natural purple destiny can restrain his destiny of being crowned as an emperor. In this battle, you must not only win, but also win cleanly and neatly, paving the way for your crowning as an emperor. Shura God Emperor looked at Situ Yaoyu with complicated eyes. One must experience real battles and baptism of blood before he can soar across the world. As time passed slowly, more and more warriors knew that Lin Ming began to condense his spiritual body tonight. Although the God-forsaken clan was unwilling to reveal this news, such a thing could not be concealed at all, because warriors need to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth when they are attacking the life-death. At that time, large and small vortexes of vitality of heaven and earth will naturally appear above the Elder Palace. As a top-level defensive formation, the locking heaven array will not hinder the entry of pure vitality of heaven and earth while defending against attacks. Therefore, this matter will be known sooner or later. It's just that some masters discovered it earlier. Soon, the news that Lin Ming was doing the final sprint of condensing his spirit body tonight spread. One person spread 10 spread 100, and more heroes gathered around the Elder Palace of the God-forsaken clan. Looking down from the sky, the entire Elder Palace was crowded with people. I heard that the 9 tripods Prince Yang Yun came to watch Lin Langjian's attack on the life fall this time, and gave him 2 transformation pills. I don't know if it's true or not. Nonsense, of course it's true. This matter is no longer a secret. Those are 2 transformation pills. Isn't this a waste of resources? It's just an attack on the first level of life fall, but it's like an attack on the Sea of Gods. Is it that serious? A life fall warrior from a 5th grade sect said sourly. He is also a key training target of the 5th grade sect, but the transformation pill is still a legend to him. One of these pills is worth more than 300,000 spirit stones. For ordinary life fall warriors, it is an unattainable luxury. Even for a life-full warrior ranked around 200th on the destiny list, it would be a pain in the ass to get a transformation pill. Lin Ming used 2 pills to attack the life-full once, so of course he was jealous. It was a waste. Maybe Lin Langjian's original cultivation was not enough, and he needed to rely on the God transformation pill to forcibly increase the energy in his danshan to the level where he could disintegrate the body, so he needed 2 God transformation pills. Otherwise, even if Lin Langjian was wealthy, he would not make such a meaningless waste. Those top geniuses who truly cultivated to the point of naturally breaking through to the point of life and death, which one of them did not easily cross the point of life and death? And absorbing the God transformation pill, when the cultivation is sufficient, will only bring disadvantages and no advantages. Lin Langjian must have another reason for using 2 God transformation pills. Well, I'm also surprised. I remember that Lin Langjian had snatched a God transformation pill from the Shura Divine Kingdom a long time ago, and I didn't see his cultivation level improve after using it. I guess this time Lin Langjian was forced into a corner by the Shura Divine Kingdom. Without much confidence, he used 3 God transformation pills together to forcefully impact the point of life and death. Don't forget how old Lin Langjian is, and how long it has been since he reached the late stage of Zuanden. Even a genius can't go from Zuanden to life and death so quickly. No way. If you don't have enough cultivation, you can't rely on external forces to attack the life-destroying. Not to mention that it is extremely dangerous. It will also cause an unstable foundation. This is definitely a nightmare for top geniuses. Humph, an unstable foundation is better than dying directly. Otherwise, what can Lin Langjian use to fight against the life-destroying masters of the Shura Kingdom? Chapter 839 Golden Thunder breaks the sky. Many people did not leave for the whole day. With so much anticipation, the night finally fell. This night was destined to be restless, but the atmosphere of the entire Zanqian world was extremely depressing. The Elder Palace of the Forsaken Clan was full of heroes, but few people spoke, and there was only the night breeze. The Elder Palace was still calm, and except for the occasional vortex of true energy in the sky, there was nothing unusual. A metal spirit boat crossed the sky. On the spirit boat, there was a long sword symbol. This was the spirit boat of the Day Divine Kingdom. A young man and woman who looked to be in their 20s got off the spirit boat. Both of them were extraordinary and heroic. The twin princes of Day Kingdom, Gao Qingfeng and Ao Qinggan. They are really the focus of the world. Gao Qingfeng and Ao Qinggan are both outstanding among the princes of Day Kingdom. This time, Lin Lan's sword crossed the life barrier. There are more than 20 princes alone. Except for Yang Yun, who arrived early, the other princes arrived near night. They, including the famous masters of major sects, occupied the position in the sky. Although the position in the sky is very spacious, ordinary warriors with insufficient status do not dare to be on par with those outstanding people. The pressure is too great. With so many people paying attention, if Lin Lan fails to cross the life barrier with sword, it will be a joke. Originally, no one thought that it was a problem for a genius like Lin Ming to cross the life barrier, but since some people started with the God transformation pill and made various very reasonable speculations, some people began to doubt whether Lin Ming could successfully break through. I also think that Lin Langjian is a bit worried. He is not strong enough to force his way through the barrier. He won't fail and die, right? Don't be silly. Lin Langjian is known as the first genius of Xianan continent. If he dies after breaking through the first level of life, it would be a joke. However, it is certain that his foundation is unstable after the life. His cultivation is not enough. Using the Huashan pill to force it up will always leave some side effects. The top genius can break the life. It is a natural process. There is no need for spiritual medicine. Those who need spiritual medicine are ordinary strong men who are not sure to survive the life by their own strength, such as Zuan Wuji when he survived the 4th level of life. When some warriors were whispering, suddenly the Elder Palace of the God-forsaken clan burst out with thousands of golden divine rays, like a sharp sword piercing the blue sky. For a time, the stars in the sky lost their luster. The extremely rich blood and ki lingered above the Elder Palace, merging with the 10,000 feet of golden light, and the brilliance was dazzling. Everyone watching was shocked. Can the blood and ki of a mortal be so rich? Boom boom boom. A faint vibration sound came from the Elder Palace, low and long, but enough to shake the earth, as if in the Elder Palace, a real dragon slowly woke up from its slumber. That is it finally going to break the physical body and condense the spiritual body? What a terrifying momentum, isn't it said, that his cultivation is not enough, and he can only break the fate of life with 3 Shenhua pills. Even if his cultivation is not enough, he has this momentum, as if he wants to affect the laws of heaven and earth. In the retreat place of the Elder Palace, Shibei and the 2 elders were sweating on their foreheads, concentrating. Lin Ming also absorbed the mirage crystal. Now the green glass bead-like heavenly grade demon god bone was held in Lin Ming's hand. At this time, Lin Ming's meridians were swollen, and his blood vessels were bulging. His whole body seemed to be a balloon that was blown to the limit and could explode at any time. Although Lin Ming himself entered the ethereal martial intent, he could feel the great pain brought by the energy tearing his body. It's not enough. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and still crushed the heavenly grade demon god bone in his hand. The vast energy burst out, and the entire retreat place set off a true energy storm. In such a terrifying storm, the pressure on Lin Ming's Danshan can be imagined. The first rotating pill had already been compacted to the extreme and could no longer change. The only thing that could change was the second rotating pill. It was forcibly compressed from the size of a walnut to the size of a quail egg, and then to the size of a fingertip. Later, it was compressed to the size of a soybean. The color of the second rotating pill continued to deepen, and soon became as black as ink. Its energy density was not much less than that of the black hole rotating pill next to it. This second rotating pill was not very controlled by Lin Ming's mental power. Lin Ming could not compress it, but relied on external forces to compress it to the existence close to the black hole rotating pill. At this moment, Lin Ming's mental power controlled the original black hole rotating pill and collided with the second rotating pill. Boom. At that moment, Lin Ming's swollen Danshan finally exploded completely. Lin Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Near his Danshan, the meridians burst one by one, and blood rained down, turning into a misty blood mist in the pure and incomparable heaven and earth energy. Lin Ming's body finally began to crack, but the detonation of his Danshan alone was not enough to completely break up Lin Ming's tough body. It only splashed out large chunks of flesh and blood, but could not be completely broken. Lin Ming resolutely detonated the highly compressed red gold lightning in the evil god's young bud. At that moment, the entire retreat place was like a golden sun rising. Shibei's eyes flashed. Lin Ming had told him before that he contained thunder in his body that was enough to kill the mighty sea of gods. Once detonated, everything in the formation would turn into ashes. Let's retreat. Shibei stretched out his hands, grabbed the 2 elders of the god-forsaken clan, and used his body skills to the extreme, and flew out violently. Crack. The golden divine thunder broke through the dome of the Elder Palace, and rushed straight into the sky. The entire night sky was illuminated by the divine thunder. When people looked directly at the lightning, their eyes were pierced, and they were blinded. It was a scene that shocked the world. Countless golden divine thunders shone in the sky, as if the peerless divine weapons thrown by the gods were brilliant and blazing, remaining in the irises of the eyes, turning into eternal light and shadow, which people will never forget for a lifetime. Is this really just breaking the life? That terrifying thunder power can make people tremble even at such a distance. The warriors around stared blankly at the golden thunder shining in the sky, like a scene in a dream, full of illusion and incredible power. Such a vision of heaven and earth would not exist, even if the sea of breaking gods was broken. Crack, crack, crack. A palace not far away was cracked, and then collapsed with a rumble, raising countless smoke and dust. The palace of the god-forsaken clan was naturally blessed by formations inside, but even so, it was still shattered by the terrifying energy. Yang Yun stood high on the divine paladin, looking at the scene in the distance, with an indescribable expression on his face. He gently touched the ring in his hand, and said to himself, a great era is coming. The place where Lin Ming was in retreat had already turned into a golden energy ocean. Thunder roared wildly. Lin Ming's body was constantly exploding and exploding in such an ocean. From a fist-sized piece of flesh, to the size of an egg, and then to the size of a broad bean. Constantly breaking apart, and finally as small as dust. If it were other warriors, even geniuses who practiced both the divine realm and the Dharma body, whose bodies had not been tempered by thunder, and who did not have the young sprouts of the evil god to curb the power of thunder, then the result of them bathing in such a violent energy ocean would only be one, that is, being burned to ashes, and would never be broken into the most basic small units like Lin Ming. Rumble. The thunder had no intention of stopping at all, but instead became more and more intense, just like the nine heavens thunder realm of the Sea of Miracles, which appeared in the middle 1,000 worlds of the God-forsaken clan. On the top floor of the suspended pagoda of the Shura kingdom, Situ Yaoi who watched all this from afar, the corners of her evil mouth slightly raised, revealing teeth like beautiful jade. I never thought that Lin Langjian's body could store such a terrifying thunder power of heaven and earth. Situ Yaoi muttered to herself, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in her clear and beautiful pupils, and she was not at all disturbed by the strange phenomenon in the sky. She has practiced for a decade, endured hardships, experienced countless dangers, and finally broke through the 7th level of life. Now she is facing a warrior with the 1st level of life. It is impossible to say that she does not despise him at all. Lin Langjian is a genius, so is she, but now, she began to feel that it was interesting. At least this would not be a boring battle for her. Lin Langjian is destined to be an emperor. He must have inherited some kind of peerless opportunity. Yaoyu, if you can kill him, all of this will become yours. In the future, you may even become the best in the world. Sitahaoshin's voice suddenly rang in Yaoyu's ears. The number one in the world is the highest title for the strong in the Sea of Gods. Since Emperor Sakyamuni broke through the void, there has been no one. In recent years, only some peerless strongmen who are close to the number one in the world have appeared. They do not have martial arts that are the best in the world, but they can be ranked with some people as one of the strongest in Xiaonan continent. For example, the Supreme God Emperor of Jiading Divine Kingdom, the uncle of De Divine Kingdom, and the Nether Emperor who died in the South China Sea 3000 years ago. Although Situ Yaoyu is a genius, she is still far away from being the number one in the world, unless she can break the eightfold life fall. However, the eightfold life fall is not so easy to break. Looking at the history of Xiaonan continent for 100,000 years, the number of eightfold life fall god emperors is less than one hand. The best in the world. Yaoyu narrowed her narrow eyes slightly, her gaze became more determined. She clenched her fists and said, I will. As the energy raged, the entire locking heaven array began to tremble. The energy of the two transformation pills, the heavenly grade demon god's bone, and the top grade Yuanling stone were all released into the ocean of energy, and Lin Ming's body was immersed in the ocean, breaking into the most basic small units, fully absorbing the surrounding energy, and undergoing the most essential changes. The essence of life is to transform the body by energy, from the mortal body to the spiritual body, and the whole body is full of true essence. And in this transformation, Lin Ming's body has not only experienced the baptism of energy, but also the tempering of thunder. Now, every cell of Lin Ming is shining with the glory of thunder. Under the influence of the evil god's young sprout, the power of thunder has penetrated deep into the cells. Lightning is the power of destruction, but also the power of life. When fierce beasts are going through tribulations, they use lightning to temper their bodies, making their bodies stronger. The transformation process that Lin Ming is currently undergoing is similar. Chapter 840 Silver Battle Spirit. The transformation of the body lasted for half an hour. With two bangs, the heavenly devil god's bones and mirage crystals were transformed into completely spiritual powder. Various energies intertwined, and the secret tower of the god-forsaken clan was completely blown up. Smoke and dust rose, and rubble collapsed. When the dust settled, Lin Ming's retreat place was completely revealed to everyone, with only the locking heaven array imprisoning everything. The sky was still filled with endless thunder, and within the formation, it had long since turned into a golden ocean. All the warriors cast their eyes on the locking heaven array. Most people could not see anything, because of the blazing light. However, there were still some warriors with higher cultivation who saw the situation inside clearly, and they were stunned. What's going on? Seeing the strange expressions of those warriors with higher cultivation, other warriors couldn't wait to ask, what happened? Lin Langjian disappeared. What? When this was said, many warriors were extremely shocked. Disappeared. Nothing was left, no bones, no blood mist, only that kind of golden energy in the formation. Generally, when a warrior crosses the life fall, the first 3 levels are all physical tribulations, breaking the mortal body and recasting the flesh and blood into a spiritual body that can accommodate the true essence. However, when it comes to breaking the body, it does not mean that it is completely broken to the point where nothing exists, but that many important parts of the body must be left, such as the brain, spinal cord, bones, and sometimes, if the warrior's cultivation is not enough, several important organs such as the heart and lungs must be left. There is no doubt that the more the body is broken, the more dangerous it is. Especially the brain and spinal cord, which are related to the soul and spiritual sea of the warrior. Their structure is extremely complex. Once damaged, it is extremely difficult to repair. Therefore, no matter how talented the warrior is, he will protect the brain with energy when crossing the life fall to prevent them from being affected by the energy explosion. Otherwise, it is easy to damage the sea of spirit or die directly. Even if the body is broken apart, it will not disappear completely, but will break into blood rain, merge its own energy, and be confined within a certain range, forming a soup of life that accommodates the soul and breeds new life. The soup of life is like the amniotic fluid in the mother's womb. From a distance, it is actually a puff of red blood mist. But in Lin Ming's retreat, Lin Ming's head and bones were all gone, leaving only endless golden energy, and everything else disappeared. Generally, if this happens to other warriors, it means one thing, that the life crossing fails, and the body is completely shattered and turned into ashes. Lin Langjian is dead. A Zuandan stage warrior swallowed his saliva and deduced this absurd result. No way. This is a joke. Everyone reflected this inference in their minds, even if they couldn't believe it, but the facts were in front of them. Lin Langjian, the first genius of all ages, ranked 280th on the destiny list in the late Zuandan period, and was awarded the title of Death God, but he died when he crossed the first level of life crossing. This is simply ridiculous. Since ancient times, even the top emperor level geniuses have fallen. Some died in secret realms, some died in life and death battles with others, and some died in assassinations by powerful forces. But I've never heard of this kind of death. Died after passing through one level of life and death. You must be kidding. Did the Shura Divine Kingdom do something secretly? Let Lin Langjian fail to pass through the life and death. Don't be silly. The godforsaken clan is not a fool. Didn't you see the formation above the Elder Palace? It is said that the formation is called the Locking Heaven Formation, which comes from ancient times and can defend against the attacks of the mighty Sea of Gods. Besides, do you think the Shura Divine Kingdom is really afraid of Lin Langjian? If they really send out hidden masters, it won't be difficult to defeat Lin Langjian. Most warriors felt unbelievable, but the facts before their eyes made them unable to find a reason to explain. Shibei had been hiding in the dark, guarding against someone interfering with Lin Ming's breaking through the life and death. The energy in the Locking Heaven Formation was too violent. Even if Shibei had broken through the Sea of Gods, he couldn't be in it. After all, he was not the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. Looking at the Golden Ocean, that had completely turned into an energy state, Shibei still looked calm, because he could feel that Lin Ming's life fire was still very strong in the retreat. Lin Ming was fine. His body did not disappear, but was completely transformed into an original energy body, merging with the golden lightning, indistinguishable from each other. For ordinary warriors, flesh and blood turned into the soup of life, and after being baptized by energy and reorganized, there would always be places where the transformation was not thorough, such as those large pieces of flesh and blood, sticky body fluids, and so on. Not to mention the brain marrow and bones that were not completely split. They had not been transformed by energy at all. Therefore, the so-called transformation of the mortal body and the achievement of the spiritual body is also relative. The spiritual body actually only occupies 70% to 80% of the body, and the other 20% to 30% is still the mortal body. The relatively poor life-destroying strongman may even have only 60% of the spiritual body, while the peerless genius can reach more than 90%, which is already the extreme. When you really reach a higher level, these mortal parts will become a hindrance to the advancement of the warrior, and when fighting, the mortal body will also become the weakness of the warrior. No one in Xianan continent can be like Lin Ming. With the support of the evil god's young sprout, he can completely integrate his body and energy. All cells are tempered by the power of thunder, including the soul and will. They are also baptized by thunder. At this time, in this ocean of energy, the fighting spirit in Lin Ming's spiritual sea is being tempered by thunder. Although Lin Ming's body has been completely broken, his will and consciousness are very clear. He can clearly sense the flow of energy in the golden ocean and the energy exchange between all his cells in the outside world. At that moment, Lin Ming had the illusion that he was standing in a higher space and looking down at the lower world. It was a feeling of being high above and in control of everything. Indifferent, calm, without any emotion. It was like the perspective of a god. Is energy body life closer to God's? Or are God's energy body life? This thought inexplicably crossed Lin Ming's mind. He believed that the so-called gods should be peerless masters who are close to the peak of martial arts, or even have reached the peak of martial arts, such as the evil god who created the power of the evil god. However, he had no idea what the peak of martial arts was like. He could only guess whether his entire body would be made up of original energy at that point. Just as Lin Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from deep in his soul. The battle spirit trembled violently, as if something inside it was about to break through the confinement. Could it be the battle spirit is going to evolve? After a warrior comprehends the battle spirit and makes it take shape, he can only let the battle spirit improve on its own. The earlier the battle spirit is comprehended, the greater the potential for the development of the battle spirit, because every time a warrior's realm improves, it will be subtly reflected in the battle spirit. This time, Lin Ming's life was broken, and the battle spirit was finally going to take another step forward. Lin Ming naturally would not miss this opportunity. With a thought, the fifth jade box under the protection of many energies opened automatically. Once the seal was opened, the original wood spirit jade box was immediately split into the most basic particles by the golden energy, and inside the jade box was an extremely clear purple crystal, the size of a fist, and there were some small fragments around it. It was the companion thunder crystal. As a container that breeds the source of thunder, the companion thunder crystal takes hundreds of millions or even billions of years to be born. Even in the god realm, it is hard to find. With the infusion of the power of will, the companion thunder crystal floated up and merged with Lin Ming's spear-shaped war spirit. Bang! The companion thunder crystal was completely shattered, turning into countless crystal clear purple energy spots that were evenly distributed to all parts of the spear-shaped war spirit. At that moment, an indescribable energy burst out, and countless purple Dao patterns appeared on Lin Ming's spear-shaped war spirit. These Dao patterns are extremely mysterious, and contain the charm of the origin lore and the great Dao. Compared with the patterns on the Chaos Stone carving, they are similar in nature. The reason why the companion thunder crystal can temper the willies, because it has existed for billions of years, and witnessed the changes of the universe in endless years. Over the past billions of years, one by one, the thunder energy has been engraved on the companion thunder crystal, reflecting the most essential energy changes. When these are engraved on the battle spirit, the original energy will be integrated into the battle spirit to sharpen the will. The pain of tearing the soul made Lin Ming's consciousness tremble suddenly, and the life fire of the energy body in the ceiling formation shook violently. In this situation, as long as Lin Ming lost consciousness, his energy body would immediately disintegrate due to loss of control. At that time, it would really be reduced to ashes. The pain from the soul is more unbearable than the pain from the body. However, Lin Ming has been practicing martial arts for so many years, especially when he devoured the soul fragments of the magic cube. He has experienced the pain and torture from the soul many times, and his will has become as strong as iron. He sticks to his original intention, pours the endless energy essence around him into the battle spirit, and allows the purple Dao pattern to entangle it, bearing the baptism of the charm of the great Dao. The Dao pattern is sometimes bright and sometimes dim, washing every inch of Lin Ming's battle spirit. The spear-shaped battle spirit is getting longer and longer, and the structure is getting denser and denser. At a certain moment, it begins to fade away from the blue-gray skin, showing a touch of silver-white brilliance. Although the light was very weak, it shocked Lin Ming's mind when he saw it. Silver battle spirit. When he broke through the fateful Coupled with the baptism of the companion thunder crystal, the battle spirit actually surpassed the bronze perfection in one fell swoop and directly entered the silver level. From the bronze battle spirit to the silver battle spirit, it is a great realm. Originally, Lin Ming estimated that he would have to go through at least 3 or 4 fatefuls before he could cross it. Unexpectedly, with the help of the companion thunder crystal, he broke through in one fell swoop at only one fateful. The battle spirit trembled, and the silver light swayed down like cold moonlight. At that moment, the spear-shaped battle spirit seemed to merge into the void, and together with this world, it became an eternal existence. Chapter 841 Purple Lion Thunder Source. The evolution of a war spirit is not achieved overnight, but a slow process. The spear-shaped war spirit slowly shed its original blue-gray skin, and replaced it with a silver glow. As time passed, the purple Dao pattern on the spear-shaped war spirit continued to flow, greedily absorbing the energy in the golden ocean. This was the heaven and earth energy released by the top-grade Yuan Ling stone, the bones of the heavenly demon god, the mirage crystal, and other natural treasures, and it was of extremely high quality. However, such a terrifying and vast energy poured into the tiny purple Dao pattern, but it only made the Dao pattern slightly brighter, and almost no changes could be seen. As the energy was continuously consumed by Lin Ming, the energy ocean in the locking heaven array gradually calmed down, and the golden light gradually dimmed, not to the point of blinding people. Even the golden divine thunder in the night sky temporarily calmed down, and disappeared in the dark clouds. After a while, the energy stopped moving, and the shocking awe-inspiring divine power finally disappeared. Everyone could clearly see the scene in the locking heaven array. Lin Ming had indeed disappeared, and his body had never been able to recondense. Is it over? Ever since they found out that Lin Ming's body had disappeared, the warriors had been waiting around for half an hour, but there was still no sign of improvement. Half an hour has passed. Could it be that Lin Lanjian really died? Lin Lanjian's cultivation might really be insufficient. Using 3 transformation pills to forcibly improve his cultivation is extremely risky. It's a pity that this eternal genius was forced by the Shura Kingdom to take a risky move and ultimately fail. An elder of a 5th grade sect who had lost his life shook his head with regret. If Lin Lanjian could grow up, he would have blossomed with unprecedented brilliance and become the first person in the history of Xianan continent. However, reality is reality. There is no if. No warriors have left yet. After all, those big shots have not left, and the low-level warriors have a blind obedience mentality, so they gathered around, looking at the calm locking heaven array, a famous master of the sect side, and said to several disciples in front of him, "Surviving the fall of life is the most dangerous. You must wait until your cultivation is sufficient and everything is ready before making plans. Otherwise, even if you are a genius of the ages, you are still in danger of falling. Yes, disciple, remember your teachings." Yes. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly heard a misty heavenly voice in his ears. What's going on? This voice was not only heard by the old man, but also by others. When the purple Dao pattern was engraved on Lin Ming's spear-shaped war spirit, the distant night sky seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, and bursts of Dao sound came from it. It was like the whispering of gods, indifferent, calm, and without the slightest emotion. When it reached people's ears, there was a kind of awe from the bottom of their hearts, and they could not help but want to worship. The sound became clearer and clearer. The warriors below the Xianshan level could not bear the pressure and knelt on their knees, their souls trembling. People couldn't help but look up and saw that the thunder raging in the sky had also changed. The originally silent divine thunder seemed to come alive, condensing in the air and becoming more and more intense, like a surging sea tide. The thunder became louder and louder until it pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks, almost shattering people's eardrums. What happened? The faces of the warriors present, especially the low-level warriors, changed. Facing this kind of power of heaven and earth, they inevitably trembled from the depths of their souls. The lightning rolled, weaving a purple lightning net. The void trembled violently, again and again, like fragile thin ice, about to tear. Shibei was horrified. This is the space barrier of the middle thousand worlds. Is it going to? Impossible. Even if several sea gods join forces, they can't tear the stable space barrier of the middle 1,000 worlds. However, as if to answer Shibei's question, the next moment, the space barrier was really broken. It was not broken, but disappeared out of thin air. At that moment, the middle 1,000 worlds merged with the outside world. What is this strange phenomenon? How could this happen? Shibei was incredulous. He had never heard of such a situation, since the Xianan continent had historical records that could be verified 100,000 years ago. Not only Shibei, but also the Shura God Emperor was in doubt. Could it be? The Shura God Emperor looked at the sky. At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly appeared with purple lines. These lines were like dragons, tumbling in the air. They corresponded to the lines on Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit. This is the mystery of the way of heaven, the existence closest to the origin of the law, and the space barrier of the middle 1,000 worlds cannot stop it at all. The purple array patterns were projected down, like heavy mountains falling down. How could the palace of the Elder's palace withstand such heavy pressure? It collapsed like a pile of sand. Retreat, retreat quickly. Warriors below the life-death level could not withstand this kind of heavenly power at all. They flew back violently and retreated more than 10 miles in a row. They were so shocked that they could not speak. What on earth is going on? Are those flying things dragons? Who can tell me whether Lin Lanjian is dead or not? A young warrior asked blankly. This was the question he was most concerned about. Fool, of course he is not dead, otherwise how could such a change happen? His master said unhappily, but he did not dare to say for sure. Could such a loud noise be caused by Lin Lanjian? Shibei also retreated to a distance, with a solemn look on his face. His mental power had been observing Lin Ming's situation through the locking heaven array. Lin Ming had been using energy to transform himself before. Whether it was the energy in the treasures of heaven and earth or the red gold thunder power in the air, they were all being absorbed by Lin Ming. The purple gold lightning at the moment did not seem to be caused by Lin Ming. The lightning net in the sky became more and more dense, and it had been intertwined into one, without any gaps. The entire Zanqian world was even brighter than daytime, and people could hardly open their eyes. At this moment, in the far north, a brighter beam of light was projected over, and the purple gold light was like the Milky Way falling. A large amount of lightning began to gather there, faintly forming a violent beast of thunder, walking on a purple-white light path, coming from the horizon. It stared at Lin Ming's position with resentment, its eyes full of rage. This beast of thunder was the purple lion thunder source located in the Nine Heavens thunder region of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Just now, it felt its own companion thunder crystal shattered, and its heart was bleeding. It rushed all the way from the Sea of Miracles, wanting to tear Lin Ming into rags to vent its anger. What is that? It's a lion. A purple lion. Thunder incarnates. Is it a thunder spirit? Oh my god. Such a powerful energy. It must be a heavenly thunder spirit at least. It was attracted by the thunder here. Several high-level life-falling warriors who cultivated the thunder system had a gleam in their eyes. With such momentum and power, it must be a heavenly thunder spirit, or even a heavenly middle grade or heavenly upper grade thunder spirit. In Xianan continent, the existence of the thunder source is almost unknown, and even the lower grade heavenly rank thunder spirit is rarely seen. How can these warriors possibly determine the exact level of the thunder spirit? This thunder spirit came from the north, and has nothing to do with Linland sword. It must have come from the vast thunder power here, said an old man of the thunder attribute. This is an ownerless object, and it is priceless. For a thunder attribute warrior, the value of a lower grade heavenly rank thunder spirit is completely equivalent to a higher grade heavenly rank treasure, which is just slightly inferior to a quasi-sacred weapon. Good stuff. What an unexpected harvest. Work together, let's catch it. The heavenly rank thunder spirit is very powerful, and it is still unknown what grade the thunder spirit in front of us is. Even though the thunder attribute warriors present have reached the high level life-death level, and even two of them are top masters ranked on the destiny list, they dare not be careless at all. Now is not the time to consider how to distribute the thunder spirit. First of all, we must capture it. Together. The purple-clothed old man in the lead shouted, his eyes full of excitement. He was the 250th ranked expert on the destiny ranking. Before this, he only had one Earth-ranked upper-grade thunder spirit. If he could obtain this heaven-ranked thunder spirit, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. The 5 great thunder masters showed their magical powers. The weakest among them was also at the 4th level of life falling. Those at lower levels did not make a move, because it was useless to make a move. They could not subdue the heaven-ranked thunder spirit, and this level of power was not something they could get their hands on. Among them, the purple-clothed old man took the lead. He held a pair of treasure maces and hit the heaven-ranked thunder spirit with one blow. If he faced the heaven-ranked thunder spirit alone, he would not feel very confident, but now with the strength of the 4 people behind him, he was confident that he could seal it with one blow. Boom boom boom. The purple-clothed old man's treasure mace shone with blue and white lightning, and he infused 100% of his strength into this attack. Hey! The purple-clothed old man shouted violently, and hit the purple iron Lei Yuan's head with a heavy mace. Roar! The purple iron thunder source let out a thunderous roar. The warriors present felt deafened in an instant, and those with weaker cultivation even had their eardrums shattered. The purple-clothed old man was the first to be hit. His body shook violently, and he bled from all 7 orifices. Then the purple iron thunder source produced a large purple claw, and slapped the purple-clothed old man with one claw. With a loud bang, the purple-clothed old man was hit like a polo ball. During the backward flight, the purple-clothed old man's clothes and armor were all burned by thunder. His internal organs were broken, and he vomited blood, and was barely breathing. What? The other 4 thunder warriors were a step slower, and had not arrived yet. They luckily avoided the attack. Seeing that the strongest purple-clothed old man among the 5 had suffered such a fate, they were horrified, and turned around to run away, but it was too late. As the incarnation of the thunder law, the purple iron thunder source was so arrogant. It was already furious, because its companion thunder crystal was broken, so how could it tolerate a group of ants provoking it? It roared and rushed directly into the 4 thunder warriors, like a lion into a flock of sheep. For a while, there were screams and blood rain. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 4 thunder warriors flew backwards in 4 directions like broken sacks. One of them had his head broken, and was obviously dead. The other 3 were also charred all over, and they were in danger. It seemed that they would not survive. This sudden scene made the warriors below change color. Where did this thing come from? Chapter 842, Recondensing the Spiritual Body. The master rank 250th on the destiny list was not even a match for it. This monster is too strong. Can a heavenly grade thunder spirit be so powerful? Seeing that the purple lion was still waving its claws and fangs in the sky, some low-level warriors had already fled far away, fearing that they would be affected by the thunder and turn into ashes. A sect leader from a middle upper 5th grade sect looked up at the purple iron thunder source in the sky, thinking, it came from the north. Could it be from the Sea of Miracles? What? The Sea of Miracles? As soon as these words came out, many warriors were shocked. Yes, looking at the entire Cheyenne continent, there is only one place with the strongest thunder, and that is the Sea of Miracles, also known as the Ocean of Storms. The sky above the Sea of Miracles is always covered with dark clouds, and there are countless thunders flashing. It is not uncommon to find a heavenly grade thunder spirit here, but in other places, heavenly grade thunder spirits are almost extinct. The purple lion in front of him is obviously the best among the heavenly grade thunder spirits, and it is very likely that it was bred from the Sea of Miracles. And the direction it came from also confirmed this. A super heavenly thunder spirit that came out of the Sea of Miracles. Thinking of this, all the warriors present changed their colors. The Sea of Miracles was a magical place for them. Anyone who entered would die. There was no exception, even the most beautiful person in the world. Whatever came out of there would be terrifying. Could it be coming Fallen Langian? The Ashura Emperor looked at all this from afar, with a slight arc on the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know, while Lin Langian's death would attract the existence of the Sea of Miracles, it was obvious that the purple lion was not here for good. Boom. The wanton purple gold thunder surged down, interweaving into a purple ocean of thunder in the air. The elder palace of the god-forsaken clan was shrouded in the purple lightning, and instantly fell apart, and turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was left with only the locking heaven array, where Lin Ming was. Shrouded in the thunderstorm, the locking heaven array suddenly shook. Although it did not break, the raging thunder force flowed through the formation into the golden energy ocean. Kai kai kai. Lightning flashed in the energy ocean, and a blazing light burst out again. And Lin Ming was in this ocean of thunder, facing the baptism of thunder with his body transformed into an energy body. If it were an ordinary warrior who died, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant, but Lin Ming's body was still intact, and his life fire was still strong. Shibei's mind was shocked, but he did not make a move. While paying full attention to the situation in the locking heaven array, he said without any emotion, increase energy input, and stabilize the locking heaven array. With the three great sea masters presiding over it, Shibei had sufficient confidence in the solidity of the locking heaven array, and the lightning released by the purple lion lightning source before failed to hit Lin Ming, which he could clearly sense through the connection of the formation. This thunder spirit from the Sea of Miracles obviously has a grudge against Lin Lanjian. This situation was really unexpected, but it was understandable when you think about it. When Lin Ming entered the Sea of Miracles and obtained the inheritance of Emperor Heo's ancestors, he might have offended this purple lion thunder spirit for some unknown reason. Roar. Before the attack was over, the purple lion thunder source roared even more fiercely. Just now, this roar caused a master rank 250th on the destiny list to bleed from all 7 orifices and was seriously injured. However, to the locking heaven array, this level of roar was just like a gust of wind, which did not cause any harm at all. The thunder became more and more fierce, and the purple lion thunder source showed a ferocious look. Its body turned into countless thunders and dissipated, merging into the dark clouds, using itself as thunder. Boom. The sky and the earth had turned into a dazzling purple gold color, and the lightning was extremely blazing, shattering everything. But the locking heaven array, where Lin Ming was bearing this terrifying baptism alone. From a distance, it seemed as if he was facing this world alone with his own strength. Exclamation mark. With such a terrifying might, people could not imagine what kind of disaster Lin Ming experienced in the locking heaven array. It's too terrifying. Even if there is a formation to protect him, he will directly bear the power of thunder. Without the protection of the flesh, his soul and will are all exposed to the thunder. In that environment, can there be a living person? The warriors more than 10 miles away swallowed their saliva. Until now, they have not figured out one thing: is Lin Ming dead or alive? At first, it seemed that he was dead, but later the sound of heaven sounded, and it seemed that he was still alive. Now countless purple gold thunders are coming down, and no one can tell whether he is dead or alive. He will definitely fall. In that environment, no one can withstand it, unless he is a great master of the Sea of Gods. And Lin Lanjian is still at the critical moment of crossing the life-falling state. Without the protection of the true essence, he endures the thunder power in a state of mixed blood and flesh. If he can still survive, I will eat my sword. A 5th grade sect genius flashed the sword in his hand and swore. However, his curse caused a young man in white to turn around and look at him with a half smile. This look made him feel weak. What are you looking at? The young man in white said with a half smile. Look at your teeth. You. The 5th rank sect genius was furious, and at this moment, a long roar that cracked rocks and collapsed clouds rose to the sky, as if a giant dragon was roaring and shattering the mountains and rivers. At that moment, a brilliant light burst out from the locking heaven array, and then a shocking scene happened. From the locking heaven array, a silver-white streak of light came out, piercing the sky like a peerless divine spear. What is that? People looked at the silver-white divine light that pierced the sky from a distance and almost lost their minds for a while. That is the spear of will formed by the war spirit. The silver-white brilliance. Could it be the silver war spirit? The bronze war spirit has a blue-gray brilliance, and the silver war spirit has a silver-white brilliance. There is no doubt about it. Silver war spirit? The warriors present had not yet reacted to what the so-called silver war spirit meant, and at this moment, the peerless divine spear slashed down from the air. Like a pillar of Optimus Prime, it was swung down heavily by the giant. Crack. The thick thunder clouds in the sky were split in two. Roar. The purple iron thunder source roared angrily, transformed into its true form, and pounced on the silver-white divine light, colliding heavily with each other. Boom boom boom. 10,000 thunders roared. The whole sky was purple. The stars and the moon had long lost their color, and the void was shattered. Ouch. The purple iron thunder source screamed, and its body rolled and flew backwards, as if it was injured. As an immortal energy body, the purple lion thunder source is not afraid of a strong person with extremely high cultivation, but no power to control thunder. Even if the opponent is a powerful person in the Sea of Gods, it cannot hurt it, because once it turns into thunder, it will disappear without a trace, and it can be immune to both material attacks and soul attacks. What it fears most is warriors who are proficient in the laws of thunder and lightning. Their cultivation is not necessarily very high, but they can use their understanding of the laws of thunder and lightning to imprison it. At the beginning, the white sword could command thunder and affect the power of the laws of thunder and lightning, causing it to be injured, just by relying on the thunder will of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. And now, this scene is repeated. Lin Ming stabbed the purple lion thunder source with only the silver war spirit that contains the will of thunder. The purple lion thunder source roared in anger and unwillingness. The surrounding thunder power was attracted and gathered like a whale sucking water, and all sank into the body of the purple lion thunder source. At that moment, the body of the purple lion thunder source changed to a size of several dozen feet. With an indomitable momentum, it rushed out again towards the silver white war spirit. Bang bang bang. Like a purple lion, it fought fiercely with a white dragon in the night sky. The purple gold and red gold lightning spread across every inch of space, and the night sky was completely swallowed by thunder. This is a heart-pounding battle. The famous masters of the sects and the princes around all changed their expressions. Through a repeated confirmation just now, they confirmed that the silver white spear-shaped streak was the silver war spirit. It is really the silver war spirit. The silver war spirit that even the mighty ones in the Sea of Gods cannot comprehend. How did he do it? In the Cheyenne continent, the silver war spirit is simply a legendary thing. No one among the powerful ones in the Sea of Gods can possess the silver war spirit now. Even those who are bronze perfect are rare. Lin Ming actually possesses the silver war spirit. On the spirit boat of the Day Kingdom of God, Oyu King Feng took a breath. He could vaguely feel the burning life fire of Lin Ming in the locking heaven array, the control of the spear of will, and the power of facing the world alone. The more violent the thunder struck, the more vigorously his life fire burned. Although Oyu King Feng was also a peerless genius, compared with Lin Ming, he couldn't help but feel that he was far behind. In the direction of Shura Divine Kingdom, Situ Yaoi was bathed in brilliant lightning, and there was no color in his dark eyes. His body has become energy, and has merged with the power of thunder. The attack of the purple lion did not hurt him, but tempered his body again. Now his body is thunder. With the war spirit as his spear, he has merged with the state of thunder, and is unstoppable. I'm looking forward to this battle more and more. Situ Yaoi smoothed the tip of his spear, and his fighting spirit was high. Only Yang Yun of Jihading Divine Kingdom still stood on the golden chariot with a calm expression, completely unmoved. I don't know what he is thinking. Ouch. In the sky, the purple lion thunder source screamed again, and its body was pierced by Lin Ming's spear of will. As an energy life form, it would not be a problem for the purple lion lightning source to be pierced through the body. However, this time was different. Lin Ming's battle spirit contained the law of thunder. After the spear pierced through the purple lion lightning source, the pure thunder power in the purple lion's body rushed into the battle spirit's spear like a flood, and was continuously sucked into the locking heaven array. The purple lion lightning source was shocked and screamed. In the locking heaven array, after receiving the energy infusion of the purple lion lightning source, Lin Ming's shattered body finally began to slowly reorganize. After the physical body was broken, the spiritual body was recondensed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843, Successful Exit, but Fatal Achievement. The purple lion thunder source roared wildly and struggled to break free from the silver white will spear. However, a huge gash was torn in the right half of its body, and its entire right front leg was cut off. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The right front leg that had separated from the purple lion thunder source's body immediately turned into the purest electric light, and was imprisoned by the thunder law attached to Lin Ming's will spear. It was instantly absorbed and all injected into the locking heaven array. The thunder source is said to be immortal, but the truly immortal part is only the crystal core of the thunder source. For example, the crystal core of the purple lion thunder source is hidden in the head. The rest is a body condensed by energy. If it is destroyed, it can absorb energy and condense again, but it will take a long time. The purple lion thunder source howled. It hated Lin Ming to the extreme, but it was extremely afraid of the will spear that contained the thunder law. Seeing the silver white will spear vibrating again, the purple lion thunder source finally became afraid and turned around and flew to the north. The purple lion lightning source escaped. With its speed, if it was determined to escape, Lin Ming would not be able to do anything to it. He wanted to seal it with the silver battle spirit, but it was still far from being able to do so. The lightning in the sky dispersed, and a large amount of it was captured by the silver spear, converted into energy, and absorbed by the skylocking formation. The vitality of heaven and earth, the power of thunder, and the starlight that penetrated the middle 1,000 worlds, all rolled into the energy ocean, where Lin Ming was, making this small world more energetic. After a while, the thunder disappeared completely, and the entire night sky returned to clarity. The bright moon was in the sky, and the night wind was blowing. Only the lightning and shadows that still remained in everyone's irises reminded everyone what had just happened. It was just like a dream. The silver battle spirit, which was even more powerful than the Sea of Gods, and the existence of the suspected top-level heavenly thunder spirit from the Sea of Miracles, fought against each other. The most surprising thing was that the thunder spirit from the Sea of Miracles was actually defeated by Lin Ming. There were too many shocking scenes tonight, which overturned their usual cognition. What's that sound? A warrior's heart moved, and he heard a certain sound. After he said this, the other warriors listened carefully and heard the sound of bang, 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 as if a golden drum was struck, but the sound was ethereal, as if it came from the horizon. What is this sound? Like footsteps? Every time this powerful and rhythmic sound sounded, it shocked people's hearts. Although it did not contain the charm of the great Dao like the previous heavenly sound, every sound faintly stirred the surrounding heaven and earth vitality, as if it contained some indescribable law power. Bang, bang, bang. The sound became louder and louder, until it made people's ears roar. A blood-red halo condensed in the locking heaven array, jumping again and again, bursting out with dazzling light. Look at the locking heaven array, that red light. Is it a heart? Lin Ming is starting to condense his body. A warrior shouted in horror. After the flesh body collapsed, he recondensed his spirit body, starting from the heart. The sound like a golden drum before was the sound of Lin Ming's heartbeat. According to legend, a strong man on the verge of the peak of martial arts can beat for hundreds of thousands of years, even if his heart is separated from his body, because his heart can activate the laws of heaven and earth. Although Lin Ming's heart is far from reaching this level, he has initially possessed the ability to activate the vitality of heaven and earth. He is really starting to condense his spirit body. He has survived all the previous disasters. He is simply not a human. Why did Lin Ming have so many strange phenomena when he crossed the life-threatening path? Is it just because he has a solid foundation? People can't help but have such doubts. Everything that happened to Lin Ming contradicted the common sense of martial arts. Maybe he was born with a divine body, like the purple extreme Danshan, or he was born with a thunder spirit body, which is difficult to explain. Lin Ming seemed to contain a lot of secrets. It is not surprising that geniuses have secrets, but Lin Ming's secrets are too unusual. Although the first level of life fall is said to be able to dissolve the mortal body and recondense the spiritual body, no one can be reborn so thoroughly that even the brain and bones are recondensed, which is truly a case of breaking and then standing up. After the heart is condensed, it is followed by blood vessels. The cells that were originally wandering in the thunder energy are constantly condensed by the pull of the divine power. Each of these cells has undergone energy transformation and has undergone a thorough change in nature. When the blood is first born, it is crystal clear, and the flow of energy can be seen through it. The blood that finally gathers from these shining energies is as viscous and mysterious as light golden mercury. This is new blood, not like fresh blood, but more like flowing liquid energy. After the blood appears, pieces of bones are condensed one by one. These bones are like exquisite colored glaze carvings, shining in crystal. It not only inherits the hardness of the physical training warrior, but also has the characteristic of containing true essence of the life-full warrior. It is no exaggeration to say that, if someone took one of Lin Ming's long bones, as long as it was slightly polished, without too much sacrifice and refining, it could become a heavenly rank lower grade treasure. After the bones were born, internal organs and skin and flesh began to attach to them. After being completely transformed by energy, the flesh was like a beautiful jade, without any impurities. This was condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, and every inch of skin could accommodate a large amount of energy. Swish, swish, swish. The golden thunder came under the guidance of Lin Ming's divine consciousness, wrapping Lin Ming's body. The tiny lightning threads intertwined together to form a thick cocoon. Lin Ming was in the cocoon, like a butterfly, completing the final transformation. Muscles and layers of skin continued to condense, all the way to the eyes, facial features, and limbs. Finally, his long black hair and tiny sweat hairs were reborn one by one, shining with the brilliance of energy. Lin Ming was naked, with his legs folded in front of his chest and his arms wrapped around his knees. He curled up in the cocoon, formed by lightning like a newborn baby. He closed his eyes. His expression was as peaceful as if he was asleep. Although his heart was beating, he was not breathing. His body could naturally absorb the vitality of heaven and earth from the liquid energy around him. His facial features became more perfect. His face was angular. His eyebrows were slanted into his temples. His skin was crystal clear like a work of art carved from jade. His back was broad. His legs were straight and slender. His Achilles tendons were strong and powerful, and the faint muscle lines were full of power and beauty. At this moment, every part of his body was perfect. He slept for 4 or 5 hours to complete the final body transformation. None of the warriors around him left, and they all witnessed all this happening until the first ray of sunlight came from the east, penetrated the misty morning fog, and glowed with a purple luster. Purple hair comes from the east, and auspiciousness descends from the sky. Yang Yun looked at the bright morning sun rising slowly in the east, and a smile that no one could understand appeared on his face. I'm really looking forward to the coming of a prosperous age, but that world may not be as beautiful as you imagine. Yang Yun muttered to himself in words that no one could understand. He smiled and looked at the lightning cocoon where Lin Ming was in the distance. He said in a very low voice, perhaps you are qualified enough to become the key to open this prosperous age. After the sun rose, it slowly set in the west. In a blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Most of the second day had passed. However, for warriors whose lifespans are often thousands of years, this time is just a meditation. For many warriors, it is a long process to cross the fate and recondense their spiritual bodies. It may even take a month. Lin Ming only took a quarter of an hour to condense his body last night, but the subtle transformation still takes a lot of time. Until the evening, the locking heaven array suddenly vibrated, and the heaven and earth vitality that had been scattered around the space and had been very rich surged towards the locking heaven array like a tide. Kai kai kai. The lightning flashed, and the heaven and earth vitality formed a violent storm vortex. After a warrior successfully crosses the life fall, the originally overswelling energy in the danshan will be dispersed into the body, becoming extremely depleted. After the body is transformed into a spirit body that can accommodate the true essence, it is also in a state of energy deficit. This is why the warrior will frantically absorb the surrounding heaven and earth energy after breaking the life fall, and the energy will increase several times. This is also the reason why the warrior's strength has improved by leaps and bounds from the late stage of Zuundan to the first level of life fall. The process of absorbing energy by ordinary warriors often takes several days, but for Lin Ming, because the surrounding heaven and earth energy is already as rich as it can be, even if he needs more energy, because of his solid foundation, it is twice the result with half the effort to absorb it now. Lin Ming's body is like a bottomless pit. A huge energy wheel emerges in the sky, and the end hangs down like a funnel, connecting with the locking heaven array, and the heaven and earth energy gathers continuously. The lightning cocoon where Lin Ming was located greedily absorbed all of this. After a quarter of an hour, the surrounding heaven and earth vitality was almost exhausted. At this moment, the lightning cocoon suddenly burst into 1,000-foot high brilliance, and there was a faint echo of heavenly sound. A breath of the avenue came to the face, mysterious and vast, as if a dragon was born in it. Everyone stared at all this, and the thick cocoon suddenly turned into countless thunders and dissipated. The light of the setting sun fell, and Lin Ming, wearing a white robe that was not stained with dust, stood in the air. With a handsome and perfect appearance and an ethereal temperament, he walked calmly, stepped on the wind, and his black hair fluttered freely in the breeze, formed by the heaven and earth vitality. His eyes were as bright as stars. Looking into his eyes, it seemed that one could see the mysterious heavenly way from his pupils, which could easily make people sink. At that moment, Lin Ming, bathed in the light of the setting sun, was peerless and handsome, and became a permanent image in the hearts of many warriors. It's really incredible. Princess Ai Qingyan of Day Kingdom said to herself. She had to admit that Lin Ming was full of infinite charm at this moment. Beside her, Yao Qingfeng smiled slightly. He is really a great man of his generation. If we can attract him to Day Kingdom, we will benefit a lot. At this point, he looked at his sister with a smile. Chapter 844, The Peak of the First Level of Life. Tens of thousands of warriors were silent. Lin Ming stood alone in the air. The sunset was infinitely brilliant, casting a layer of red clouds on Lin Ming's white clothes. At this moment, he was like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. Ha ha ha, very good. At this moment, a loud laugh came, and she soared into the air. Today is definitely a day that will be remembered by history. Lin Lanjian, who is likely to become the strongest man in the world in the future, has survived the catastrophe of the God-forsaken clan. In the future, as long as Lin Ming does not die, the God-forsaken clan will also benefit infinitely. Lin Ming waved his hand to put away the Zumi ring under the special protection of the locking heaven formation, and bowed respectfully to Shibei, saying word by word, Patriarch Shibei, I will remember your kindness in my heart. This time, the God-forsaken clan played an important role in saving Lin Ming from death. It can be said that it was a grace of rebirth. Otherwise, Lin Ming might even die in the hands of the Shura Kingdom. Although Lin Ming only made a simple promise, for a warrior with extraordinary willpower like him, a promise is enough. Shibei helped Lin Ming up, still smiling. He paid such a great price to help Lin Ming. In addition to repaying Lin Ming's favor, part of the reason was that he was optimistic about Lin Ming's future. A peerless strong man who could reach the late stage of the Sea of Gods could live for tens of thousands of years, and protect their God-forsaken clan for tens of thousands of years. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Yang Yun came on the Divine Paladin, flew down from the palanquin, and bowed from a distance. He was still as handsome as ever, but compared to Lin Ming, he lacked a sense of ethereal and otherworldly temperament, and had a noble and free-spirited kingly aura. Thank you, Brother Yang, for the divine transformation pill. Lin Ming returned the greeting. Although he had never accepted Yang Yun's invitation to join the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming still had a good impression of Yang Yun himself. After paying close attention to Yang Yun's danshan, Lin Ming found that, even if he broke the life-threatening state, he still could not see Yang Yun's cultivation clearly. Yang Yun and his 9 Cauldrons guards all practiced a special secret method of hiding their cultivation, which made it difficult for people to see their danshan clearly. This is a strange and practical skill. If I can master it, it will be very useful. Lin Ming thought so, and looked inside his body. After searching carefully, he found that the death curse left by the second demon envoy had completely disappeared. The death curse is that the caster burns all his vitality, soul, and blood before his death, so that the death god will destroy the person who killed him. The cursed person will die within 100 days, unless the other party is strong enough to break the curse by his own strength. After Lin Ming broke the fate, he finally had this strength. In this way, the death curse will naturally disappear. Looking inside his danshan again, Lin Ming suddenly found that there was a layer of green mist of vitality in his danshan, and this mist of vitality was connected to the flesh around the danshan, blurring it. This is the sign of a life-falling warrior. The danshan is blurred and directly connected to the flesh, not like the Zuandan warrior, which must be connected through the meridians. However, Lin Ming found that the energy in his danshan was too rich. I'm actually already at the peak of the first level of life fall. Once life fall is broken, it reaches the peak of the first level directly. But it's normal to think about it. Lin Ming's original cultivation level was already enough. It's just that after the physical training to open the 8 gates of Dunjia, the flesh is too tough and can't be broken for a long time, causing Lin Ming's cultivation level to be compressed to the limit. Now that he has taken out so many natural treasures, once he breaks through, his strength will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. What? This is. Sensing through the green mist, Lin Ming was surprised to find that in his danshan, on the black spinning Dan crystal core, there was a young sprout less than 2 inches high. It stretched out 2 young petioles, and on the petioles, there were 2 curled young leaves, one red and the other golden. They were the young leaves symbolizing fire and thunder. The flame leaf was heart-shaped, with golden totems symbolizing the law of fire interwoven on it, and the thunder leaf was in the shape of a flying sword, with purple 9 heavens thunder spirits entwined on it. The evil god's young sprout has moved to the danshan. When Lin Ming obtained the evil god's secret technique, according to the memory of the god Almighty, when the warrior's danshan was formed, the evil god's seed should be transferred from the heart to the danshan, because at that time the warrior's physical training focus shifted from the heart to the danshan. However, in Lin Ming's case, it was not until he broke through the life and recondensed his spirit body that the evil god's seed was transferred to the danshan. Lin Ming guessed that this was related to his own practice of physical training. After all, the heart is the most important part of the body in the physical training, and it is reasonable for the evil god's seed to reside in the heart. The evil god's young sprout actually grew on the Zuandan crystal core. I wonder what changes it will bring. Lin Ming looked at the evil god's young sprout and felt a sense of trembling. It really knew how to choose a growth location. It actually grew on the Zuandan crystal core. I wonder what impact it will have on my future training. Just when Lin Ming was exploring his body, Shibei also discovered that Lin Ming had reached the peak of the first level and was only one step away from the second level of life. This made him even happier. This situation had never been heard of before. Brother Lin, you reached the peak of the first level of life-death as soon as you broke through. Lin Ming nodded and said, maybe I took too many spiritual medicines, so I was lucky enough to reach this level, but the foundation needs to be consolidated. Shibei laughed. Very good, you have a solid foundation, and once you break through the shackles, you will be like a flying dragon in the sky, unstoppable. And the most rare thing is that you have a good character and a strong will, which is most suitable for martial arts. If you insist on saying that Lin Ming has any talent for martial arts, then it is not his qualifications, not his comprehension, but his will and martial arts heart, including the martial arts intention that Lin Ming later obtained, which are closely related to these two. Before Lin Ming said anything, at this time, a pair of brothers and sisters like a golden boy and a jade girl came together. They were Oyu Yiking Feng and Oyu Yiking Guan from the Divine Kingdom. Congratulations to Brother Lin for breaking through the fate. Your future achievements are limitless. Oyu Yiking Feng cupped his hands. Brother Lin is so handsome. I really feel pressured. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Oyu Yiking Guan also whispered. Lin Ming knew the origins of the two people long ago, and he returned the gifts one by one. He will stay in Xianan continent for a while, and it is naturally beneficial to have a good relationship with these influential figures of the 4 great divine kingdoms. I heard that Brother Lin was collecting spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs and wood spirit jade a few days ago. I have prepared some here as a small gift for Brother Lin. Please accept it. Oyu Yiking Feng said, and took out a wood spirit jade box. There was a slit on the wood spirit jade box for Lin Ming to use his perception to explore the contents. A piece of wood spirit jade that is 1 million years old, and a large number of precious spiritual medicines and spiritual plants, conservatively estimated to be worth 300,000 spiritual stones. For Lin Ming now, these things are naturally very practical, because he is proficient in medicine practice. Whether it is breaking the fate, or breaking the 8 gates, spiritual medicine is needed. Lin Ming was about to say something. Oyu Yiking Feng said, Brother Lin, please don't refuse. We just want to make friends. There is no other intention. After Lin Ming went into seclusion a few days ago, there were many people who wanted to see Lin Ming. They all wanted to make friends. Oyu Yiking Feng was no exception. If Lin Ming really won all the warriors of Shura Divine Kingdom, his future would be limitless. Originally, Oyu Yiking Feng planned to give these gifts Only if Lin Ming really won. But now that he saw the vision, when Lin Ming was dying, he changed his mind. It is better to give icing on the cake than to send charcoal in the snow. Thank you, brother Ouyi. Lin Ming still accepted these medicinal herbs and wood spirit jade. First, he really needed them. Second, he had accepted Yang Yun's Huashan pill before. If he refused to accept Ouyi King Feng's treasures, it might make the other party suspicious, which was not the result he wanted. Haha, Brother Lin, you are polite. Brother Lin has the fate of being crowned emperor. He can become the #1 person in the world in the future. When the time comes, just take care of me. Ouyi King Feng said half jokingly. Just as the surroundings were filled with congratulations, a slightly harsh voice came out. With this posture, those who know clearly that this is breaking the life fall, and those who don't know may think that this is breaking the sea of gods. Isn't it just the first level of life fall? There are at least 50,000 warriors above the first level of life fall in Xianan continent, if not 80,000. Even in this middle thousand world, there are a lot of them everywhere. Is it really that serious? This sharp voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. People looked over and saw that the speaker was a young man in black clothes, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking disapproving. This person was Situ Chuan, who had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Ming. After being humiliated by Lin Ming, he had always regarded Lin Ming as a competitor. Now seeing the gap getting wider and wider, and basically no possibility of catching up, he was jealous and hateful, and ridiculed Lin Ming. Humph, so what if there are strange phenomena in the world when breaking through? One level of life is one level of life. Do you really think you can defeat all the life-falling masters of my Shura kingdom? While Situ Chuan was speaking, 7 or 8 masters appeared behind him. All of them were high-level life-falling masters with a solid foundation. These people were undoubtedly masters of the destiny list. Lin Ming saw the figures of the great demon envoy and the boy in red among them. They were all 6 levels of life-falling masters, and ranked in the top 100 of the destiny list. However, among these people, they were obviously not the strongest. The most unfathomable one was the handsome man standing in front of everyone. He was wearing a loose black robe, barefoot, with eyes as bright as a clear spring, and a light and ethereal temperament all over his body, which made people unable to help but admire him. Lin Ming directly ignored Situ Chuan, and locked his eyes on the man in black robe. Lin Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with Situ Chuan. It was not that Situ Chuan was useless, but that he was too young. The young generation of geniuses who could fight with Lin Ming had to be at least over 40 years old. He is Situ Luosha. Lin Ming muttered in his heart, because Situ Luosha had not hidden his whereabouts before, and he had heard of the other party's name. Situ Luosha remained silent. Facing Lin Ming, he also felt pressure, but at the same time he was eager to fight. Lin Ming had just broken his life, and although his momentum was huge, he would only know his combat effectiveness after fighting. He would not be intimidated by the opponent's momentum. Lin Lanjian, no matter how talented you are, if you can't grow up, it's meaningless. Let's see how you can resist the next battle. Situ Chuan felt that he was obviously ignored by Lin Ming, and said angrily. Chapter 845, Using Finger as Gun. After Situ Chuan said this, the warriors present remembered the battle between Lin Ming and all the warriors of Shura Kingdom. Before, they were shocked by the various strange phenomena in the world when Lin Ming passed the death of life and almost forgot about it. Originally, they thought it was a battle that Lin Ming would definitely lose, but now they felt that it was a bit interesting. I just don't know how strong Lin Ming is after passing the death of life. Even though he has all kinds of strange phenomena, his cultivation is an insurmountable shortcoming. With only 1 level of death of life, he is 5 small realms behind the strong men of Shura Kingdom. I wonder how Situ Luosha will compare to Lin Lanjian. It's hard to say. The Fateless ranks Situ Luosha 12th, but it's just an estimate. After all, Situ Luosha hasn't made a move for 10 years. Who knows how strong he is now? Lin Lanjian is incredibly talented, and there are all kinds of strange phenomena in the process of breaking through the death of life, so his strength is also unclear. We won't know until we fight this battle. Strange phenomena cannot represent absolute strength, but can only show that Lin Ming's combat power is extraordinary, but to what extent it is extraordinary is impossible to estimate. The same is true for Sitaluosha. As the top 20 masters on the destiny list, these people are synonymous with mystery. They rarely fight each other. Even if they do, it is often not something that ordinary warriors have the opportunity to see. For warriors, the battle between top masters is exciting, not to mention such a suspenseful battle. The strength of both parties is a mystery. One is the first genius of Xianan continent, and the other is also a top emperor level genius. The result is full of unknowns. There is no doubt that this battle will be a major event in the central area of Xianan continent. Lin Ming looked at Situchuan with a smile. When you say that, I remember that I have reached the peak of the first level of life. I'm afraid that I will need some spiritual medicine to support me to break through the second level of life. I probably can't afford it with my own savings. It just so happens that I have a bet with the Shura Kingdom, and you have to pay for these medicines. After the first level of life, the physical body transforms into a spiritual body. Although the toughness has not increased much, the cells are denser. In other words, to survive the second level of life, the physical body needs to be broken down more thoroughly than the first time. As for Lin Ming, his body is as tough as a heavenly treasure. According to common sense, it would be more difficult to understand, and he would even need to consume a lot of more precious spiritual medicines than the first life breaking. But this is not the case, because after the first life breaking, the whole body is energized, and the whole body can store true essence. When the life is broken for the first time, the true essence is detonated with the danshan as the center to break the body. This is like using a bomb to blow up a solid boulder. Even if it can be barely broken, it cannot break the boulder completely, unless the energy of the bomb is unimaginably strong. The second life is different. The true essence is detonated with the whole body as the foundation, which is equivalent to burying dozens or hundreds of explosive bombs deep in the rock. It is much easier to blow it into powder. Therefore, even if the dual cultivation of Dharma and body is very difficult when entering the life fall from Zhu and Dan, the subsequent several levels of life fall are only slightly difficult for warriors who only follow the Zhu-Yuan system, and are not ridiculously difficult. Otherwise, it will be more and more difficult for martial artists who practice dual cultivation of Dharma and body to pass the life fall, and the spiritual medicine consumed will be more and more exaggerated. Even the big sects in the god realm will vomit blood, and there will be no martial artists who practice dual cultivation of Dharma and body. When Situchuan heard that Lin Ming was still thinking about the bet, he laughed out loud. You are still thinking about winning the bet and spiritual medicine when you are about to die. You are really a fool. Lin Ming looked at Situchuan, who was jumping up and down. Although he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, it didn't mean that he would let the other party step on his face. Your name is Situchuan, right? You are so arrogant. Will you come out to fight with me when the time comes? Lin Ming's words directly choked Situchuan. Going out to fight, isn't that courting death? He couldn't beat Lin Ming before he broke the life fall, let alone now. Don't you dare. Lin Ming sneered. If you come on the field, I won't use my true energy, and I will only use one finger and one move. If you can take it, I will count you as the winner. What? Situchuan was furious. In front of so many people, he was despised like this. He only used one finger and one move, and most importantly, he didn't use his true energy. If a warrior doesn't use his true energy, then the power of his attack will be too limited, because true energy is the basis of his moves. Why does a warrior from the Zuandan stage to the Mingan stage have a qualitative leap in strength? That's because the whole body has transformed into a spiritual body, and the true energy is no longer limited to the danshan and meridians, causing the total amount of true energy to increase several times. The power of his moves will naturally be greatly improved, and his endurance will also be enhanced. Lin Ming gave up using his true energy, which was equivalent to giving up using his advantage as a Mingan warrior. In other words, under the limitation of this rule, it didn't make any essential difference whether Lin Ming broke the Mingan or not. In front of so many heroes, if Situchuan couldn't even win like this, how could he have the face to stand in the central area of Xianan continent? You are going too far. Do you really think you are invincible? Well, I will block your finger. Although Situchuan was arrogant, he was not a fool who acted on impulse. He still set the rules according to what Lin Ming said just now, and would not try to withstand Lin Ming's stronger attack. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang in Situ Chuan's ears. "You don't know how to improve. Do you want to die?" This voice was the true essence sound transmission, and it sounded like thunder in Situ Chuan's ears, making him tremble all over. This was from his father, the Shura God Emperor Situ Haoshan. Originally, he and Lin Ming agreed to a life and death battle, and he could kill the other party. At that time, even if Lin Ming killed Situ Chuan, he could not pursue anything. The Shura God Emperor had countless sons and daughters in his lifetime. Ordinary sons died, and the Shura God Light had no feeling at all. However, Situ Chuan was one of the most talented ones. His current strength was weak, because he was still young. As long as a few decades passed, it would be absolutely no problem for Situ Chuan to enter the 6th level of life. By then, he would probably be ranked in the top 30 of the destiny list. Before he turned 100, there was a hope that he would impact the Sea of Gods. The Shura Sea of Gods would certainly not watch such a son fall. Being scolded by his father, Situ Chuan seemed a little terrified. "Father, he is too much of a bully, and how could I not even block his one finger without using his true energy? If I'm afraid and don't fight today, how can I gain a foothold in the Xianan continent in the future?" Tens of thousands of warriors were watching around, and there were many people who gloated over the misfortune. By then, even if Situ Chuan could get rid of his inner demons and achieve the Sea of Gods, people would remember today's shame, and it would be impossible to erase it. Situ Haoshan was silent for a moment. He believed that, since Lin Ming dared to say so, he must have the confidence to defeat Situ Chuan, but he didn't think that Lin Ming's one finger could really kill his son. He touched the Sumeru ring with his finger, and a black stream of light sank into Situ Chuan's body. This. Situ Chuan touched his chest, where there was an extra layer of thick energy protection. Demon God Heart Mirror? As the national treasure of Shura Kingdom and a defensive quasi-sacred weapon, the Demon God Heart Mirror has always been in the hands of Situ Haoshan. At this time, using the Demon God Heart Mirror to protect Situ Chuan, Situ Haoshan believed that Situ Chuan should be able to block Lin Ming's attack. With the Demon God Heart Mirror, Situ Chuan was more confident. He used all his strength to activate his body protection essence. Under the blessing of the Demon God Heart Mirror, his body protection essence took on a hint of dark attributes, as if it wanted to devour everything. He looked at Lin Ming and grinned. "Lin Lanjian, let's fight here. We don't have to wait for the battle in 2 months. Let's see what you can do to me." The Demon God Heart Mirror turns out to be a dark state of mind. Lin Ming looked at the layer of true energy shield. There was a faint black array pattern flowing on the shield. Although the Demon God Heart Mirror only occupies a small part of the Demon Emperor's armor, it is the core of the Demon Emperor's armor. Its value is even higher than other parts of the Demon Emperor's armor. The shield contains the law of darkness. To drive the Demon God Heart Mirror and fully exert its power, you need to understand the power of the law of darkness, otherwise you can't use 1/10 of its power. With Situ Chuan's realm, it is obviously impossible to exert the effect of the black array pattern. Lin Ming stretched out his right index finger without using any true energy, but a dazzling silver light burst out from his index finger. "Huh? Didn't you not use true energy? How can there be light shooting out?" The warriors with lower realms around asked puzzledly. "That's a war spirit, a silver level war spirit, not true essence." The famous old man of the sect beside the young warrior sighed. "The silver war spirit is a legendary thing. I didn't expect it to appear on a warrior who had just entered the realm of fate." The silver light gradually condensed, and a silver spear appeared out of thin air. After the war spirit entered the silver level, it no longer needed to attach to an object, and could directly transform and hurt people. Lin Ming also wanted to know how far his war spirit's attack could reach. The Demon God Heart Mirror, I will take this thing away sooner or later, when I have enough strength. Lin Ming thought so, using his finger as a spear and suddenly pointed it out. Facing Lin Ming's attack, Situ Chuan clenched his fists and urged his whole body's true essence to the extreme. Swoosh! The dazzling silver light flashed, and the sharp and unparalleled spear force made it difficult for people to open their eyes. Without relying on true essence, the attack of the war spirit alone was like a sharp knife. Even if it was not aimed at other warriors present, they still felt like the tip of the spear was pointing at their eyebrows. Situ Chuan, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart at that moment. Facing this overwhelming will, his martial arts will seem to tremble, and his original momentum and confidence suddenly collapsed. He was originally unable to control the power of the Dark Law, and now even the true essence injected into the demon god's heart mirror was almost broken. This is the absolute suppression from the martial arts will, which is not only reflected in the difference in attack power. Bang! The shield of the demon god's heart mirror was pierced, and the silver light paused slightly, and then penetrated Situ Chuan's body. Situ Chuan groaned and flew backwards. Please give me a monthly ticket. Although the updates have been late these days due to jet lag and physical discomfort, I have not missed a single chapter. The requirements are not high. 20 or so votes will make the total number of votes exceed 600. Is that right? Chapter 846, The Day of Decisive Battle. Situ Haoshan moved and instantly appeared behind Situ Chuan, catching him. He sensed and checked Situ Chuan's injuries. With the demon god heart mirror protecting his body, Lin Ming's attack penetrated Situ Chuan's body, but failed to kill him. Even if Situ Chuan could not exert the power of the demon god heart mirror, it would not be so unbearable. Don't forget that Lin Ming did not even use his true essence. The combat power of the Silver War Spirit exceeded Situ Haoshan's imagination. This kind of thing has always belonged to the legendary realm. Only the classics would give a rough description in ominous words. No one has ever seen how powerful it is. Silver level war spirit, extraordinary speed, super strong defense, extremely solid cultivation foundation, more than one kind of martial intent, and a deep understanding of the laws of artistic conception. Situ Haoshan counted out Lin Ming's advantages. This is just what he knows. Maybe there are some things he doesn't know. With all these factors added up, Lin Ming has almost no weaknesses. His terrifying thing lies in his omnipotence. Any aspect is a strength. Let's go. Situ Haoshan carried the unconscious Situ Chuan and turned to fly to the secret tower of the Shura Kingdom. From beginning to end, Situ Yaoyu did not show up. She was the strongest killer that Situ Haoshan prepared for Lin Ming. No matter how many advantages you have, I want to see, under the absolute suppression of the 7th level life falling cultivation, facing Yaoyu, who has a purple danshan, and is also a top level emperor level genius. What can you do? The Shura god emperor retreated, and the life falling strongman of the Shura kingdom also left. The agreed battle period was 3 months, and now only 1 month has passed, and there are still 2 months. For warriors, 2 months is not enough to retreat once. It is very short. People did not leave the Zanqian world, waiting for the day of the decisive battle. Lin Ming just defeated Situ Chuan with one finger. Although the scene was shocking, most warriors did not change their views because of this. Although Lin Ming's finger did not use his true essence, it was infused with the silver battle spirit, which was one of Lin Ming's trump cards. It was not too exaggerated to think about it carefully and achieve such a result after using it. The key is, what kind of ultimate strength can Lin Ming achieve when all his other advantages are combined? The Shura Divine Kingdom has been passed down for more than 10,000 years, and its foundation is so profound. Among the masters in the open, there is the unfathomable Situ Luosha. In addition, there are hidden masters who are very likely to appear. Lin Ming's battle is still extremely difficult, and he may fall. Despite this, all forces dare not ignore Lin Ming. What if the Shura Divine Kingdom does not have stronger masters? What if Lin Ming's strength is beyond imagination? If he can really pass this level, he will have the hope of the Sea of Gods in the next 20 years. Once he breaks the Sea of Gods, he may become the #1 person in the world. At that time, he will rule the world for thousands of years, and he may even compete with the Divine Kingdom with his own strength in the future. Such a person has never appeared since Emperor Shakyamuni, who would not be afraid. Instead of having a good relationship, getting a little benefit and protection can make their forces flourish for thousands of years. On the contrary, if they offend him, it is not a big deal to destroy a 5th grade holy land. Therefore, even though Lin Ming's hope of winning the battle is not great, warriors from various forces came to visit in the next few days. Lin Ming's residence was crowded with people before. Every visiting force had to prepare some gifts. Although it was impossible to be as rich as the Divine Kingdom, which would give out things worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, they could still afford treasures worth 20,000 to 30,000 spiritual stones. Because they knew that Lin Ming needed things like wood spirit jade and spiritual medicine. Most of these forces gave these things. A little bit adds up to a lot. Dozens of forces added up to a lot of wealth. However, since Lin Ming broke through the life fall, he has been in seclusion for cultivation. He did not see any guests, but he did not ignore these people. The great elder of the god-forsaken clan personally met with them and wrote down every gift. In the martial arts world, there is a saying of reciprocity. After receiving these gifts, they will have to return them if any big figures in the other sect make breakthroughs in the future. Things in the future will be discussed later. Now these things are very important to Lin Ming. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as timely assistants. In the secret room, Lin Ming sat on the ground. In front of him, there were several jade slips, all of which were records of the Thunder State and Thunder Technique left by the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor. The 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor was a genius. His understanding of the Thunder State reached an extremely high level, which was enough for Lin Ming to practice at this stage. Lin Ming planned to make up for the Thunder State in the next 2 months. His Thunder Spirit body was just formed. If there was no corresponding state of mind technique to support it, it would be a waste of natural resources and he would not be able to exert the power of thunder at all. If the thunder and fire state could not be balanced, then Lin Ming's moves would appear uncoordinated. Although Lin Ming's breakthrough to the death was perfect, his spirit body was perfected. Every cell in his body was tempered, his will and soul were endowed with thunder attributes, and his battle spirit evolved to the silver level. His strength was greatly improved. However, Lin Ming was still very serious about the battle 2 months later. Those who underestimated their opponents would often suffer a tragic fate, not to mention that Lin Ming had no idea how strong the ultimate power of the Shura Kingdom was. Thunder, the power of death, the power of life. Lin Ming had a thunder ball on each of his hands. The thunder ball on his left hand was full of violent and crazy aura, while the thunder ball on his right hand was extremely soft, looking like a milky white ball of light. Thunder and lightning are both the power of death and the power of life. The so-called power of death means that thunder can chop down towering trees, kill enemies, and even penetrate the void, while the power of life means that thunder can give birth to life. Legend has it that the earliest life form was formed by thunder and lightning striking the ancient sea. Moreover, every cell in the human body is filled with tiny arcs of electricity. The conduction of nerves and will cannot be separated from arcs of electricity. Even the demon beasts rely on thunder and lightning to temper their bodies and make their bodies stronger. The power of death and the power of life are the first and second laws of thunder. Lin Ming had a deep contact with the law of fire in the ancient Phoenix City. The first law is burning, and the second law is destruction. Each law corresponds to a world of the transformation mirror. The transformation mirror has a total of 9 worlds, corresponding to the 9 laws of fire. But I don't know how many laws of thunder and lightning there are. Without ancient inheritance, it is impossible to comprehend the laws behind the realm of thunder. It is amazing enough that the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor can comprehend the first 2 realms of the law of thunder alone with his natural talent. There were many martial arts techniques left by the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor. Lin Ming only had 2 months to practice them one by one. He only selected 2 martial arts, namely, Death Power Technique, Judgment Sword. Although it was a sword technique, it was the same when used with a gun, because the thunder technique of the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor mainly focused on the law, not the techniques. If the law was thoroughly comprehended, all the ways would be connected. Life Power Technique, Thunder Combat Body. Using the power of thunder to bless oneself, change the body's functions, make the body stronger, and the techniques more sharp. This was a kind of auxiliary martial arts, a state skill that indirectly increased one's own attack power. One must have a thorough understanding of the law of life power, and be very clear about the effect of thunder power on life. Only in this way can the thunder combat body be used. Otherwise, if one does not understand the law of life power, and rashly introduces the violent thunder power into the meridians and internal organs, it will only hurt the body. These 2 sets of skills are the most powerful among all the skills of the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor, and they are also the most difficult to comprehend and understand. Lin Ming dared to choose to practice them within a mere 2 months. Naturally he had sufficient confidence in the evil god Sprout and his thunder spirit body. Now Lin Ming, not only all cells have been tempered by thunder, but even his will and soul carry the attributes of thunder. With the support of the evil god Sprout, his affinity with thunder and lightning is much higher than that of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. Even the thunder geniuses in the god realm cannot compare with him. As time passed, Lin Ming's understanding of the law of thunder was also improving imperceptibly. Soon 2 months had passed, which was too short for a warrior in seclusion. Little brother Lin. When Lin Ming had just finished practicing a set of moves, Shibei's true essence transmission suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. The Shura Divine Kingdom has built the arena. You should come out of seclusion. Oh, so fast. There is no time in cultivation. Lin Ming felt that only a few days had passed. Sitting up from the stone bed, where he had been in seclusion, Lin Ming's joints made crackling sounds, as if countless tiny thunderbolts were exploding in his body. Little brother Lin, how is your cultivation going? After the stone door of the secret room was opened, Shibei couldn't wait to ask. He had also carefully read the jade slips left by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor before, but he was not a thunder warrior and could not practice at all. Lin Ming said, time was short, so I only tried to practice 2 sets of martial arts. What martial arts? Sword of Judgment and Thunder Body. Huh. Shibei was startled. Even without reading the jade slips of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor's skills, he knew these 2 sets of martial arts because there were detailed records in the family's history. These were the famous skills that the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor relied on to travel the world. They were powerful, but there was no doubt that they were very difficult to practice. Although Lin Ming was a genius, how much could he comprehend in just 2 months? Shibei couldn't help but feel a little worried. He originally thought that Lin Ming would choose some relatively simple artistic conception techniques, just basic lightning control power, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to be so bold and pick the most difficult ones from the beginning. Shibei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally suppressed his words. The battle would start tomorrow, and it would be useless to make any suggestions. It would be better to let Lin Ming do whatever he wants and reduce some unnecessary pressure. Let's go. The battle is coming. I will provide you with a place to cultivate your body and mind and have a good rest for a night and face the decisive battle tomorrow. Chapter 847 Tit for Tat. On the second morning, at dawn, the noise had already filled the entire Zonqian world. Groups of warriors came out of their respective residences, gathered into streams, and walked towards the arena built by the Shura Kingdom. These warriors were all heroes from all sides of the central area of the Xianan continent. Zuundan and Mingyuan level masters could be seen everywhere. The cultivation of the innate stage was considered low, and the cultivation of the acquired stage was very rare. After all, what was about to happen was a battle that symbolized the highest level under the Sea of Gods. Not to mention the acquired stage warriors, even the innate stage warriors were just watching the excitement. They couldn't see or understand those extremely fast moves and artistic conception laws at all. They came here just to be brought by the elders to open their eyes. There are really many young talents in the Xianan continent. The level of the 4 major kingdoms alone is even higher than the super holy land of the Holy Demon continent. Flying in the sky, Lankin said with emotion. Duan Mukwan nodded. He was from the super holy land of the Goblin clan, the Shenmu Holy Land, which was barely close to the 6th grade sect, but still a little behind the 4 great divine kingdoms. The 4 great divine kingdoms were not only powerful in themselves, but also had many 5th grade sects under them, which was much better than the Shenmu Holy Land. In fact, in terms of comprehensive strength, Xianan continent was weaker than Shengmo continent. After all, Shengmo continent had many races and fought all year round. The speed of progress of warriors in the line of life and death was far from that of Xianan continent. However, in terms of the strongest area of martial arts power, Xianan continent was stronger than Shengmo continent, all because of the existence of the Sea of Miracles. A Sea of Miracles produced a large amount of resources inside, and the 4 great divine kingdoms became rich because of the Sea of Miracles. Although the Holy Demon Continent also has a corresponding eternal demon pit, tens of thousands of years ago, a 6th grade sect that dominated the Holy Demon Continent gathered 12 emperor-level powerhouses, wanting to use a large formation to imprison the evil spirit in the eternal demon pit for their own use and protect the luck of their holy land for 100,000 years. As a result, these 12 emperor-level powerhouses, together with the Holy Land's Holy Lord, were slapped to death by a huge claw that stretched out from the eternal demon pit and turned into ashes. Since then, the eternal demon pit has been cursed. The strong men of the Sea of Gods will die if they step into the blood-killing clean, not to mention going to the 1,000-mile forbidden zone to seek opportunities. At this time, there is still an hour before the battle, but the vicinity of the stadium is already full of people. The most advantageous positions in the sky are reserved for the big men. Others, even the elders of the 5th grade sects, can only float in the low altitude. As for the Zuundan powerhouses, they can only fall to the ground. The entire Zanqian world gathered tens of thousands of powerhouses to witness this world-shattering battle. The morning sun rose, and the rays of light shone everywhere. Suddenly, a loud phoenix cry resounded through the world. From afar, 12 red birds that looked like phoenixes were pulling a green jade ship and slowly flying over. Each of those divine birds was 10 feet long, with a wingspan of 15 feet. When they spread their wings and soared, a little golden divine light fell, just like a goddess from heaven. That's the Snow White Fairy of the Bay Clan. The Bay Clan is a Holy Land level hidden family on the edge of the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom. This family has a special bloodline and a bloodline seal similar to that of the God-forsaken clan. Its strength is extraordinary, and the Snow White Fairy is the God Sea Mighty of the Bay Clan. The battle between the life-falling strongman was actually watched by the God Sea Mighty. Originally, although Lin Ming's death was watched by the world, it was not enough to alarm the mighty of the Sea of Gods. However, later, all kinds of strange phenomena occurred when Lin Ming crossed the death, which verified the fact that he was the first genius of the ages. Now, if he can win this battle, he may become the best in the world in the future. Such a thing is naturally worthy of the attention of the mighty of the Sea of Gods. After the Bay Tribe's Snow Wind Fairy, there was a purple mist in the sky. From afar, an old man in a green shirt with a fairy-like appearance, holding a peachwood cane, riding a green ox, and stepping on the clouds, came. The old man's eyebrows drooped to the corners of his mouth, with a kind look. There was no imposing aura on his body, as if he was just an old mortal with a temperament. It's the old man of destiny. God, he's still alive. A warrior blurted out. Shut up, the Sea of Gods have extremely sharp perceptions. Do you want to die if you offend them? Old man Zaohur is one of the oldest Sea of Gods in the world today. He must be in the late Sea of Gods. The last time old man Zaohur appeared in front of the world was more than 1,000 years ago. It was said that his lifespan was more than 7,000 years old at that time. After such a long time, some people rumored that old man Zaohur had passed away. I didn't expect him to appear in the public eye again today. Old man Zaohur has no sect, no family, and no origin. He is just an idle cloud and wild crane. No one knows what his strength is. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, he fought a battle with the supreme god emperor of the Jialing kingdom, but failed to determine the winner. In short, this is a super strong man who is close to the number one person in the world. He is at the same level as the supreme god emperor of Jialing, and the great uncle of Day Emperor. He is unfathomable. I didn't expect that senior Zaohur would also come to the 1,000 worlds of the Forsaken clan to watch the battles of the younger generation. 2,000 years ago, Zhu Feng and my master had met senior Zaohur. I feel honored to see senior Zaohur again today. As the female voice came, a woman dressed in snow white silk and satin flew down from the Jade Tower ship. It was Fairy Zhu Feng. With the arrival of old Zaohur, Fairy Zhu Feng also had to personally go down the tower ship to pay respects, with a hint of considering herself as a junior. This made the surrounding warriors secretly astonished. The seniority of this old Zaohur was really frighteningly high, and even Fairy Zhu Feng had to treat him as a junior. So you are Xiaoxu, Bei Feng Feng's apprentice. Back then, you seemed to have just broken your life, and were in your prime. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years have passed, and you have also achieved the Sea of Gods. Time really doesn't pass. I heard that your master had already become a corpse a few years ago. What a pity, what a pity. Old Zhaohua shook his head repeatedly, his voice full of vicissitudes, but his words made the surrounding warriors extremely speechless. 8,000 years of lifespan had not passed, 2,000 years in the blink of an eye. How could they feel? Most of them were not even 1,000 years old. Especially the name of Xiaoxu, which made them laugh and cry. The only one who could call Fairy Zufeng Xiaoxu was Old Man Zhaohua. After Old Man Zhaohua, 2 more mighty sea gods came. Although they were also people of great status and origin, they would never have the opportunity to meet them normally. However, after seeing such a legendary figure as Old Man Zhaohua, everyone was not surprised. In just half an hour, 4 mighty sea gods came. Normally, it was not easy for even the direct disciples of the Holy Land to see the mighty sea gods of their own sect. How could it be like today, seeing 4 mighty sea gods in a row? It is no exaggeration to say that this is a grand event that has not happened in the entire Xianan continent for 1,000 years. This was a battle for the future #1 in the world. The only thing that could be compared to this battle was the fight between 2 powerful sea of gods. However, the powerful sea of gods would not fight easily, except when a national war broke out. Beings of their level, once they got any internal injuries, it was not something that ordinary spiritual medicine could cure. It would easily affect their lifespan. Lin Lanjian, here we come. No one in the crowd shouted. Everyone looked towards the direction of the palace of the Forsaken Gods. They saw more than a dozen powerful men flying in the air. The leaders were Shibei and a masked old man. They were the 2 powerful sea of gods of the Forsaken Gods. There was another powerful sea of gods who did not appear. He should have stayed in the heart of the realm hall of the Forsaken Gods, manipulating the formation of the middle 1,000 worlds. In this battle, the elite of the Forsaken Gods were all out. Behind Shibei, followed closely by a young man. It was Lin Ming. He was dressed in white, walked calmly, and was elegant. His eyes were as bright and clear as the moon in the sky. This is the #1 genius in Xianan continent, and he looks only 18 or 19 years old. Such a handsome young man is actually a suspected top 10 warrior on the destiny ranking. It's incredible. Although most people were not optimistic about Lin Ming's battle, not many people doubted that Lin Ming could be ranked in the top 10 of the destiny ranking. Without such strength, challenging all the fallen warriors of a country would be suicide. Old Man Zhaohua looked at Lin Ming from a distance and exclaimed, he is indeed the #1 genius in Xianan continent. With a bone age of only 20 years old, he can declare war on all the fallen warriors of a country. The young are really formidable. Early 20 years old? Beside Old Man Zhaohua, a trace of surprise flashed across Fairy Zufeng's face. When a young warrior reaches such a level of cultivation, it is difficult to estimate his age based on his appearance. For example, Situ Yaoi who has practiced martial arts for more than 60 years, but it is not an exaggeration to say that she is an 18-year-old girl. Fairy Snowwind only knew that Lin Ming was very young before, but she didn't know how young he was. She vaguely thought that he was less than 30 years old. Today, she heard from Old Man Fortune that Lin Ming's bone age was only in his early 20s. How could she not be surprised? To be precise, he is between 21 and 24 years old. No more than 25 at most. Fairy Snowwind didn't know how Old Man Fortune saw Lin Ming's age, but since he said so, it was natural that he was not wrong. At most 24 or 25 years old, not to mention his strength, his cultivation at the peak of the first level of life fall alone was unprecedented. Even Fairy Snowwind herself, at the age of 25, had only just broken through the Zuanden. There was a big gap between Zuanden and Lifefall. When Fairy Snowwind was in doubt, the warriors of Shura Divine Kingdom also came. A huge black god boat covered all the people of Shura Divine Kingdom. There was a formation around the god boat, which blocked all perceptions. No one knew how many people came, and who they were. There is no doubt that Shura Divine Kingdom was hiding its trump card, and putting pressure on Lin Ming by doing this. Hehehe. Before the divine boat came to a stop, an old and harsh laugh came from the divine boat. Little beast, your doom has come. After this battle, I will capture you, and extract your soul, and refine your marrow. These extremely vicious words, without caring about the presence of Shibei and others, appeared outside the spirit boat with a head full of dry long hair and a withered appearance. He was none other than Sitabonen, the uncle of the Emperor of Shura Divine Kingdom, who had a deep hatred for Lin Ming. Chapter 848, The Ashura Kingdom's Assassin. As soon as Sitabonen appeared, he stared at Lin Ming with a pair of vulture-like eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Most warriors who were destined to die would feel a chill down their spines when they were stared at by him. Lin Ming responded calmly. He had long expected the appearance of this old monster. Little beast, you must cherish the time you have left. Although it is a life and death battle, I will ask the younger generation to spare your life, and then I will capture you to the Shura Kingdom and let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Most powerful people in the Sea of Gods are proud of their status and would never say such vicious words openly. However, Situbonen's life is coming to an end. He is eccentric, so he doesn't care about these things at all. Shibei frowned slightly at Situbonen's vicious words. He was about to fight back, but Lin Ming smiled. He said casually, "You old immortal, I just destroyed a wisp of your war spirit projection. Who can you blame for not being as skilled as you? You chased me all over the world, but couldn't kill me, so you can only blame yourself for your incompetence. Now you are angry and threaten to extract my soul and refine my marrow. Then I'll wait and see if your disciples have the ability to do so." When Lin Ming said this, everyone was shocked. What? Situbone had a wisp of war spirit projection destroyed by Lin Lanjian? Is it true? From his tone, this battle should have happened before he came to the God-forsaken clan. At that time, he was still a warrior in the late stage of Zuonden, right? People only know that there is a grudge between Lin Ming and the Shura Kingdom, but they don't know the details of the grudge. The Shura Kingdom will certainly not spread the shameful things such as the death of the 3 great demon envoys and Biruayu, and the destruction of Situbonen's war spirit projection by Lin Ming. If you think about it, it's possible. If it's a head-on battle, Lin Lanjian is certainly not Situbonen's opponent. But if it's a duel of war spirits, how can Sitabonen compare to this pervert Lin Lanjian? Yes, at the first level of Lifefall, he has a silver level war spirit. At the late stage of Zuonden, he must be at least a bronze level or bronze level perfection. The war spirit takes shape and destroys everything. Everyone quickly realized that what Lin Ming said was probably true. Sure enough, Situbonen's face also confirmed this. When Lin Ming revealed his scar in public, his eyes were as red as blood, and he was on the verge of going berserk. Okay, you little beast, after you fall into my hands, I will torture you for 1,000 years. Situbonen's voice contained cold murderous intent. How terrifying was the murderous intent revealed by the strong man of the Sea of Gods. Within a radius of 100 feet, all warriors below Lifefall were silent. But Lin Ming did not hide the mocking smile on his face, or 1,000 years. Haha. Although I call you an old immortal, you don't really think you are an old immortal, do you? You are already half buried in the ground, with 1 foot in the coffin. Please be realistic. Even if I torture you, can you live that long? The warriors around were terrified when they heard Lin Ming's words. My goodness, Lin Ming's words were more vicious than Situbonen's. He kept calling him an old immortal and poked Situbonen's wounds. Lin Ming was really bold to treat a great man in the Sea of Gods like this. Did he really think he would win? Once he really fell into Situbonen's hands, the end can be imagined. In fact, Lin Ming didn't care. Anyway, he had already torn his face, and he didn't mind further angering Situbonen. Situbonen's face was completely blue. As a dying man, what he hated most was that others mentioned his remaining short lifespan. This was his pain and obsession. If looks could kill, Lin Ming would have died 10,000 times. Little beast, I will let you know what it means to reap what you sow. I will let you know the foundation of the Shura Kingdom. In this battle, you have no chance of winning. You must die. Situbonen's voice became trembling and sharp because of extreme anger. This voice was infused with true energy and had strong penetrating power. The last word die-echoed between heaven and earth like a shrill thunder, which made people's eardrums hurt. The Zuonden stage warriors couldn't help but cover their ears, but the sound seemed to be like a devil trying to get into their brains, which was extremely uncomfortable. Uncle, the time has come. Sita Haoshin saw that his uncle, who had a weird and violent personality, was about to go berserk, so he reminded him, otherwise he was afraid that, if he did something extreme and hurt someone, it would be bad. In this environment, even with the presence of the Old Man of Destiny, the Shura Kingdom could not bully others. If they hurt someone for no reason outside the rules, they had to give an explanation. Yes, the time has come. I really can't wait. Situbonan licked his lips, his eyes full of fierceness. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut, little beast. Yaksha King, come out. With Situbonan's roar, a man with sharp teeth and devilish appearance flew out of the god boat. He held a steel fork in his hand, his skin was dark and shiny, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He looked like an evil ghost in myths and legends. Hehe. Yaksha King let out a series of unpleasant laughter. He was not afraid of Lin Ming at all. Instead, he shouted arrogantly, boy, I will use this steel fork to dig out your heart. The warm and bleeding heart. It must taste good. Lin Ming stared at the evil ghost in front of him with a little doubt. Yaksha King. He had thought that the first person to appear would be a strong person such as a great demon envoy. The Shura Kingdom could not have too many people of this level, because it was a life and death battle, and one less person would be one less. Even if the Shura Kingdom was determined to win this battle, it would not use the lives of a large number of masters ranked in the top 100 of the destiny list to consume Lin Ming's physical strength. You know, as long as these people are under the age of 80, they have a slight chance of achieving the divine sea after being trained well. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Ming accepted the round-robin battle without frowning. But he didn't expect that the first person to appear was a Yaksha King he had never heard of, and the opponent's cultivation was already at the peak of the 5th level of life full, only half a step away from entering the 6th level of life full. Plus his strong momentum, he must be a person ranked in the top 300 or even 200 on the destiny list. But there was no record of this person on the destiny list. Is this the hidden strength of the Shura Kingdom? How much hidden strength do they have? Can they consume it recklessly just to win this battle? This question flashed through Lin Ming's mind, and at this moment, he discovered something unusual. He found that, although the Yaksha King in front of him had a strong life fire, it seemed to be overdrawing its life potential, with a sense of last gasp. This Yaksha King will not live for long. How could this be? Lin Ming was suspicious, and at this moment, he heard Shibei's true essence transmission in his ears. Brother Lin, the situation is not good. This guy, if I'm not mistaken, is a killing puppet created by a magic secret technique. You are in danger in this battle. Huh? Puppet? Lin Ming frowned slightly. This time he was fighting with the Shura Kingdom, and the target of the challenge was all the fallen warriors of the Shura Kingdom. The so-called warrior here is defined as a person with self-soul and self-consciousness, and puppets, unless they are puppets that have transformed themselves like the corpse ghosts, and have their own souls, are not considered human. Otherwise, if a great god who practices puppetry sends his puppet to deal with Lin Ming, no matter how strong Lin Ming is, he will be exhausted to death. Did the Shura Divine Kingdom break the rules? No, they didn't break the rules. Shibei shook his head bitterly. This Yaksha King is a real human being with a soul and self-awareness, but he was probably dying or seriously injured. In short, he was about to die. The demonic sect has a secret technique, which is to transform the bodies of dying people, revitalize their life potential, and then use a special method to freeze and seal them. When they are needed to fight, the seal will be opened, and they will be sent to the battlefield. Once the seal is lifted, these people may only have a lifespan of 1 month. Because they know they are going to die, they are not afraid of injury and death when they fight. In addition, some of them may have been planted with slave marks, which makes them even more ferocious and desperate. In other words, your opponent may be someone who should have died 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. There is such a secret method? Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. The magic secret method is called evil and crooked by the righteous. Practitioners are prone to go astray, and some secret methods can easily make people neither human nor ghost, but its power is indeed strong. This secret method also has limitations. First, it cannot be preserved indefinitely. It can only be preserved for 2,000 to 3,000 years at most. Second, the higher the cultivation level of the materials, the more resources are invested, and the higher the failure rate. It is almost impossible to succeed on the strong men of the Sea of Gods, so these combat puppets are also piled up with Yuan Ling stones. The Shura Kingdom has invested a lot of money in this battle. Little brother Lin, you must be careful. Because these puppets can't live for long, they can use liquid medicine and various rare metals to transform their organs without scruples before they die. In addition, they can overdraw their life potential without scruples. Whether it is defense or attack, they are very strong and very difficult to deal with. So that's it, I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath and his expression returned to calm. It is no secret that the Shura Kingdom has this secret technique. Many holy places and sects have heard of it. This is the foundation of the Kingdom of God. It is not surprising that it is used to deal with Lin Ming now. It is precisely because of this great country foundation that has been passed down for thousands of years that, even though Lin Ming experienced various strange phenomena when he was dying, there are very few people who really believe in his victory. The Shura Divine Kingdom is determined to win this battle. Of course, this is not only about the face of the Shura Divine Kingdom, but also about the ownership of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. In addition, the enemy Lin Lanjian must be killed, otherwise there will be endless troubles for the Shura Divine Kingdom. The foundation of the Divine Kingdom is difficult to estimate. These killing puppets are fearless and their bodies are as strong as heavenly treasures. It will take a lot of true energy to kill one of them. It's a round-robin battle. I'm afraid Lin Lanjian can't hold on until Sitaluosha makes a move. Well, the Divine Kingdom that has been passed down for more than 10,000 years cannot be underestimated. Lin Lanjian is young after all. This time he has kicked the iron plate. Lin Lanjian is impulsive this time. If he fails, the price will be too heavy. Chapter 849, A Shocking Shot. The strength of the killing puppets lies not only in their fearlessness, but also in their strong physical defense. Various transformations not only eliminate their pain, but also allow them to burn their life essence at any time, to gain more lasting endurance. In a sense, they are like corpses that do not feel pain and are tireless. Even if they are stronger than them, they need to consume a lot of energy or even get injured to kill them. Yaksha King, have fun with that little beast. Situ Bonan laughed wantonly. He did not expect that a Yaksha King could solve Lin Ming. It was enough to consume some of Lin Ming's physical strength and knock down his arrogant arrogance. When these killing puppets attack them, they will not block their moves at all, but will only fight head on. The fate of Lin Ming fighting head on with them can be imagined. Although the Yaksha King is a puppet, he has his own mind. He looks at Lin Ming like he is looking at prey, with a look of cruelty and greed in his eyes. He had been sealed for many years and had no idea who Lin Ming was or how strong he was. He only knew that he was his opponent. Although Sitabonan had warned him that Lin Ming was very powerful, how could he be impressed by the other party's mere first level life falling cultivation? Kid, you are so unlucky. You are only at the first level of life falling cultivation. Killing you is as easy as tearing a painting. I'm so lucky. Do you know how valuable your life is? As long as I kill you, I will be rewarded with 1,000 years peach heart essence, which is enough to nourish my life fire and let me live for another 200 years. These killing puppets have no vitality. Even if they take the 1,000 years peach heart essence, they cannot be resurrected. However, extending their lifespan for 200 years is enough for them to have fun and enjoy themselves. This is equivalent to the lifespan of mortal for 3 lifetimes, which is of course a great temptation. The Yaksha King held the black trident in his hand and stood on the ring. This ring was not made of stone, but a mountain thousands of feet high. The people of Shura Kingdom used their magical powers to cut off most of it, leaving a foundation as smooth as a knife, and then blessed it with a formation. The mountain thousands of feet high, with a foundation of more than 100 miles in radius, did not seem crowded at all with tens of thousands of people standing on it. Dang, a bronze bell was struck, and the sound of the bell spread out, stretching for hundreds of miles. The battle began. Lin Ming held a red spear and took a sudden step forward. The rocks exploded, and the void lost its distance under his feet. He activated the power of the evil god and circulated his whole body's true energy. After breaking through the limit of life, all the cells in Lin Ming's body could be quantified and filled with true energy. After the adjustment of strength training, the breathing frequency of the whole body was consistent. At this time, it erupted like a rolling volcano. Once the life was broken, not only was the endurance several times stronger than in the late stage of Zuanden, but the explosive power also increased by multiples. This exhilarating feeling once made Lin Ming addicted, but now, all that flashed in Lin Ming's eyes was a cold murderous intent. He could not hide his weakness at this time, but had to win the battle with lightning speed. Chase the lightning. The evil god seed whistled, and a purple gold arc of lightning burst out from Lin Ming's spear. Or thunderbolt instantly penetrated the 10-mile void like a purple divine sword, and outside the spear, there was a silver white shadow. That was the silver war spirit. Generally, war spirits can condense into entities after breaking through the silver level. The Yaksha King's pupils shrank. His personal strength could rank 200th on the destiny list. After the special transformation of the magic secret method at all costs, he could even rank 170 or 180th on the destiny list. Such a master naturally had enough discernment of the power of the moves. He was arrogant before, but that was the normal reaction of master who had walked through the mountains of swords and the sea of fire to a little kid who was 4 small realms weaker than him. Even with Sitterbonen's warning, he did not think that Lin Ming could beat him. But now, seeing that Lin Ming's shot was so powerful, he suddenly felt a fatal danger. The opponent was a top master who could not be measured by his cultivation. Demon King's halberd. The Yaksha King roared, not thinking about defending against this shot, but holding the trident in his hand, pouring all his true energy into it, and attacking Lin Ming. On the dark trident, countless demon phantoms suddenly condensed. Each of them was extremely ferocious, and they chose people to bite. Roar, roar, roar. All the demons gathered into a bigger demon, biting Lin Ming's chest. The attack that only attacked, and did not defend locked Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming stabbed with this shot, even if he could kill the Yaksha King, he would be hit by the opponent. Even if Lin Ming could hit the Yaksha King first with his absolute speed and spatial state, the Yaksha King's moves had already been launched, and Lin Ming would still be affected by the aftermath of the energy explosion after the collision of the moves, because of the close range attack. Under such a rapid collision, even if Lin Ming had the armor of the Demon Emperor to protect him, he would still suffer a slight concussion. Lin Ming's body was strong, and a single concussion certainly could not affect Lin Ming's combat effectiveness, but this slight concussion accumulated, making him extremely dangerous. You know, there are countless strong men sent by the Shura Kingdom this time, and powerful enemies are still behind. He must maintain his best condition before fighting with the last master. This is the absolute advantage of the killing puppets. They can fight hard, but Lin Ming can't. The Yaksha King is sure of this, and forces Lin Ming to change his moves when his strength is not enough. Once he changes his moves, he will consume more, and even cause the true energy in his body to be disordered. Little beast, let's see what you can do. Sitterbonen's eyes like a vulture burst out with a strong killing intent, and his face was full of cruelty and satisfaction. This move is like hitting a snake at its weakest point. It is sure to defeat Lin Ming. No matter how much taller you are than the Yaksha King, it is extremely difficult to defeat the Yaksha King who fights desperately without injury, while consuming the least energy. Just when people thought that Lin Ming was going to change his moves, a flash of purple light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. His muscles all over his body burst out, his feet exerted force, his legs led his waist, and his spine was tense like a fully drawn divine bow. The second gate of the 8 gates of Dungia that Lin Ming opened, the D gate, is located in the keel of the spine. It is responsible for explosive power, coordination, and balance. Compared with the Jing gate, which is responsible for speed and endurance, the additional effect of the D gate is very inconspicuous. However, at this time, the energy of the D gate burst out, causing Lin Ming's keel of the spine to burst out with unparalleled power. Lin Ming's physical strength originally reached 1 million katis, and with the special increase of the D gate, it is close to 1.5 million katis. With the support of 1.5 million jin of strength, Lin Ming threw the spear in his hand. It flashed with blazing lightning, and flew out of his hand, just like a divine arrow shot out with Lin Ming's spine as a bow, with the sound of rolling thunder, whistling across the void. This scene made all the warriors stunned. In the battle between masters, weapons are rarely thrown, because the duel between warriors of the Juan system relies on the true essence, not the physical strength. The true essence comes from the body and from the danshan. Only by holding the weapon in the hand can the true essence be continuously infused into it and exert the strongest power. The so-called quality of the treasure is not based on the so-called sharpness, but on the hardness and the degree of increase in the true essence. Once the treasure is used, no matter how high the grade of the treasure is, the true essence that can be infused into it is limited, and the treasure attack relies only on the inertia of the warrior after throwing the treasure through physical strength. How powerful can it be when facing the enemy's 100% attack? Not only that, after the treasure is out of hand, the attack trajectory is single and easy to dodge. In addition, throwing away the weapon itself is an extremely dangerous thing. For a warrior without a treasure, the moves lose their sharp and unparalleled penetration, and the combat effectiveness will drop sharply by half. This can even be said to be a very stupid behavior. Swoosh! The spear broke through the air trembled, and a terrible sonic boom sounded. On the other side, the demon phantom shot by the Yaksha king bared its fangs and claws, stretched out its huge ghost claws, and pounced wildly on Lin Ming's spear. The treasure out of the hands is like a ruthless duckweed, and the power contained is limited. Even if you are stronger than me, you can't stop my full strength attack. Crack. The ghost claw slapped heavily on the red spear, but a scene that stunned everyone happened. The ghost claw phantom sent by the Yaksha king was directly pierced by the spear and exploded. The power of a 1.5 million jin boulder falling from a high altitude is so terrifying, and if this power is infused into a sharp spear, the power will be doubled. The spear continued to move forward, piercing the face of the demon king's phantom. Such a strong physical force. In a flash, the Yaksha king had no time to think carefully. He struck with both hands, and the demon king's phantom opened his mouth and spit out a black mist, covering the purple lightning spear. This black mist can corrode the true essence. After all, the power contained in the spear is limited. If it corrodes a little, it will eventually be exhausted. However, at this moment, a silver light suddenly flashed, and the next moment, the demon king's phantom was directly pierced. This is the power of the war spirit. While Lin Ming threw the spear with a million huge forces, he surprisingly infused it with a silver level war spirit. The combination of the two is unimaginable. Compared with these, the attack infused with thunder essence is nothing. Bang! The demon king's phantom exploded, and the Yaksha king's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe it was true. This is the power of the war spirit. Although Sitabonen repeatedly warned him, he only knew its horror when he really saw it. He burst out with power in his legs, trying to dodge the attack of the red spear. However, at that moment, the Yaksha king felt as if his movements had slowed down. Although it was only a little slower, the speed of the red spear was so fast that it pierced in front of the Yaksha king in the blink of an eye. Puff! The body protecting true essence was shattered like waste paper. The spear carrying a huge force of 1.5 million pounds pierced into the chest of the Yaksha king, shattering the sternum and ribs, and the internal organs were rotten. The spear was unstoppable, and it came out with a burst of blood rain. At that moment, the body of the Yaksha king was like a chicken shot by a sharp arrow from a military crossbow. It was directly taken back by the powerful force and flew out like a cannonball for several miles. It fell to the ground and bounced up dozens of feet away. In the end, it lay on its back on the ground like a dead dog, with a transparent wound the size of a small bucket on its chest, and the whole body was almost shot in two. The spear's momentum did not slow down, and it instantly penetrated a distance of 100 miles, piercing into a distant mountain peak like cutting tofu, piercing through the belly of the mountain, creating a large hole with a diameter of 10 feet. Puff puff puff. A large amount of stone powder flowed out of the cave. The stone powder was broken into pieces like dust. When the wind blew it, the whole sky became grey. Chapter 855 Poison Kings. Looking at the stone dust that filled the sky, the warriors present all widened their eyes, and were so shocked that they could not speak. A long spear almost pierced through the two moves of the Yaksha king, and penetrated the body of the Yaksha king. It was so powerful that a spear penetrated the belly of the mountain and the rocks were broken into dust. What kind of abnormal power is this? You know, this is just a thrown treasure, and the attached true energy is extremely limited. Looking at the Yaksha king on the ground, even though his body has been refined by the magic secret method and transformed at all costs, claiming to be comparable to the lower grade treasure of the heavenly rank. It was also shot to pieces, like being torn apart by 5 horses. The death of the Yaksha king came so suddenly that many warriors with lower cultivation had not yet reacted. The whole battle lasted only a few blinks of an eye. The Yaksha king, who was originally ranked 200th on the destiny list, was completely a threat to the 170th or 180th masters of the destiny list because of the magic secret method transformation. He was killed by Lin Ming with a single shot and was killed by a thrown long spear. During the whole process, not even a corner of Lin Ming's clothes was affected. He only consumed some strength and true essence. The gap was too big. It's really surprising. The legendary Silver War Spirit is stronger than I thought. On the Jade Tower ship, Fairy Zhu Feng sighed. She was extremely envious of this kind of power. Haha, Xiaoxu, you only have 2000 years of life. If you practice your will later, you still have hope of achieving it. Next to Fairy Zhu Feng, the old man of destiny said with a smile. Senior, you are joking. I have only comprehended the war spirit at the Sea of Gods. I really have no talent in this aspect. I'm satisfied to reach the bronze minor success in this life. The bronze major success is a fluke among flukes. I dare not think about bronze perfection or even the legendary silver level. Fairy Zhu Feng said with a smile. Although her words were a bit modest, they were not too far off. It can be seen how difficult it is to practice the war spirit. Haha, don't underestimate yourself. However, this little fellow named Lin Lanjian is indeed a genius. Not only is he a silver war spirit, but his understanding of the laws of artistic conception also surprises this old man. In addition to the great power of his shot just now, the reason why he was able to hit the Yaksha king was because it contained a trace of time artistic conception. It is very rare to be able to infuse the mysterious time artistic conception into the long spear that has left his hand. There are many disadvantages when a weapon is out of hand. Not only can it be dodged, because it can predict the trajectory, but the injection of the laws of artistic conception will also be blocked. Lin Ming's shot just now only slowed down the flow of time around the Yaksha king a little, but it was enough for him to kill the Yaksha king. The gun he threw out was really too fast. Fairy Zhu Feng clearly found the look of admiration and interest on the face of the old man of creation, which made her mind move. Could it be that the old man of creation had the intention of protecting Lin Lanjian or even accepting a disciple? If so, the Shura kingdom would be even more helpless against Lin Lanjian. You should know that the strength of the old man of good fortune is undoubtedly greater than any sea of gods in the Shura kingdom. Although the old man of good fortune cannot force his way in because of the ancient formation in the Shura palace, if they are outside, 80% to 90% of the sea of gods in the Shura kingdom cannot even escape from the hands of the old man of good fortune. Fairy Zhu Feng was born in the Bei tribe. She was very happy to see the birth of a world number 1 who did not belong to the 4 major kingdoms. This might affect the original stable pattern of the central area of the Xiaonan continent and benefit her family. Of course, if the old man of good fortune is willing to protect Lin Lanjian, and she can get in touch with Lin Lanjian through the relationship of the old man of good fortune, it would be even better. While Fairy Zhu Feng was thinking about all kinds of things, Situ Bonan's face was gloomy. This Yaksha king was transformed by him personally more than 1,000 years ago, but he was defeated without suspense, and even the corner of Lin Ming's clothes was not touched. He wanted to extract Lin Ming's soul and refine his marrow, but now he has been frustrated again and again. Situ Haoshan also frowned. In order to ensure a 100% victory, they had already decided to use a round-robin battle to wear down Lin Ming. However, now a killing puppet that was piled up with a lot of wealth attacked Lin Ming, but was shot dead. On the other hand, Lin Ming did not seem to have consumed too much, which made them feel uncertain. Every killing puppet is the wealth of the kingdom of God. Even if they have a deep foundation, they cannot afford such consumption. This is the effect that Lin Ming wanted after killing the Yaksha queen with a big advantage. Although he has extraordinary endurance, he does not want to fight endless rounds. He wants the Shura kingdom to feel guilty and those warriors who have fallen to death to feel guilty. They are so guilty that they dare not use their lives to wear down his endurance. How is it possible that the spear thrown out is so powerful? Situ Bonan said, gritting his teeth. He attributed the power of the spear to the silver war spirit and did not consider the factor of Lin Ming's physical strength. The silver level war spirit is so powerful. God knows how much the war spirit of this little beast will grow after it breaks through the sea of gods. This little beast must not be kept. Situ Yeoxi also chimed in. At this time, Situ Yeoayu stepped forward and said softly, "Your Majesty, let me fight him. Ordinary killing puppets are no match for Lin Lanjian, and I don't want to use such dishonorable means to consume his physical strength." Yeoayu wants to fight with Lin Lanjian in his peak state. Only such a victory can engrave the belief of victory in my heart and lay the foundation for my future impact on a higher realm. I hope your Majesty will grant me permission. Previously, Situ Yeoayu and others were in the divine boat and saw the process of the battle clearly. She spoke with great confidence and determination. She had suffered from the 7th level of death and possessed the purple extreme danshan. The strength displayed by Lin Ming now could not threaten her at all. Of course, she also guessed that Lin Ming did not try his best. She was very much looking forward to fighting with such an eternal genius. Geniuses are arrogant. Situ Yeoayu did not want to win by the despicable means of fighting in a round-robin battle. This was an insult to her. After hearing what Situ Yeoayu said, Situ Haoshan frowned and said unhappily, "Yeoayu, you are almost destined to be the future successor of the God Emperor of my Shura Kingdom. Your every word and action is related to the future of Shura Kingdom. Your life no longer belongs to you alone. The Kingdom of God has consumed countless resources to train you. Do you want to gamble the future of the Kingdom of God and your own life for your so-called fair battle? Do you know what price we will pay if we lose this battle?" Situ Haoshan's voice suddenly rose and became stern. Although he did not think that Lin Ming could beat Situ Yeoayu, it is better to be safe than sorry. If Situ Yeoayu died in the battle, it would definitely be a huge loss that Shura Kingdom could not bear. Shura Kingdom has more than a dozen Sea of Gods, but in fact, what determines the strength of a Kingdom of God to the greatest extent is not the number of Sea of Gods, but the strength of the top one among the Sea of Gods. Why can Day Divine Kingdom and Jehuding Divine Kingdom suppress Shura Divine Kingdom and Kaixing Divine Kingdom? That is because Day Divine Kingdom has an uncle, and Jehuding Divine Kingdom has a Supreme Emperor. They are both close to the number one in the world. Although Situ Haoshan has always used the number one in the world to encourage Situ Yeoayu, he did not expect her to really become the number one in the world. This is a bit unrealistic, unless she encounters a great opportunity, but there is still some hope to achieve the number one in the world. At that time, Shura Divine Kingdom can further improve its status and obtain more resource allocation in the Sea of Miracles. Situ Yeoayu's life is more important than that of 2 ordinary sea gods. What's more, Shura Divine Kingdom can hardly bear the cost of losing this game and defending, but not being able to kill Lin Ming. Yes, your Majesty, Yeoayu knows her mistake. Although she was unwilling, Situ Yeoayu could only obey. Continue to send out killing puppets. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only 1 day to use it. Anyway, there will be no national war in the near future. Compared with the cost of losing this war, some puppets are nothing. Situ Bonan gritted his teeth and said, "Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. In this battle, they have planned to use puppets first, and then the national master to ensure that there is no mistake." Humph. Although he is not injured, the powerful attack just now may be some special martial arts, and his physical strength must be greatly consumed. This time, we will use stronger puppets. I wonder how long this little beast can hold on. Lin Ming's shot was extremely powerful. Situ Yeoxi didn't believe that Lin Ming was so relaxed when he threw the shot. Since he had already risked his life, Situ Yeoxi would never back down and vowed to consume all Lin Ming's physical strength. 5 Poison King, you take action this time. Situ Bonan ordered. Yes. The man called the 5 Poison King was a skinny old man with a sallow complexion and age spots all over his face. A warrior who had reached the realm of life and death would not actually have age spots at all, and the reason why the 5 Poison King had these spots on his face was because of toxins. His body was a big poison jar. On the ring, Lin Ming's spear had been taken back by the steward of the God-forsaken clan. The hardness of this red spear alone could reach the level of a heavenly grade top grade treasure, so there was no need to worry about damage. During this period of time, Lin Ming had already opened the rest gate and replenished the physical strength and true essence that he had consumed before, reaching his peak state again. After all, he had not consumed much physical strength to begin with. The 5 Poison King stood several miles apart from Lin Ming. If it was a mortal at such a long distance, the opponent in his field of vision would only be the size of a soybean, but for a warrior, this distance could be reached in just a sprint. But a sprint was also time, which would at least leave the 5 Poison King some room for reaction. Obviously, he was afraid of the strange spear that Lin Ming had thrown out before. As long as he was hit by this shot, the 5 Poison King believed that he would not be able to survive. After laying a layer of true essence around his body, the 5 Poison King quietly took out several black flags to set up a poison formation. He was proficient in using poison and was also a formation master. With the combination of the two, he could exert the strongest combat power. When he was in the formation, he could attack or defend. Seeing the 5 Poison King's extremely cautious actions, Lin Ming smiled. Did he think it was safe to do this? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.